Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story. Slayers. Prologue. It doesn't matter what religion someone exercise, everyone have heard of hell. Everyone have a picture in mind of what hell must look like. The majority will say that it's filled with demons. That's correct. Others will add that it's in never-ending flames and rocky with skulls everywhere from any kind of creatures. That's also correct. But what many people doesn't know is that even in hell there is a boogeyman for the devils. A human blessed by angels to fight the demonic forces of hell. A marine who died, once then came back from hell just for revenge. Then stayed there to fight forever against them. Thousands of years was enough time to become the nightmare of hell. Demons are frightened of him, and yet their instincts make them attack him on sight to get rid of the source of their fear, an unacceptable feeling for them. But not once did any demons want to fight against him. One demon even betrayed their kin for survival by making the human even stronger. They did manage to seal him away in a temple for millennials. But he was awakened to fight them again, and here he was in hell one more time to do just that. What misses from everyone's description of hell is a green, heavy armored marine, dashing through the hell's capes, weapon in hand, hunting demons, ready to tear every single one of them apart. He was known by many names: Unchained Predator, Hellwalker. But one of them stood out the most: the Doom Slayer. There was a world where the gods of light and order fought the ones of chaos and darkness constantly. That wasn't very uncommon, you might say. But here their fights were decided by a dice roll, and they used pawns who were controlled by those rolls. The gods called it the game of life, with many mythical creatures, humans, and adventurers. So many characters to play with, and to leave their fate at the mercy of a simple dice roll. But one of those pawns stood out the most among its peers. He was an unexceptional young man, a male warrior with no distinguishing traits at all, and yet all of the gods liked him. He is always thinking, strategizing, and acting by himself. He did not let the gods roll the dice. He was just a normal man. No cheating powers, no superhuman reflexes or speed or strength. He would not change the world, maybe nothing at all, and yet he kept surprising the gods. All he did was one thing over and over again, and yet there was something different each time he did what he did best: kill the weakest monsters in the gods' game of life. He was known as the Goblin Slayer. It was another normal day in hell. Well, he couldn't really tell since there isn't really any celestial bodies in hell except some red moon that never moved, just eternal flames and dark, thunderous, stormy clouds. He only managed to tell the time with the movements of the clouds. He just finished purging another dark temple from demons. It was a rather quick raid, as there wasn't any real threat except for the Barons of Hell and the Cyber Demon 1.0 at the top. On second thought, actually that fight was pretty tough. But anyway, the most important thing was that this country, or kingdom, land, whatever those devils wanted to call them, of hell was now free of demons. But it was just one country out of millions or even billions. He certainly did already purged many more in the past millennials, but after 1,000 years of sleep, who knows how many demons have spawned again and repopulates them. He needed to be sure. So now it was time for a last checkup around the country to be sure he doesn't leave a single demon alive here. Demons don't reproduce like any other living being, they're spawned. But he came to understand that they spawn wherever there is another demon around. That's why he must be sure that there isn't any hiding somewhere that he might have overlooked. He searched every crook and cranny. Demons aren't very sneaky, but they are tricky. He tapped the rocky walls once more. Who knows which walls is fake? But if any one of them was, demons will be waiting behind it. And that's unacceptable. The Doomslayer won't let any one of these bastards survive. The sun rises, another day begins. But he woke up even before that. He put on his gear, a helmet with broken horns, a chainmail, and a dirty armor. His shield strapped on his left arm and short sword at his hips. He looked inside his bag. Potions and other items were there. Nothing missing, so he won't have to buy anything. He looked at the birdcage near his bed. The little canary was still sleeping. He left some food for it before leaving his room. Once outside, he started his usual routine. He looked for any footprints around the farm. Nothing. Before he could start checking the fence, her voice called out to him from behind. He looked back to see his childhood friend, Cowgirl, already smiling and telling him good morning. He nodded and told her good morning back. They took breakfast with the uncle, and they left the town for work. He helped her with the cart during the walk. Once there, they separated ways. He entered the guild for missions to do. The spearman was on the desk talking, flirting, with the GUID girl who smiled politely as she listened to him. Something about being back from last mission and 2 pirates ghosts. He didn't care. He walked forward. Some adventurers greeted him. He greeted them back. Some walked away in murmurs. He ignored them. Guild girl smiled when she saw him, silencing the adventurer in front of her. He groaned and frowned when he looked at him before leaving them alone. He asked the usual, Guild Girl smiled sadly as she said that there wasn't many missions for him yet, only one that she thought wouldn't be wise to leave them to novices. He looked at the mission, a wise decision indeed. From the look of it, even if they weren't that many, at least 2 Hobbs were sighted and there's no information about the hostages. He'll take care of it. Guild Girl wished him good luck. He then went to the tavern to meet his party members and tell them about the mission like he always do. In another routine he got used to, Lizard Priest was enjoying his cheese breakfast, Dwarf Shaman and High Elf Archer started to argue over nothing, and the young priestess scolded him to not really leaving him a choice to join. And yet he made sure to be more careful about that. Cowgirl appeared behind him and asked what was up, and before he could open his mouth, every member of his party and even some adventurers around them shouted in unison, "Goblins!" From an outside view, he looked immobile, but he blinked under his helmet and looked around as everyone smiled and laughed. Was he that predictable? That's bad. It'll be bad for Goblin Slayer if the goblins could predict him too. The Doom Slayer was standing in a familiar cave. He remembered resting there once upon a time when he decided to stay in hell. He didn't notice at that time that he didn't need to sleep or eat. So this country was a place he already visited before his slumber. Everything changed a lot. Not a single other place looked familiar beside this cave, which made it even more suspicious. With the barrel of his shotgun, he poked at the walls, hoping to discover a secret passageway. And one down. Goblin Slayer counted as he retrieved his blade from the skull of the dead goblin at his feet. The cave had guards. That was already a bad sign of a big nest. They didn't have any impressive equipment, but there was a totem near the entrance. So they had a shaman. That was only getting worse. And 2 down. He counted again as the one that tried to backstab him got its head skewered by an arrow. The party regrouped at the entrance of the cave, ready to dive in and slaughter the green devils. The wall of the cave collapsed after 1 shot, and as he predicted, there was a whole other section in that cave. A whole new area he didn't know, which means more demons for him to slay. He won't even need to search for them. The moment they know he's in there, they'll all come to him. As always, he'll kill them all. They'll kill them all. Rip and tear. All of them. Until it is done. Chapter 1. The Portal. The Doom Slayer didn't waste a second to run through the cave. The sooner he gets to a room, the sooner the demons will come to him. His pistol in hand, he shot a few times on walls for any secrets. So far, nothing relevant, except that the walls were extremely dusty, not the floor. That was a very rare sight, since demons roam every surface of the rocky underworld without rest, but this place seems abandoned. One shot, though, suddenly made a wall crumble and reveal a secret room. The Slayer walked in. Maybe he'll find some ammunition or some weird artifact that will reveal yet another secret chamber. But instead, he found something much more intriguing. Skeletons. In a rather small room, without a ceiling, but walls so high that it was impossible to climb up, there were 4 skeletons. But what was weird was that not all were humans, at least, not really. One of them was definitely a human, the second was rather tall, and the ribcage was slim. One was very short, and the last one was just not human. It was of a humanoid reptile. He looked up and saw on the wall a painting, or rather an engraving, of a team. It looked they came out of fairy tale like the ones he used to read when he was a child. There was a human girl accompanied by an elf, a dwarf, and a female lizard man. The human looked like a martial art fighter. The elf was dressed as what he assumed a mage. Then the dwarf was some sort of priest, and the lizard woman was a sword fighter. They were all smiling in the drawing. He looked around, and something shone on his visor. He looked back at the skeletons to see the source. Around each neck of them was a tag. He leaned closer and saw that around the human and the lizard man was a fossilized gold tag, while on the elf was a silver one and around the dwarf a copper one. Identification tags like soldiers, like the one he used to have. It wasn't hard to understand what happened here. They got trapped in this room and died. But they died slowly of starvation. There was no bone missing from any of them, and none inside another skeleton. They didn't turn to eating each other. There was no trace of a fight, either. 4 friends understood that they will die and decided to die together without infighting. For very loyal friends, he envied them a bit. Leaving those here where no one would find them would be rude to them. Doom Slayer took the tags and left the room before shutting the entrance with a small cave-in with a punch on the wall. There was now a question in the Slayer's mind. How did they get here? There was only 2 ways to get in hell, via a portal or by dying. And he went through both. They didn't seem to be blessed by an angel like he was, so they must have come by a portal, which means one of them was close by a portal connected to another world, a world that can be invaded by demons. He'll have to close it as soon as possible. At the end of the cave, he found a large room with several floors, and on the wall at the other side of where he was a giant orange portal made of flames. That's his target, and he could already predict that the second he walks 1 meter in the room, he'll be trapped in and the demons will appear wave by wave to eliminate him. But that was no problem for the Doom Marine. He's used to it. He walked 2 steps and the wall closed behind him by itself. A demonic roar echoed throughout the room, and summoning flames started to appear everywhere. Let's rock and roll. The Doom Slayer immediately ran towards the closest flame where an orange imp appeared. Before it could even growl at the Marine, its head was already blown to bits by a point-blank headshot of his shotgun. Then he quickly moved away, changed his weapon to his assault rifle, and started shooting at everything on sight. Never stay still, always move, except for execution of demons. He looked around to analyze the number of enemies on this first wave. He counted many imps from both generations, a second-generation Pinky, a couple of seniors Hell Knights, and some Hell Raisers on the elevated floors aiming at the Slayer from above at the brown imps. A piece of cake for a first wave. He ran to the first imp near him to punch its head away, trying to bait the Pinky. It worked. The armored demon roared and started to run towards the Marine. Pinkies weren't really smart demons. The first generation have very strong jaws, but that's about it. They need to get close to their victim to bite them, but the Slayer uses guns. He was at a clear advantage. The second generation, though, were just a tiny bit more evolved. They have armor all over their front. Their face, legs, arms was armored with bulletproof plates. But they get so confident in their defenses that they just charge on their prey without thinking that they can just move over or just jump over them, leaving their unarmored behind completely exposed. Doom Guy jumped over the creature, who crashed face first against the wall and changed his assault rifle for his plasma one. He then shot a myriad of bullets on the demon's back until it exploded in a firework of blood, leaving the demon for dead. The Hell Knights and imps were surrounding and about to jump on him. He looked at the rifle. It's overheated. Perfect. He pressed a button and a heat blast emerged from the weapon, slicing every demon around him in half except for the two Hell Knight, who got heavily injured. He started to run backwards as the two large demons chased after him. He dodged all lasers and fireballs the brown imps and Hellraiser were shooting at him while he planted shells of lead in the weakened demons in front of him. Once one was down, he just shot the last one more time to stun it before punching him once in the gut to lower its head, then punched again across the face, exploding its skull with his fist. Now to the others in the elevated floor. He jumped on a floating platform, then again, shotgun ready to shot at the demons at his left. He didn't expect to see a brown imp waiting for him with a fireball. He couldn't dodge in time, so he got hit and sent back to the ground. The imps. Two colors to differentiate the two very different types. The brown ones are taller and more humanoid-like. They have red eyes and are strong with their punches, but they're very slow, so they are mostly on the back, firing powerful fireballs to their target with good precision. While the orange ones are much more agile and can climb on walls. They can throw little fireballs when moving, but need time and stay still to charge a large one that has as much power as a brown imp fireball. So taking a brown fireball in the chest while in midair was rather painful. But Doom Guy got much worse. He got up almost immediately when he touched the ground and came back to the charge. This time he didn't miss shooting the demon in the face and finishing it off with a good kick to the head that crushed it between his heel and wall. He turned towards the other demons who were already ready to shoot lasers and throw fireballs. He ran towards them. Run, dodge, shoot, punch, kick, kill, 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 kill. And like that, it was done in under 2 minutes. He quickly jumped back to the ground floor, hearing the second demonic roar that echoed through the room. Demons started spawning around. Let's see. More imps, but only brown ones, for senior Hell Knights, a Revenant, and a second generation of Mancubus. With that all, there was less demons at that wave. What was a good sign? It could mean there were less demons left in this country that he expected. At least there was no sign of cacodemons, barons of hell of any kind, pain elemental or worse, an archvile. All of them, except for the Hell Knights, were range attackers, so he'll have to deal with the 4 big demons first. Senior Hell Knights. He decided to name them like that because of how different they are from the first Hell Knights he encountered. They gave up their eyes, horns, and fireballs for speed, strength, and lighting their hands in fire when attacking. But for that, they need to be close to their prey, or sometimes they'll just jump at them to crush them with their weight, which one of them was exactly doing. It jumped high up, fists burning in flames, ready to slam them down on the Marine. But Doom Guy just ran forward and shot a few rockets locked on the 3 other Hell Knights, killing one in the process as the one in the air stomped the area where the Marine was a second ago. It turned around, growling, but got its mouth shut with a quick knee in the jaw, followed with 3 shots of the Slayer's shotgun in the face at point blank, killing the creature instantly. 2 more to go before dealing with the rest of the demons. The 2 other Hell Knights started chasing him, but even running backwards, he was faster. He used his plasma rifle to kill one, then activated the heat blast from his weapon to cut the last Hell Knight in half. He bumped into something, and when he turned around, he got punched by a fleshy skeleton hand in the visor. He quickly recovered and dodged a few fireballs aimed at him to fight back against the Revenant, but it already flew away. Ever since those giant shoulder cannon armored skeleton demons got jetpacks, they love to jump around. But not this time. The The Slayer ran towards the Revenant still in the air and grabbed its legs before the demon flew too far. He slammed the monster on the ground, quickly shot its two arms with his shotgun so it couldn't punch back. He then stepped on the face while he moved one of the shoulder cannons towards the imps on the upper floors, and with some pressure on the Revenant's head, it started shooting at its fellow demons, each one exploding at the contact with the skeleton's missiles. But he couldn't stay like that forever. He'll get overwhelmed quickly if he doesn't move. He crushed the demon's head under his foot and jumped back upstairs where he killed all remaining brown imps until it was only him against the Mancubus. It's a second-generation Mancubus, which means it's the Cyclop one with flamethrowers. All kind of Mancubus can shoot fireballs out of their hand cannons, but these one can also use flamethrowers when their prey are too close. They could even do jumps with those. But this one won't have time for that. Doomslayer ran towards the demon and dodged any incoming fireballs. The Mancubus stepped back in surprise before releasing its flames. The Green Marine jumped over the flames, rocket launcher in hand. The green eye of the demon widened as it thought that the human will step on its face. But right before his feet could touch the demon's disgusting face, Doomguy fired a rocket right under his feet, right on the Mancubus face. Stunning the demon and projecting himself in the air, the Slayer came back down with his right hand open. He reached forward, aiming at the best sensitive point of the demon, its eye. He lunged his hand forward. He grabbed the squishy orb between his fingers, but instead of ripping it away, he just lunged his hand even further, plunging shoulder deep his whole arm down the eye socket, through the skull of the demon. After a loud crack was heard, he jumped off, shook off the blood of his arm, and went back downstairs while the demon died in agony. He grabbed his shotgun again and got ready for the third wave. He waited almost a whole minute, but nothing was coming. Looks like he was done. He turned to the portal. He needed to close it somehow. He should first inspect it. He didn't even walk 10 steps towards the portal that something fell on him. What the? It was an unwilling. A possessed human completely turned into a demon. They are rather weak and fragile. But where did this one come from? He looked up to see two other falling on top of him. With the extra weight, he was slowed down. What was more concerning was that they weren't even attacking him. They jumped on him and grabbed onto him. He grabbed one by the skull and threw it to the ground before stomping its head. But another unwilling fell on him. What is going on? He was about to grab another demon's off of him when a loud thump was heard behind him. He turned around only to be face to face with the towering Baron of Hell. That was bad, very bad. He could already see the large demon raising its right hand, ready to slash. Wait. No, it was clenching its hand into a fist. It was going to punch the Slayer, but why? He looked back and understood immediately. The portal. That demon was going to punch him through the portal. He needs to dodge. But with those fucking unwillings on him, he C-dash. He then noticed fire around him. Oh no. He looked past the Baron of Hell to see a silhouette hiding in the darkness. It was slim and had its two hands covered in fire raised high. An archvile. He needed to take cover as soon as possible, but he couldn't with the demons on top of him. He was about to grab a weapon to at least fight back a bit, but another unwilling fell on top of him. It was too late. The archvile summoned the pillar of fire under the Slayer, damaging his armor greatly as it sent the man in the air, also killing the former humans in the process. He couldn't recover in time as the Baron lowered its fist. All he could do was to shield himself with his arms, the impact sending him right through the portal. That didn't go well. At least it seems that the world the portal was connected was pretty far since there was a whole bridge connecting it. If he could describe it, it's like a tube of light connecting both realms. It wasn't very wide for movement, but at least the earlier panic subsided as he could think of a plan of action. He knew the demons wouldn't destroy a portal. It's way too valuable for them to conquer another world. Except if that world was already ravaged by the demons. Damn it. He need to act quick. Once he reached the other end of the portal, he'll jump right back in. He just hoped that the demons wouldn't have spawned an army when he gets back since time is pretty weird in hell. Suddenly, he got hit in the shoulder. He spun around to see what hit him and saw 3 imps in the bridge with him. 1 brown and 2 oranges, all of 3 of them throwing fireballs at him. And he couldn't dodge. He got hit again and again. The third fireball, he tried to kick it back to the demons, but it just exploded on his feet. He reached for a weapon. He pulled out his rifle and equipped his scope for better aim since he couldn't move. But when he looked through it, the brown imp was right in front of him. Shit, he didn't know they could go faster in that damn bridge. The imp raised a fist in a similar fashion like the Baron earlier and punched the Marine's head. Doomslayer hit the wall of the bridge. Wait, the wall can break. He quickly spun around to punch back, but the demon was faster. The imp punched again, and the Slayer fell to the bridge and disappeared. The 3 demons laughed their heart out and dived in faster through the bridge. When he opened his eyes, he only saw darkness. He immediately stood up and grabbed his shotgun. He passed out. That's very bad. Where are the demons? No, wait. He fell to the bridge between words. So this is the world at the other side of the portal. But he fell somewhere, probably far away from the portal. He didn't know where it was, and he needs to take it quickly. But first he should get out of wherever he was. Suddenly, he heard noises all around him. He immediately turned around, but only saw complete darkness. He activated the night vision of his visor. He rarely uses it since in hell pretty much everything is illuminated by flames. But he would be a fool to not have night vision in a world of demons. What would happen if he found himself in a pitch-black dark place with demons surrounding him? He quickly looked around. He was in a cave, a big room with 2 entrances, and there was little humanoid creatures surrounding him. Very ugly creatures. They were the size of a child and looked weak as one without much muscles. He looked behind him. One was wearing more clothes than the others, sitting on some sort of chair, but it looked as surprised as the other creatures, probably the chief. Seems he just appeared inside a house or something. He should probably leave and not start a fight with the inhabitants of this world. They do look ugly and mean, but for all he know, they could be good. They looked ready to attack him. He wouldn't hold it against them. He would be pretty pissed too if some stranger appeared inside his home. He should just leave. He then heard a whimper. He looked toward the source, and he saw it. 2 naked women, laying on the ground around. Stuff he didn't even want to imagine, but pretty much know. They were hurt, trembling, and sobbing. They looked young, probably not even in their mid-20s. Bad memories resurfaced from a time he was just a normal human. When he and his group had to raid a village where enemies were hiding. The commander saying to kill the innocents, his comrades, wanting to have some fun before they become corpses. He started to tremble with rage. Those ugly, horrible little devils were not good. Fuck them. Grora, one of them screeched and tried to impale him with a pitiful excuse of a spear. But the weapon broke just by impact. The little monster looked stunned and confused. The Slayer slowly crouched and faced it. The creature didn't move, too startled. He slowly reached out for the monster's head. And once he had a good hold of it, he crushed it with the simple force of his grip. Fragile. Very fragile. This will be quick. A lightning bolt suddenly hit his shoulder. He looked around to see that the creature that was sitting was now standing and had a staff pointed at the Slayer. He grabbed his shotgun, and in a flash, he was standing in front of the monster that jolted at the speed of the towering man. He kicked the chief in the stomach, sending it fly against the wall, and before it could fall to the ground, a thundering sound echoed in the cave. The leader was now missing its head, blood splattered all around the corpse. The Slayer pumped his shotgun and turned around. Grrrr! The creature screeched and ran towards him. He changed his weapon for his assault rifle and started shooting. It was incredible to him how quickly they were falling. He was so used to use at least 5 or more bullets to kill demons without even aiming. But here only 1 or 2 was enough for those little devils. And like that, in the blink of an eye, the first wave was done. Some of the creatures started to run away in fear. He probably should follow them. They were probably going to leave the place, and he didn't know where the exit was. But after a few steps towards where the creatures left, he heard a scream from one of the women. He quickly raised his rifle and turned towards them. One of the creature, armed with a dagger pointed at her neck, was holding her hostage. Idiot. He looked through the scope of his rifle, slowly took aim, and pulled the trigger. The bullet went right through the skull by entering between the eyes. The creature fell dead. The woman screamed again as she fell, but a cold metallic hand held her up and slowly lowered her down to the ground. He'd rather not let her back down in the filthy ground, but he could hear the other creatures around him. More of them just arrived from the other entrance. He stood back up and looked back, then raised his eyebrow in surprise. In the middle of a little group was standing a way larger creature, still as ugly as the other ones. It looked stronger and more resistant. It was probably as tall as him, or maybe a bit higher. Good. He changed weapons again. This time he took his chainsaw, the motor already starting to roar back at the creatures. Now let's see those guts. 7. Goblin Slayer counted as he crushed a goblin's head with a club he took from the 6th goblin the party killed. HM, Orkblog, don't you think it's weird? High Elf Archer asked. He didn't answer. He just lowered his head, a sign that he was thinking, so the priestess answered for him. I think I know what you mean, she said. All the goblins we encountered since we entered the cave have been running without an intent to attack us. They looked scared. They got inside the cave only a few minutes ago, and instead of getting ambushed, they were running away from something deeper. Of course, they didn't let any escape and just strike them down as they came. That's right. And there's that strange, thundering sound I've been hearing from deeper in the cave. Maybe that's what's scaring the goblins. Goblins are scared of a lot of things. I once saw one getting scared of its own reflection in a mirror. Goblin Slayer said in his cold voice. Haha, I'd love to see that with my own eyes. Dwarf Shaman laughed. The lizard priest rolled his eyes before leaning closer to the leader of the team. But my lord Goblin Slayer, what do you dash? Gray away or... The roar made everyone, except the warrior, jump at least 1 feet in the air. They all looked around in panic and got into a battle formation. What was that? A war cry. And no, that was clearly a cry of pain, the priestess stammered. It was from a hob. Be ready, Goblin Slayer exclaimed. GR Grabu. They heard a goblin scream. Then they heard a large number of footsteps. It was coming their way. The elf counted the footstep and counted at least another 7, no, 8 goblins. They massacred all the goblins that emerged from the dark. Not a single one of them fought back. They were in tears and scared. But that didn't stop any adventurers to splatter their brains around the walls. Jay, just what could have scared them like that? I don't know. Another one is coming, the archer yelled. Wait, something else too, the lizard man exclaimed, then followed in a rather worried tone, his instincts kicking in. Something dangerous. Everyone could feel it. An aura full of anger radiated from the darkness as they heard 2 distinct footsteps. A goblin appeared before them. It fell to the ground then when it looked up to see the adventurers. They swore that it looked relieved when it got back on its feet and ran towards them. Goblin Slayer raised the club, ready to slam it down on the monster's head. But the head was soon replaced by an explosion of blood and brain matter. Eat! Priestess yelped at the sudden gory scene. As the corpse fell to the ground, a green armored fist was standing where the goblin head was a mere second ago. The fist disappeared in the darkness. A strange clicking sound was heard coming from there. Goblin Slayer extended his arm, holding the torch forward, and the thing that was standing there was now visible. It was very tall and looked human, but they couldn't tell with the way they were wearing a complete suit of dark green armor, with slightly lighter legs and helmet, all covered in disgusting goblin blood. The armor design and the material itself appeared much more technologically advanced. It was holding in its hand a small weapon that they never saw before. The aura it was radiating was terrifying and screamed of danger. But after a few seconds it disappeared and was replaced by an extremely familiar aura. The party immediately recognized it, and everyone, except Goblin Slayer, who was as still as a statue like the one before them, looked at their leader, then at the newcomer, then at their leader again, and at the newcomer again. No one moved or said anything. The 2 parties kept staring at each other. The only sound slicing the silence was the cracking of the fire from the torch. High Elf Archer had her eyes wide open in astonishment. Priestess looked troubled. Lizard Priest didn't know what to do. Dwarf Shaman looked as surprised as his long-eared comrade. And finally Goblin Slayer didn't move or say anything. He just kept staring at the one who killed the goblin in front of him. Finally the dwarf tapped his belly and let out a, "That's one messed up mirror." Chapter 2. The Other World. The gods were, in lesser words, extremely pissed. They were all gathered around the board, yelling at each other. Try to find out who the hell summoned this new character? That thing's board piece was already out of place among the others, while others were from materials going from stone to gold. This one was in a metallic material that they have never seen before. Everyone denied any implication between them and that new piece. That only meant one thing. It wasn't theirs. It came from another world. One of the gods wondered if they could control it. Roll the dice for it, since it's already on the board. He grabbed one and threw it. Then something incredible happened. The piece came to life, aimed its weapon at the dice, then shot it before it touched the board, destroying it. The gods lost their mind. Just what is this? They had pieces defying their roles before, like Goblin Slayer, but this one was too dangerous. It had something special in it. It must be blessed by some other world's sacred being. One of the gods looked away from the new piece and noticed something that worried him immensely. He yelled to its peers to look. They were back. No one moved an inch, not even after that joke from the little man that the Doom Slayer determined was a dwarf. The group in front of him was extremely similar to the one he found in hell, except there was someone else, a warrior completely armored from head to toe, so he couldn't tell if it was a male or female or even human. At least he guessed the gender when he said, "That's not a goblin." "Duhoy, you think?" the elf exclaimed as she rose her weapon one more time in a defense posture. The other followed her. The dwarf clenched his fists. The lizard man raised his curved sword, the priestess her staff, and finally the warrior his club. He understood their language without any problem. It was a blessing he got when he revived. It let him understand and speak any language worth to be understood. Somehow, demons were part of them, but not the little creatures from earlier. He noticed that he still had his shotgun raised. That must be why they were feeling threatened. He saw the warrior raise the club, ready to crush the little creature's head before he punched it to smithereens. So they were not with them. Also, he could see that they all had tags around their necks like the ones he collected from that group earlier. All were silver except for the young priestess who had a tag made of some dark, shiny material. He raised a hand and lowered his weapon to try and calm them down, to show them he won't be aggressive to them. It was working until they heard heavy footsteps behind him. He looked over his shoulder to see that there was another big one coming straight at him. The others noticed it too. Watch out," the young priestess shouted. But this was nothing for the Marine as he quickly turned around and shot 3 times at the monster. First to the belly, then the shoulder, and finally the face. Surprisingly, it didn't kill it, even after losing almost half of its face, but it screamed in pain. As fast as lightning, he crouched and kicked the big one off the ground, spinning it in the air. While the creature was still mid-air, he punched the bloody head to the ground. The head ricocheted on the floor and wall while the rest of the body just fell to the ground. He looked back to see that the warrior and the lizard didn't move much, but the elf was crouching on the ground, covering her ears with her hands, trembling like a leaf. The dwarf and little girl were also covering their ears. Crap, he hoped he didn't hurt their eardrum much. 16. The warrior said. Seriously? High Elf Archer groaned as she stood up, her legs still a bit shaky. That's really all you have to say? What else? Goblin Slayer replied with another question. I don't know, maybe what was that? Or what kind of weapon does miniature explosions like that? Or also, where does it come from? The elf exclaimed in frustration to his disinterest on an extremely strange person in front of them. I have to say, you told us about your sister, but you didn't tell us you had another sibling, Beard Cutter. Joked Dwarf Shaman. I don't. Enough. You are embarrassing us. Lizard Priest said in a harsh tone. Please excuse us. Sir, wait, do you understand us? The green-armored humanoid nodded. That was good. You, are you human? And maybe a man? Priestess asked, her hand still shaking a bit from intimidation. He nodded once more, but not without a little pause of hesitation and a shrug, meaning that he wasn't very sure. The priestess felt a bit uneasy about this. Did you kill other goblins? Goblin Slayer asked the man in armor. He nodded again. How many? Are there more? He shrugged. What about the 2 girls? Did you see them? Are they all right? Priestess asked in worry. The armored man froze for a second before turning around and ran deeper inside the cave. Hey, wait. High Elf Archer ordered before she and the rest gave chase. When they reached him, he was in a big room of the cave. There was a good dozen of goblin corpses around. The stench was almost unbearable. But after months of goblin slaying with Goblin Slayer, they got pretty much used to it. It's not really a good thing. The green man was crouching in front of one of the women, his hand extended toward her, but by the slight tremble of his hand, they understood that he didn't know what to do. Let me help, Priestess said as she approached the woman on the ground to cast the miracle of heal on the poor person. She saw the other one not far from where she was standing. She was also breathing. They were both okay, but she noticed that their ears were slightly bleeding. What is this? Lizard Priest asked the group, pointing at a weird red, slightly burning circle in the center of the room. Goblin Slayer stopped counting the corpses for a second to see what he was talking about, but soon lost interest and went back to counting. Dwarf Shaman and High Elf Archer approached their companion to see what it was. It looked like a summoning circle. Do you think the goblins did this? Impossible, Goblin Slayer said. Only a goblin lord would have enough brains to deal with something like that. And I can only count a shaman. Hey, big green guy, High Elf Archer shouted. Do you know what that is? She pointed at the circle while staring at him suspiciously. The man nodded, then pointed at himself, confusing the others. He brought a hand to his chin, thinking. He then opened his left hand palm up, and with his right hand, he put 2 fingers on the open hand, pointed at himself again, then nodded. They understood that the 2 fingers on the palm represented a person, himself, and the palm the ground. He then raised his right hand high in the air, flipped it randomly as it lowered, then crashed on the left palm. Wait, you mean you fell here? High Elf Archer tried to understand. He nodded. Everyone looked up, but there was no hole. Ow, Dwarf Shaman asked. Everyone certainly heard the annoyed groan coming out of the green helmet. He then pointed towards the corridor they entered. What? The elf asked. Are you asking if it's the exit? The dwarf asked more precisely. He nodded. And another reason why dwarves are better than long ears, he laughed. Oh, please. I can hardly call that a feat. Enough you two. You are in bar. Oh, he left. The lizard priest noted, he is pretty fast for wearing an armor like that. And that's 34. That a way bigger nest than expected. I'm gonna look for a secret door. You 3 look deeper if there's any hiding or trying to dig their way out. Goblin Slayer said. The lizard man, dwarf, and elf nodded and left with haste. Everyone knew what he meant by secret door. Goblin children. They might never get used to the thought of slaughtering child monsters. But it's something to be done, Goblin Slayer told and explained to them many times. And he was right. He found the door and kicked it open. 40. Priestess only got on her knees and prayed, trying her best to cloud the screams. He needed to see for himself. If this world is already ruined by the demons of hell, there's high chances they could destroy the portal on his way back to hell. It's not rare to find monsters and humans in ravaged worlds. He saw the light at the end of the tunnel and picked up the pace. And when he took 1 step outside the cave, he was blinded by a bright white light. The sun. The sun was shining bright. Just how long has it been since he saw the sun? His last visit on Marth wasn't very long, so he couldn't enjoy the sun much. But there he was, in the middle of a beautiful autumn-colored forest, a complete contrast of what's inside the cave behind him. He looked around, recording everything in his brain because he knew that he might never see a scenery like this when he gets back to hell. He looked at the auto mapping that his suit had. Yeah, trees everywhere and some sort of road nearby. But he could tell this place was enormous. It's not some city or facility. He heard movement on his right. He slowly turned around and saw a deer eating some grass. A real deer, not a demonic one or a corpse. A real one. The animal turned its head towards him, ears up. He was too excited and almost scared the deer away. He calmed down and tried to remember how he calmed down Daisy the first time he got her in his home. He very slowly reached out his hand and very slowly approached the deer. No sudden movements, just slow ones. After 10 seconds, the animal was getting curious and approached him, sniffing his hand. He got worried that it might stink of those little creatures. Goblins, if he remembered well, blood, but didn't see to mind as it poked its muzzle on the tip of his armored finger. It's been way too long since he had that kind of contact with any animal. He missed Daisy. Oh, he heard behind him. The deer jolted and ran away. He stood still for a second before he turned around with a sigh. The party from before were exiting the cave. The warrior was carrying one of the girls on his back, and the lizard man was carrying the other girl. They had a cover on top of them and were sleeping. I'm sorry, I scared the deer. The priestess bowed in apology. The elf and dwarf looked surprised at him. They certainly didn't expect him of being so docile with animals. The Doom Slayer shook his head to make them understand that it was okay. If you don't mind us asking, we have some questions for you, sir. The lizard man said with a bow and a weird hand gesture. He also had some questions, so it's better to ask and return exchange of answers. He nodded. Thank you very much. Who are you? HM. Normal question. But wait. He doesn't know how he even can mime it. He'll have to tell them. It was last time he even talked. He rarely talked to the Night Sentinels in Hell. Not even when he was back on Mars, he talked to those bastards of Hayden or Piers. Because they played with demon and hell energy, he could have spoken to Vega, but Hayden was listening, and anyone who touched demons are not worthy of his words. Well, this group looked worthy, but his throat must be dusty as hell. Ugh, just thinking of talking was exhausting. And he's been running and fighting in hell for centuries nonstop. His name, well, they didn't told him there's either, nor heard them. He should just give him his title given by the demons. He had to admit he liked it. It was a badass title. But Doomslayer sounds really threatening. He should take off his helmet to show them that he really was human. Well, that's a plan, and the party was getting impatient of waiting, especially that warrior who tried to leave already 3 times if the little priestess didn't stop him. He slowly reached for his helmet with both hands. A PSSSHD noise was heard and lifted it over his head. He looked at them with his own eyes. He took a deep breath and did his best to sound normal. You can call me Doomslayer. Yup, he hoped he won't have to do that too much. His voice sounded rusty and dusty. He could hear it himself. Ha ha, what would you look at that? Another Slayer. The dwarf laughed. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. Ah, it's because he is Dash, the priestess said before pointing at the warrior, Goblin Slayer. That man, Doomslayer, had a firm face with a square chin with some scars on it. He had dark blue strict eyes and light brown, nearly blonde, hair in a crew cut. He looked around 30, 35 years old. He raised an eyebrow and stared at Goblin Slayer for a second. And where do you come from? I don't think I've ever seen a metal like the one your armor's made of, and those weapons. You must tell me who crafted them, the dwarf asked with enthusiasm. The man responded with one word that silenced everyone. Hell. No one said a word, trying to understand what that man in green armor just said. Doomslayer took that opportunity to put his helmet back on. Wait, what do you mean? High Elf Archer exclaimed. It means what it means. My turn to ask questions, he said through the speaker of his visor. Are there any gateway to hell? Around here? HM, I don't think there is. Nearest city with informations. On the world. Oh, that should be the frontier town. We're going there, but first we should drop off the girls at their village really nearby. Maybe you'd like to come with us. As the man in green armor brought a hand to his chin to think, High Elf Archer and Dwarf Shaman circled Priestess to question her. Hey kid, are you sure about this? The dwarf asked. Are you sure you want to bring him to town? He might be dangerous. Well, I don't really think so. I mean, he was really nice with that deer. Also, wouldn't it be better to bring him to town? He looks lost. Don't you think so, Goblin Slayer, sir? The priestess asked the warrior who was silent this whole time. I don't mind nor care, he answered dispassionately. I just think it's for the best. Should he follow them to the town? He wasn't sure, but it's better to go somewhere where he could get information and have a clear plan than look around in a world he doesn't know. And it's not like demons from hell would be appearing without causing commotion. It seems that the best idea would be to go with them to that town, but they'll probably ask him more questions. Ugh, he didn't want to talk more for the day. He coughed loudly to catch the attention of the group. Oh, "So you made your decision?" the little girl asked. He nodded and asked for their identity. It wasn't fair that he was the only one to say who they were. The town was 1 day and a half on coach. A bit too long for the Doom Slayer, who said that he could be there in less than a day if he ran. But he could get lost since he can't read the words on the signs. He could understand the language and talk it, but couldn't write nor read it. He wasn't one to be patient, except for animals, but sometimes there was no choice. He must travel with the group and wait until he got information. They asked him some questions, but he didn't answer much. He told them his age, which pretty much silenced the questions for a while. It was pretty entertaining how the elf stared at him with big wide eyes when he said that he was almost 4,000 years old. He might have exaggerated a bit, but he did spend at least 1 millennia and a half in a suffering sleep in a sealed coffin. They were all in a coach heading to the frontier town. He was a bit worried that the wood wouldn't be able to sustain his armor's weight, but he was surprised to see it holding it just fine, and the horses were pulling without problem. They were all asleep now as the night was approaching. He was the only one in the group awake. He didn't need sleep, but sometime rest was good. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, it was because of a bump on the road that shook the vehicle. He looked around, hand on shotgun, but everything was calm and dark. Did he just fell asleep? That surprised him more. Just how long since he even slept for an hour? Without counting the second when he passed out from a violent hit from a demon. He looked outside and almost gasped loudly. He jumped off the coach rather violently, but not enough to wake up the party. The driver looked inside in panic, about to ask what was going on, but quickly shut his mouth when he saw Doom Slayer raise a finger to his helmet and wave at him to keep going. The man blinked at the weird man and shrugged. He wasn't paid enough for this, and that weird green armored guy wasn't even an adventurer. Doom Slayer looked up to the sky and recorded everything he was seeing in deep in his mind, making sure to never forget this beautiful sight of a night ski of another world. Billions of stars were illuminating the black sheet of space. 2 moons were present among them, a huge green one and a small red one next to it. Last time he saw the night was when he was on Earth, just before he vowed to kill all demons in hell, right after he saved the remaining of humanity to escape Earth from complete annihilation from the demon invasion. And even then, the sky wasn't as beautiful as right now, certainly because of the pollution. It's a sky like this that he must protect from the demons. He knew that if the demons invaded that world, everything would burn, and each stars could become the next target. He took off his helmet again to look once more the sky with his own 2 eyes and not through a visor. His resolve anew, he caught up with the coach in less than 30 seconds and asked the man to stop for a second so he could get back in. He jumped back inside the coach, doing the less noise possible. Once inside, he sat at the corner. "What were you doing?" a low mechanical voice asked him. He turned his head towards the source. It was the human warrior sitting in front of him, Goblin Slayer. Did I wake you up?" "No." "Okay. I was looking at the stars." "Is that so?" "It's different than where I'm from." "Is that so?" "I haven't seen the stars in a long time." "Really?" "Yeah." "I see." There was no more questions. The 2 slayers stood still in front of the others. Who knows if any of them was actually sleeping? That's so awkward. Doom Slayer certainly wasn't. In this weird exchange, their first one actually was over way too quickly. The Slayer had some questions for the warrior, but since they literally just met a few hours ago, he thought it would be rather rude to ask. "So, do you like it?" Goblin Slayer asked again in a low, dispassionate voice. The night sky." "Oh, yes. It's beautiful." "I see." The warrior sighed, slightly lowering his head. Then he lifted it again to look straight at the man in green armor. "I've been meaning to ask you. In hell, how do people appear there? Do they look human? Before turning into demons?" The Marine raised an eyebrow to the question. He thought he knew what the warrior was asking. He just needed to be sure. "Lost. Someone important." "Yes. When humans dies and goes to hell, they get turned into demons immediately. Sometimes they remember their old life for a while. Sometimes they don't. But either way, they become evil." Doom Slayer explained slowly. "Tell me more about that person, if you wish." Goblin Slayer remained silent for almost a whole minute before nodding and telling him about a woman who died 10 years ago. He told him everything he remembered. How she taught him everything other than goblin slaying he knew. How she raised him and even protected him at her last moments. She certainly didn't go to hell. She sounds like a great person. Why would you think that she'd be in hell? Someone told me that no one goes to heaven. Every living being is tainted by sin. So I thought. So you thought that the only other place is hell? Well, kid, wait, how old are you? 20. Almost 21. Okay, kid, it is. After spending many years in hell, I can tell you that only the worst of the worst goes to hell. And that woman, she didn't go there. I don't know where the requirements to go to heaven. But if she didn't, she's not down there. You don't have to worry about that. Doom Slayer said with a serious tone. "I see." Goblin Slayer nodded before falling silent again. He fell asleep this time. The Marine let out a low chuckle as he looked up to the star-filled sky again. It's very rare for Orcblog to speak that much when it's not about goblins. Doomslayer looked at his neighbor, the high elf archer. She had a small smile on her lips as she looked at the sleeping warrior. Looks like the girl was right, she followed while looking at Priestess. You're not so bad. Weird for sure, but after months with this goblin-obsessed guy, you get used to weird stuff. She grinned to the Marine. He knew that she left out the intimidating or scary in her opinion of him. He could tell, but he didn't mind. He looked at the sky again, then glanced at Goblin Slayer. Is that so? Guild Girl smiled at the young man who wanted to become an adventurer. At least he looked prepared as he did all the paperwork before coming and had some nice equipment, but she knew that good equipment doesn't mean that he'll survive easily. All right, let me get a porcelain tag dash. She got cut at the sound of the door opening and bold, almost mechanical footsteps coming toward the counter. Goblin-Slayer? She almost jumped off her seat at what appeared before her. Instead of a cheap-looking steel helmet and a grimy leather armor, there was a complete metallic green armor suit. The figure was clearly at least 1 or 2 heads taller than Goblin Slayer, and yet the aura that emanated from them was almost identical. Goblin Slayer? She asked in complete confusion. No, I'm here, Goblin Slayer said, leaning to the side. He was standing behind the newcomer. He then turned his head over his shoulder. Why are we doing this? Then it was High Elf Archer's turn to lean to the side with a large grin, her long ears waving in amusement. She wanted to see Guild Girl's reaction at the man in green armor. What? I'll explain later. I believe you are busy, Goblin Slayer said before patting the newcomer on the shoulder. We're going to sit over there. Join us if you want. The man nodded. It was now that Guild Girl noticed that the whole building was completely silent, and when she looked around, she saw that everyone was staring at the party with wide eyes. She understood why. All right, the tag. I'll be right there. She smiled professionally again to the young man in front of her. Everyone looked at the party with wide eyes, absolutely confused at what was in front of them, when finally the heavy warrior decided to ask what was on everyone's mind. He approached Goblin Slayer and the other armored man. Goblin Slayer, you never told us you had an older relative. HRM. We're not related, he said. Then who is this? Female knight exclaimed. You can call me Doom Slayer. The man said. Seriously? Slayer? You guys are related, it's so obvious. Rookie warrior shouted from another table. Hey, shut up. His partner shushed him with a kick. But compared to our Goblin Slayer, you actually look more intimidating. No offense. Heavy warrior grinned to his fellow adventurer. None taken. Goblin Slayer nodded. Doom Slayer's sigh was rather loud. He then looked at the people he knew best in the place, begging them without saying it to explain without him saying a word. I'll explain later. Priestess smiled. You guys can take care of this. I have a report to make. Goblin Slayer stood up when he saw that Guild Girl finished taking care of the young man. Then I'll have to go to the farm. Doom Slayer froze. All right. See you later, Orcblog. Say hi to her for me. Priestess waved. Doom Slayer stood up and walked towards Goblin Slayer. What? You're going to a farm? Yes. The Marine slammed both hands on both the warrior's shoulder and took a deep breath, confusing the others. He looked at Goblin Slayer, visor to visor, and with the most serious tone he ever muttered, he asked, Are there bunnies? Chapter 3, Objective. The owner of the farm, Cowgirl's uncle, was working on the field again that day, just as usual. He'd be taking care of the animals while his niece, adopted daughter now, was waiting for him for a couple hours before getting to work too. No matter how many times he told her that she didn't need to do that every day when he was on a goblin-slaying quest. Oh, well, seems like that day was an exception. He could hear the perfect, rhythmed, almost mechanical footsteps that only he could make from the road. Back early, the farmer started as he looked up but froze at the scene in front of him. There he was, Goblin Slayer, in his dirty armor with cheap steel helmet. But what was behind him was another man, taller, in a complete green armor and helmet in a strange metal. The two were so different, but also so similar. The tall man had a presence almost identical as the other, their steps in complete sync. No wonder the farmer couldn't tell that there was 2 people on the road. Hello, sir. Work was quick this time. Goblin Slayer greeted the man with a nod. The tall green man nodded to the farmer too. And just as they appeared, they kept walking toward the house. And the uncle, who didn't move an inch, could only think, oh my gods, he multiplied. She heard footsteps outside her house and recognized it immediately. She ran to the door and made sure to welcome him with a smile. Once she was ready, she opened the door. Welcome by. Her friend wasn't alone this time. He was accompanied by someone else, someone extremely similar to him, kind of a family resemblance. Wah, you never told me you had a big brother, she exclaimed, bringing her left hand to her wide, open mouth and pointing at the green man with her right. Doomslayer turned his head to his brother and pointed at the girl. Will this happen every time? He sighed. HRM. I hope not. Goblin Slayer answered with a grunt. We're not related. I met him on my last quest. I am Doomslayer, miss. The Marine nodded to the girl. Oh, and nice to meet you. She bowed. She took a good look at the man in green. She might not know much about the world of adventurers, but she knew that whoever that Doomslayer was, he was no normal adventurer. Scratch that, he might not even be an adventurer at all. But there was something else she was curious about. Why is he here? Goblin Slayer seemed to have guessed what she was thinking as he quickly answered for her in a dispassionate voice. He's here to see if we had bunnies. Bunnies? Doomslayer nodded. I am afraid we don't. We have cows, sheeps, chicken, and even some pigs. Oh, and also canary. She smiled and winked at her childhood friend, but there was absolutely no reaction. But no bunnies, I'm afraid. The Marine sighed loudly, and despite not showing it, he looked rather down. But there's some wild bunnies that comes nearby every once in a while. I feed them when they are here. They come from the forest. She smiled brightly as she pointed at the forest at the limit of the property. You must be careful when going dash. They're by myself. I know, don't worry. Cowgirl cut her friend with a teasing smirk. He answered with a grunt. Doomslayer looked at the couple of friends before letting a small chuckle. But I can't tell when they come. Maybe try next week. Cowgirl smiled. The Marine didn't say a word and stood still for a few seconds before nodding. I see, thank you. I'll go to the guild now, he said. Did you memorize the path? Goblin Slayer asked. Yes, and I have the automap. The tall man answered. Automap. Doomslayer pressed the red button on his chest plate, and a blue light emerged from it. It was a hologram. Not that either Goblin Slayer or Cowgirl knew that, and it was showing the farm in precise details. That's the farm, the girl exclaimed. The Marine nodded, then passed his green armored finger through the hologram as it changed shape. Now it was showing the farm and a single path connecting it with the frontier town. Goblin Slayer leaned closer to take a better look. Impressive. A magic 3-dimensional map that fills itself from where you go. Something that a goblin wouldn't even understand how to use it if they steal it. Where can I get one? He asked. Air. I don't think your world is technology advanced enough. Doomslayer answered after a few seconds of silence. I'll be going now. Goblin Slayer nodded in understanding. Cowgirl waved him goodbye. Doomslayer nodded back and turned his back, walking down the path out of the farm grounds. He nodded once more to the owner, who didn't seem to have moved since their first encounter. Hey, what is it? Cowgirl smiled at her friend, her smile as bright as the sun. Welcome home. Goblin Slayer stood still, staring at his friends, then finally answered. I'm back. Doomslayer was a bit disappointed that he couldn't see any bunnies that day. That farmer girl said they might come next week, but he didn't plan to stay in this world for that long. He needed to go back in hell as soon as possible. He already lost some time and wanted to see a rabbit again. He needed to focus and get information. Before he even noticed, he was already in front of the guild's door. He forgot how fast he walked when he was alone. But never mind that. He opened the door and walked in. He was immediately called by the party he knew. They were at the tavern near the entrance, and also accompanied by other adventurers like the heavy warrior from before. Hey, Doomslayer, you were fast, the elf exclaimed. The Marine slightly tilted his head. She means that it takes half an hour to go to the farm, and you've been gone for less than an hour. The small priestess explained. I am fast. These guys told me a bit about you. The heavy warrior said, so like that you fought in hell? Haven't we all? Am I right? All other adventurers cheered loudly. Doomslayer didn't move an inch. I fought in hell, the real one, for eons to the point demons fear me, was all he said. And yet the way he said it had so much rage and danger in the tone that was enough to silence everyone. The silence was broken by a loud cheer that followed the door's opening. Spearmen, in which just arrived from a very short mission it seems, since they left only 2 days ago. Spearman immediately went to Guild Girl to tell his last adventure, while Witch pouted behind him before getting a paper and a pen to write the report. Heavy Warrior smiled, then placed a hand on Doomslayer's shoulder. You're certainly an interesting guy, and you look very strong. So let's spar. I want to test that strength, what do you say? Doomslayer didn't move, thinking. He glanced around, and everyone was seemingly looking forward for that fight. But he knew oh so well that no matter how strong that warrior was, he's nothing much compared to a second-generation Baron of Hell. Also the fact that he wouldn't survive a point-blank shot of his super shotgun. I don't think it's a good idea. We saw his weapons in action, and they are no joke. The priestess said with her little voice. Really? Now I'm more eager for a sparring, the warrior laughed. Doomslayer sighed loudly. Then he saw a spearman handing to the guild girl 2 tags similar to the ones every adventurer's had around their neck. He heard their conversation. Also, we found these during the quest. I'm afraid we were too late. Oh, thank you for bringing them to us. We'll identify them by tomorrow. No problem. That's right. He almost forgot he had adventurer's tags he found in hell. He raised a hand to the warrior, asking him to wait, and walked towards the guild girl. She looked at the Doomslayer, approaching with wide eyes. Seeing that she stopped paying attention to him, Spearman followed her line of sight and finally landed his eyes on Doomslayer for the first time. He almost jumped 1 meter high from surprise. What, the Goblin Slayer? Which raised her head from the paper and stared at the Marine with wide, astonished eyes. The said Marine was staring at the silver adventurer with blasé through his visor. Meanwhile, not far away, High Elf Archer and Shaman Dwarf were letting out some chuckle. No, wait, you're different, and yet similar. Are you his big brother? Doomslayer sighed loudly, then turned to the receptionist. Excuse me, do you take care of tags? He asked. Yes, I do. What can I help you with? Guild Girl recomposed herself and smiled professionally at him. Doomslayer reached into his pocket and pulled out 4 tags. 2 gold, 1 silver, and 1 copper. They were all extremely old, even fossilized. I found these, he said as he put the tags on the counter. Everyone stared at the tags with silence. Guild Girl took one in her hand and examined it. When she finally recognized it, she checked another one, giving one of them to her co-worker so she also could analyze it. They shared a nod, then turned to the Marine. Those are adventurer's tags. They look extremely old. Where did you find them? Hell, was all he said for an answer. Guild Girl froze at the answer and slowly turned to her co-worker, who was starting seriously at the man. He's not lying. So he really do come from hell. Doomslayer heard some adventurers mutter. Anyway, thank you very much for bringing them back. A reward will be given once the identity of these tags' owner is discovered. Guild Girl smiled brightly. Doomslayer nodded, then turned to Heavy Warrior. So, you wanted to spar? High Elf Archer, Shaman Dwarf, Lizard Priest, Priestess, Heavy Warrior, Female Knight, and some novice adventurers were at the training ground, ready to watch Doomslayer show the usage of his weapons on some training dummies. The Hellwalker wanted to show them what Heavy Warrior was about to face. He didn't want to scare them much with his armory, so he decided to just use his beloved shotgun to give them a taste of what his weapons do. At seeing the weapon, Goblin Slayer's party quickly covered their ears. He aimed at the dummy far from him and shot. The thundering sound made everyone jump. Then they looked at the dummy and were surprised to see the little damage on it. Before any could make some comment, Doomslayer dashed towards it and shot again. This time the distance was short enough for the dummy to be torn apart from the load of lead. He turned to the Heavy Warrior. Still want to spar? Heavy Warrior closed his eyes in deep thought. He wasn't dumb enough to think he could just fight that weapon. The dummy didn't have any armor on it, but monsters, and especially demons, are known to have armor almost more resistant than his own. And if this weapon could kill demons easily, it would be the same for him. And yet, a smirk appeared in his face. I don't want to fight that weapon. But how about a fight of strength, he suggested. Doomslayer let out a sigh, then a very low chuckle, barely audible. You sure are stubborn. Why not? Doomslayer shrugged and readied his fist, but when he saw Heavy Warrior about to put his large sword on the ground, he added, You can keep your sword. I may be stubborn, but aren't you a bit overconfident? Doomslayer responded with just by signing him to come on with his right hand, making the silver-ranked adventurer chuckle. Don't blame me for broken bones, he said as he lifted his sword. As the two opponents faced each other in silence for a few seconds, High Elf Archer raised her arm, then dropped it while shouting start. Heavy Warrior was the one to do the first move. He dashed toward the Slayer and raised his sword high before swinging it down on him. He expected him to dodge to the side, as anyone would, to gauge his agility. But what happened surprised him. Instead of moving, Doomslayer just backhanded the sword away and answered with a punch to the chest. The punch was actually hard enough to send the warrior a few feet away. He looked up and froze. The aura surrounding Doomslayer changed into a threatening one. He smirked once more, excited to fight an opponent like him. He went forward again. This time he'll go all in. His professionalism to the sword fight was pretty present as he fought with the back of his blade to not cut through the armor of the Slayer. It was a sparring after all. This time Marine was dodging the blows as he could. He sometimes got hit by the sword, but he kept moving. He got much worse. What annoyed the warrior a bit was that the Slayer wasn't counterattacking, and what was surprising him immensely was how fast he was while running backwards and how agile he was despite the heavy-looking armor. Doomslayer then ran forward and started his assault, startling Heavy Warrior for a second when he saw that he was actually running as fast as he ran backwards. He managed to dodge with difficulty some of the Slayer's blows and counter-attacked with a swing with the back of his large sword to his side. But what happened next ended the fight, and he still couldn't believe it. Doomslayer jumped high enough to dodge the hit, but he decided to also stomp on the sword. But how could he if the edge of the blade was upwards, you say? Well, he slightly kicked the sword with his boot to rotate it so his saw's was now over the back of the blade. He then put all his weight down on the sword, bringing it down with enough force that Heavy Warrior was forced on one knee as his upper body was dragged down with the blade. Bang! Heavy Warrior looked up to see that the Slayer had his left hand pointed at him. His index pointed at him and his thumb up. Haha, you got me there. Heavy Warrior sighed. Doomslayer got off his sword so he could stand up. The Slayer was about to walk back in the guild when he heard the man he just fought getting back in a fighting stance. Let's go at it again. The fight ended too quickly to be satisfying. He grinned. Leave some for me too. A female voice joined in. Female knight walked beside her friend and raised her large shield and sword. After such a display of skills, it's only natural for a future paladin to see how to defend such strength, she smiled. All right, that's 2-on-1 dash. Make it 3. Spearman suddenly appeared with a smirk plastered on his face. Where do you come from? Heavy warrior raised an eyebrow. I've been watching since those explosion sounds earlier, and I must say, I'm impressed. I was wrong to compare you with Goblin Slayer. You're much more interesting. The adventurer with the lance laughed. Anyway, 3-on-1 then. Are you okay with that? Heavy warrior asked Doom Slayer. The marine sighed loudly and shrugged before getting in a battle stance, making the other adventurer smile and also get ready to fight. Wow, 3-on-1. Isn't that a bit unfair? The elf exclaimed. Well, if what he said before about him in hell and demons was the truth, I think it won't be a problem, the dwarf said while stroking his beard. But I wonder, who will win this fight? The lizard man wondered. I think Doom Slayer is going to win. Priestess murmured. What? No way. Our silvers got this easily. Earlier was just a stroke of luck. Rookie warrior said. Do you want to bet? Which smiled, extending her hat upside down. I don't think I can afford such a bet. Oh, I can. 2 silver coins on the Goblin Slayer like. Prepare to cry your eyes out, idiot. Here's 5 on the silver trio. The 4 fighters sighed before starting the fight. Doom Slayer was once again showing his amazing agility. Even when 3 veterans were attacking at once, he didn't show any sign of having trouble. He just kept running around, dodging, and punching when he could. He never once stopped moving for more than 1 second. And the silver-ranked adventurers weren't bad either, especially the warrior and knight, who worked perfectly together with the knight protecting and the warrior attacking, all while the spearman was attacking as soon as he saw an opening. But it's not like it was a flawless fight for the Doom Slayer. He did get hit many times, and that's what stupefied the adventurers, his sturdiness. No matter how many times he got hit, he kept moving as if the hit didn't land. This guy was a monster. These guys were pretty good. It's not like he had much trouble dodging them, but they were very strong. Their hits was actually damaging his armor. When he noticed that, he decided to just finish the training when it goes under a certain level, which will be pretty soon. During another dodge from the spearman's attacks, he noticed how the sky was already turning orange. They arrived around early afternoon, though. That much time has already passed. What was he doing? He needed to ask questions about this world, not spar with the residents, no matter how entertaining that was. Screw it, he'll finish this now. He took a deep breath, and his aura changed from threatening to murdering, which actually made everyone froze for a good second or two, clearly showing how different they are from demons from hell. First, he should take care of the fast one, Spearman. He turned towards him. Watch out, he's coming, the adventurer exclaimed and got in a serious stance. What he didn't expect was the Slayer to quickly get in front of him. He quickly attacked with a thrust of his spear, but the Slayer dodged and grabbed it. Spearman immediately guessed what was going to happen. Doom Slayer would pull to bring him closer for a punch or push to make him stumble. He prepared himself, but not for the right action. Doom Slayer never pulled or pushed. Instead, he raised his arm with the spear with the owner. Everyone stood quiet. WHY dash. And before Spearman could even react, Doom Slayer slammed him down on his feet again, actually stumbling him. The shock was hard enough for Spearman to let go of his weapon, which made the Slayer now his own. If the adventurer was a demon, he would have used the spear to skewer him. So instead, he used a baseball bat and slammed the adventurer in the chest with his own weapon, sending him flying out of the ring and crash into a wall. He then stabbed the spear on the ground. 1 down. He was glad that the effects around him during his glory kills were still working. With demons, they don't even dare get closer, and they get back in their hostile state immediately after the execution was done. He couldn't say the same for humans. Even if it wasn't specifically a kill, it was surprising enough for everyone to stay frozen at the display. Heavy Warrior was the first to react again at charging at him, the female knight shortly following him, which meant he'd be next. He ran towards them. Female knight got in front of the warrior to protect him, but that didn't stop Doom Slayer to grab the shield, spin, and throw it away, along with the owner. He then charged at Heavy Warrior for his fist to meet his blade. The shockwave was powerful enough to send Heavy Warrior backwards, but Doom Slayer barely even moved from it. He reached forwards, grabbed the adventurer's head, and slammed it down to the ground. He did that 2 more times, then punched his guts with enough strength to make him faint. 2 down, he looked back to see that female knight was up again, ready to charge. But he moved first, grabbed her shield once more. Her reflexes were impressive, he must admit. She let her arm go from her protection the moment he touched her shield, expecting him to throw it away like before. But this time he just kept charging at her with it. He pushed forward then downward, pinning her on the ground quickly under her own shield. He put his boot on the surface of the protective tool to keep her down. And 3. Doomslayer didn't know what was more exhausting. People who cheered for him for winning the fight, and thus making them win a bet. People who wanted to spar with him because it would be an honor, or people who wanted him to become an adventurer and join his party, since with him, they'll become platinum in no time. But at least he got some important information he was looking for. He learned that there was demons here, that a large army was slowly growing under the order of an awakening demon lord. Just that made his skin crawl with disgust and anger. But when he asked a description of some of the demons witnessed, none of them matched the demons he knew. They weren't demons from hell, at least not his hell. But a portal is connected to hell here, and this world is way too appetizing for the demons of hell. They wouldn't let this opportunity pass. And there was also those 3 imps who made him fall from the bridge between worlds. They were certainly here and probably warned their comrades about this world, just ready to be burnt to ashes. And by the time he was done asking questions and getting informations, it was late evening. Some adventurers were leaving for the night. "Hey, Doomslayer, you don't have a place to sleep, right?" High Elf Archer asked. Doomslayer shook his head. "I don't need to sleep." "Well, we can't let you spend the night outside like a beast. Why don't you get a room here at the inn?" Lizard Priest suggested. "But I don't have money." "Don't worry about that. We'll pay you the night this time." Dwarf Shaman laughed. "Looks like he won't have a say on the matter." "Oh, Doomslayer," he heard a small voice exclaim next to him. He turned around and saw the priestess. "Is this your designated room?" She pointed at the door he was in front. He was holding the key in his hand. He nodded, but added that it might only be for one night. "Why? Are you here? Do you sleep? In the inn too?" he asked. "Oh, why yes. Sometimes. Normally, I sleep at the Temple of the Earth Mother. But I sleep here when I'm planning to go to work." "Why is that?" Doomslayer asked, tilting his head. "Because if none of us are there in the morning before him, he might leave on a quest without waiting." "It happened once," she sighed. "But them. You mean Goblin Slayer?" "That's right. It seems we're neighbors too. I hope we'll get along." The young girl smiled and bowed. Doomslayer chuckled and nodded to her. "Good night," she said before leaving him alone. He looked at the key in his hand a bit, then opened his own door. The room was exactly what he expected coming from an inn in a medieval fantasy world. Plain. One bed, one wardrobe that he wouldn't use. He sighed. There was also a mirror there. He hadn't looked at himself in a while. He walked towards it and took off his helmet. Yep, nothing changed. He really was immortal now. He sat on the bed and sighed. Today wasn't a bad day. He had fun sparring, learned about this world, but no information about the demons from hell. What to do? He was lost. He was never good at strategizing like that. His motto was always shoot it till it dies, but here, his targets were nowhere in sight. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a data chip. Vega, the hyper-intelligent AI he saved on Mars. He'd know what to do. But unfortunately, it took a power quasi-equal to the sun to make Vega function as he should. And his Predator suit was not that powerful. He'll have to do this ordeal himself. He should think of updating his suit one of these days. Damn it. He put the chip back in his pocket. He needed to concentrate and think. First things first, list the objectives of this mission. The main one was obviously getting back in hell. So there's the rest. He needed to locate the portal. And for that, he needed demons. So he needed to locate demons. And for that, he should think like one. And there was one thing demons do first when invading a world. Goblin Slayer opened the doors to the guild, and as always, he sat on a table alone at the side, waiting for the quest board to clear up so he could get the goblin slaying ones without disturbance. Guild girl noticed him, and when they crossed eyes, she waved at him as he nodded. "Hey, Orkbalg, over here." He heard a certain member of his party call out. She was waving at him from her table with the lizard and the dwarf, eating breakfast. He stood up and walked to the trio. "Good morning." "Hello." "Good morning, my lord Goblin Slayer." "Hi." The adventurer greeted his friends. "Boy, you missed some amazing stuff yesterday." "Really?" "Yes, indeed. My lord Doomslayer accepted a sparring challenge with our 3 silver-ranked adventurers here." Lizard Priest pointed at the 3 in question who were together at the table. He heard somehow that they were talking about a strategy. "Is that so?" "Yeah, and Green Man destroyed them in no time. It was incredible." "Is that so?" Goblin Slayer. "Good morning." Priestess smiled at him before bowing slightly to her party members. "I'm glad you're still here." HRK. "It was only one time." He sighed. "Yes, maybe, but you'll do it again if I was late or the others weren't here, right?" She scolded. HR. He grunted under the amused grins of his friends. Heavy footsteps were then heard from the stairs. Everyone looked at the Marine coming down the stairs. "Hey, Doomslayer. Good morning." "Good morning." He nodded to the people. "How was your night?" "Slept well." "I don't sleep," he answered, then walked to the party of adventurer he knew. "I have some questions, if you don't mind." The party exchanged looks, then nodded for him to continue. "What creature here are best at following the strong, at obeying anything superior to them, Well, there are many, but the most obvious is certainly Dash. Goblins. Goblin Slayer cut. What you described is one definition of goblin. They'll follow anyone stronger than them, or in exchange of anything to satisfy their lust. Goblins up, Doom Slayer muttered. And you're about to going on a goblin slaying quest. Yes. Doom Slayer stood straight, then took a good look at the adventurers in front of him. He took a breath, then asked, Can I come to? Chapter 4. A Question of Power. The gods were in panic. How did they get back in this realm? The gate was supposed to be closed for eons. And what's more, they were stronger now. For the moment, only 3 of them appeared, but it won't be long before more will come. They turned to look at the intruder, that Doom Slayer, who looked so much like their current favorite piece. Did that man bring them with him, or did they chase him here? It didn't matter. They were connected. That's for certain. And so, that Doom Slayer will have to clean up the mess he brought. But again, they didn't know if he'd be enough. They didn't want to ruin their game once again. That's when Discord suggested a trial. A trial of power, of strength. Send a rather powerful creature to that Doom Slayer, and let's see how he deals with it. If he's strong enough, there will be no need for gifts, and everything will be all right. That sounded about right. The decision was unanimous. Now, to choose what will become a random encounter. He didn't like to admit it himself, but Doom Slayer was feeling pretty frustrated at the slow pace normal time was. And hell, he could run for weeks nonstop because there was no notion of time. Here, it was normal, and so after hours of walking with the party, nighttime already arrived, and they weren't even close yet to the goblin nest. He sighed. They were now somewhere beside the road, camping. All members were sitting around a bonfire talking about their latest day off while eating and drinking. The elf said that she went to visit her home to tell some tales. The dwarf ate and drank as he usually does in his free time. And the lizard man went to visit the farm to learn a bit more of how the nectar of gods was produced. Doom Slayer raised an eyebrow in interest at the sound of that, but then almost face-bombed himself when he understood it was just cheese. The young priestess said that she just spent her time at the temple praying and helping while Goblin Slayer was helping a bit in the farm. Everyone besides Doom Slayer were surprised to hear him join in the conversation, and that what he answered wasn't something about goblins or preparing strategies or weapons against them. Was that man really that obsessed with those green devils? Then obviously the attention fell onto him. Hey, Doom Slayer, what do you do in your free time? High Elf Archer asked, her face a bit red. Was she drunk? He shook his head, not giving an answer because there was nothing to answer. He just doesn't have any free time. What? Come on. I'm sure you must have some moment of rest in hell. When demons aren't attacking me, I search for them. He answered. You search for them? Priestess asked. Doom Slayer nodded mechanically, which made them all stare at him, and then at Goblin Slayer again. They were probably thinking that the two Slayers were way too similar. One was just more talkative. All right then, Dummy Dash. Dummy, how about your past then? The dwarf asked. I mean, you are a warrior who fought in hell against the army of evil for many centuries. There must be a story behind that. Yes. I would love to hear your adventures, my lord Doom Slayer. Lizard Priest exclaimed happily, slamming his tail on the ground. I'm afraid there are no adventures, just a soldier sent to the wrong place under the wrong superior. Doom Slayer sighed. What do you mean? Doom Slayer didn't know if he should share his story like that. But again, it's not like it was a secret or anything like that. Besides, these guys have been nice to him for a couple of days now, and he got to know that they weren't bad people. So he will share his story with them. He told them how he was a human soldier, one like any other, but turned against his superior when they ordered them to kill innocent people. He got punished by being sent to Mars. He then got to explain how there's more planets than their own, at least in his world. On Mars, he was just a bodyguard for a bunch of scientists, the UAC, Union Aerospace Corporation, who literally opened a gate connected to hell. Why would they do that? I can guess. Goblin Slayer said, power. Doom Slayer nodded, then continued his story. He explained that he died shortly after clearing many buildings from the invading demons who killed everyone in the personnel. He fell into a trap and got killed by an army of imps in a small room. He then woke up in hell, stronger, and fought his way out of it and managed to get back home. But the demons were faster. They were already on Earth and killed Daisy, my only family, murdered by them, fucking demons. The aura around the Slayer got a bit more threatening from his anger, but slowly calmed down. The adventurers looked at each other's, wondering who should ask the question first. Surprisingly, it was Goblin Slayer. That Daisy, who was she for you? Doom Slayer took some time to answer this question. She was like a daughter, I guess. He whispered, I'm sorry for your loss. Priestess bowed her head. Me too. The dwarf and lizard man imitated their young friend. Goblin Slayer and the elf stood quiet. Doom Slayer smiled slightly behind his visor. He then continued his story. He told them how he went back to hell for revenge and killed the mastermind behind the invasion. A few months later, though, the demons invaded Earth again, but with much more forces. After he made sure that the remaining humans fled the planet without problems, he stood behind in hell to start a purge. Because, as long as there's demons' worlds, like mine, or yours will be in danger. That's why. They must all die. You really are similar to Goblin Slayer. Priestess smiled. That's right. Beard Cutter said something similar when we first met. Did I? That is correct. You said that you can't help with the Demon Lord's army because as long as there's goblins, towns and villages will be attacked. Lizard Priest licked his muzzle in a smirk. I did say that, didn't I? Goblin Slayer looked up to the night sky. That was a long time ago. It sure was. And ever since then, we've been companions and friends. Ha ha ha. The dwarf laughed. He then turned to the elf. You've been quiet for quite some time. Long years, that's rare. Are you drunk already? Doomslayer then noticed that the elf was sitting next to him, closer than before he started telling his tale. When did she get that close? She was looking at something in her hands. When he leaned closer to take a look, he almost had a stroke. She showed what it was to everyone to see. It was a brown rabbit foot. Why do you have a rabbit foot with you? Is it for luck? She scolded him, her face red from the drinks. The change of aura that emanated from the marine took every single one off guards as he slowly extended his hand to the elf. Not a single word was spoken, but one thing was clear. He was extremely upset about her having taken that rabbit foot without permission. And it was with a shaky hand that High Elf Archer gave back the rabbit foot with a small apology. Once the memento in his hand, Doomslayer put it back in his pocket and sighed loudly, the dangerous aura disappearing, calming everyone else. But no one dared to say a word. Thinking that he might have made things awkward, Doomslayer added, I carry Daisy's left hind foot as a reminder of innocence lost. Not for luck. After all, it wasn't lucky for her. He could tell by everyone's look that they were surprised that Daisy was actually a bunny. He was just glad they didn't make any comments about it, not even the drunk elf. Dawn was close, and the party were just a few meters away from the entrance of the cave where the goblins made their nest. Only 2 guards, no wolves nor totems, and not that well equipped. So no shamans in the nest, Goblin Slayer informed the group. There were ruins of a city near the cave, so it was possible the cave connected to it. They took down the 2 guards before any of them could even notice that a group of adventurers were nearby. Both died by the same arrow. High Elf Archer grinned at her skill show, then glanced at the dwarf with a proud smirk. The small man just rolled his eyes at that, now used to it. She then turned to Doomslayer and repeated what she always loved to repeat to anyone who sees her skills for the first time. Sometimes, mastering a skill is almost no different than magic. But the Doomslayer didn't say a word and just walked towards the entrance with Goblin Slayer, almost in sync, soon followed by the Lizard Priest and Priestess. Well, that was rude. The elf pouted like a child. Looks like someone doesn't remember how rude they were last night. The dwarf sighed. What do you mean? I'll tell you later if you behave nicely. The dwarf smirked and joined the rest, if the group. I'm older than you. Remember? She grumbled again. Doomslayer was first to enter the cave and looked around. He almost didn't hear the elf shout to Goblin Slayer not to get close with that filthy thing. It won't be much later, after seeing the elf and priestess covered in red, that he'll understand what happened. When they entered the cave, Doomslayer was leading the march surprisingly, almost as if he knew where he was going. He didn't need a torch because of his special helmet, and he had a smaller weapon than usual in his hand. Behind him, Goblin Slayer had a torch and was with the rest of the group. When the Green Slayer suddenly stopped and looked to his left, the other Slayer approached the torch towards the left to see another path in the cave. An amateur wouldn't have noticed it, and yet Doomslayer did. Wow, Dummy, you're an expert at this. But Dummy shook his head, confusing the rest except Goblin Slayer, who quickly understood why Doomslayer was doing so well. I see. What is it, Goblin Slayer? He's using his mini-map, some sort of magical map that fills itself with the surroundings he explores, correct? Explained the warrior. Doomslayer nodded, then pointed at the path. Goblin Slayer nodded back and got next to the marine. They stared at each other and nodded again. Meanwhile, the others saw that exchange with a clueless expression plastered on their faces. We'll see what's that way, then we'll continue. Goblin Slayer informed them. The party walked down the corridor, and soon enough, Doomslayer noticed that everyone except the warrior had a disgusted face as they covered their nose. His helmet was protecting him from odor by giving him pure air. After all, it's hard to breathe in hell. But from what he learned about goblins, he had pretty much a good idea of what they were smelling, and he hated that. A crude, goblin-made door stood before them, and 2 distinct laughters could be heard coming from behind it. Goblin Slayer stepped first and opened it slowly before Doomslayer kicked it open. And what they saw inside was just utterly disgusting. 2 goblins were having their way, humiliating a female prisoner who clearly has lost her voice long ago from screaming. The filth on her face made her impossible to guess her age, but she was crying and trying to scream again. The sight of this scene made the adventurer boil in anger and made the marine radiate anger. To the point it could be felt around him, making every single living thing in the room freeze. The two goblins ceased their laughter as they very shakily turned around, but before either of them could see who was behind them, a blade found itself a new home between the first goblin's eyes, and the head of the second goblin exploded in a firework of blood and brain matters from a charged energy shot from the Doomslayer's pistol. 4. Goblin Slayer counted as he walked towards the corpses to retrieve his sword. Priestess quickly ran to the girl and healed her with her miracle, while the lizard priest summoned a dragon-tooth warrior to bring the prisoner to safety. Doomslayer signed to the elf and dwarf that he'll be waiting at the crossing, surprising High Elf Archer that he wasn't speaking. She then realized that he didn't speak a word ever since they started the raid. And he also didn't say a word during the sparring with the Silver Trio, nor when they first met in the Goblin Nest. It was only when there was no danger that he talked. Once the prisoner sent to safety to the nearest village and the party reunited at the crossing again, they walked down the main path. Doomslayer leading the charge once more. "This is bad," Goblin Slayer said. "What is it, Orkbald?" "His aura of anger is too strong. We're going to be spotted too soon." "You're right. Hey, dummy, can't you calm down a bit? You could attract them to us." Doomslayer stopped a second to look back at the party, then shrugged before walking forward again. "Looks like that's his intention." Goblin Slayer translated. After a few minutes down the path, they had to walk through a giant hole made on a wall of stone. "Looks like we reached the ruins. I guess we can expect some maze," Dwarf Shaman said while scratching his beard. Doomslayer answered with a grunt as he turned around and made a blue map appear in the air in front of him. Everyone stared in amazement at the three-dimensional map. He then pointed at the white arrowhead, then at himself. Then he pointed at the 5 white dots besides the arrowhead, then at the party. It was clear as day. Those white markings were the group. He then zoomed in the path ahead. It did look like a small maze, but it was nothing difficult and no place for setting an ambush, so they won't encounter any obstacles along the way. It only took less than 5 minutes to reach the end of the maze. Doomslayer deployed the map again and showed it to the group. At the end of the maze was a big room with no exit. "That's the nest," Goblin Slayer said. "And there's no escape route for anyone getting caught inside," Lizard Priest noted. Doomslayer nodded, then cracked his knuckles. That meant that the goblins will have no way to escape from him. He gestured the team to stay behind him at all cost. Everyone exchanged looks in confusion, but when they all felt the aura of murder radiating from the Doomslayer, they all looked at him in worry as he ran inside the large room. Everything was pitch black inside the room, but the Slayer noticed some torches hanging on the walls. With a few precise shots, he lit up 3. All goblins in there were sleeping, and one after another they woke up screaming in fear from the extremely terrifying presence they just felt. There was at least a good dozen of goblins in the room. Grrrr. Then something moved. "There's something else," shouted the Lizard Priest. A big shadow slowly rose from the back of the room. It took one step forward, and the sound of hooves hitting the floor echoed throughout the room. 2 horns shone from the crackling fire from the torches. Doomslayer thought for a second it could be a Baron of Hell. He was ready to pull out his rocket launcher. But when he noticed that the creature had fur on the head and a bovine tail, he slightly calmed down. The creature was enormous. It had a head, and its legs were of a bull with a long tail. Giant muscles everywhere on its body that could make any macho men jealous. It was a minotaur. His size was between a goblin champion and an ogre. It grabbed a giant mace filled with spikes and roared, "Who dares waking me and my army up?" The giant creature looked at the source of the threatening aura. It didn't seem to be much fazed by it. Doomslayer concluded that some creatures of this words were close to demons for not freezing when seeing him in this angry state. The Minotaur let out a roar of laughter, then pointed at the party. "Is that it? Some pesky adventurers. Goblins. Take arms and kill them all. No quarter." As every goblins quickly got on their feet to prepare for battle, the party also drew out their weapons, but Doomslayer just raised an arm to tell them stay behind. "What are you doing?" "They are coming," the dwarf shouted. But Doomslayer just grunted back as he put his pistol back in his pocket. "What the Doomslayer? This isn't just a group of goblins. There's a Minotaur with them. I'll cast Pro-Dash. HRNG." Doomslayer grunted louder to make them shut up. He then materialized another kind of weapon, one that screamed danger just by looking at it. A weapon very big. It was large and looked really heavy, even in the hands of the Doomslayer despite how easily he lifted the weapon. It was gray and had some green lights, and in the center was some tube emanating some green glow. What the party laid their eyes on was known by many UAC searchers and demons as the BF-9000. Goblin Slayer's instincts immediately told him that whatever this weapon was, it was extremely dangerous, and the reason why Doomslayer was pushing them behind him was probably because he didn't know himself what it could do to them. "Do a protection miracle between us and Doomslayer," he instructed Priestess. "WH what? B but what ABO dash? He'll be fine. Do it. F fine. Oh, Earth Mother. Abounding in mercy, by the power of the land grants safety in we who are weak. Protection. Once the miracle of protection cast, separating the marine from the party with an impassable barrier giving off a faint glimmer. Doom Slayer and Goblin Slayer shared naught. The marine stared at the small army coming at him. His weapon started to buzz to life, ready to fire. But he waited. Doom Slayer, he heard someone shout behind him. Not yet. He needed all of them to be gathered. Doom Slayer. Now. He fired the green plasma ball slightly over the army, towards the Minotaur. What are you aiming at? What AR dash, the elf exclaimed, but quickly stopped talking. The reason was that the ball of green flame thunder suddenly started to strike every single goblins under it, making them all glow. The small monsters stopped their chase to look at each other in confusion. The Minotaur also stopped its march to glare at the green ball coming towards it. It struck him with the green lightning, but felt nothing. Ah, ridiculous. The creature laughed as it readied its hand to backhand the ball of energy. But the moment its hand touched the ball, it melted, then the ball exploded in an enormous flash. A loud, dull sound was heard, followed by the gross, sounding explosions of flesh all around the room. When the light disappeared, all that was left of the army and the Minotaur were pieces and blood scattered everywhere. No one said a word. Doom Slayer waited a few seconds, then finally relaxed. It's over. He turned around. There was no demons from hell. The miracle of protection came down, and everyone slowly entered the room. My Lord Doom Slayer. This is certainly the most powerful weapon I ever laid my eyes on. Lizard Priest exclaimed with glee. He might have missed a chance to fight for his gods, but instead witnessed something very interesting. But it's limited. I used the BFG to make this quick. Goblin Slayer walked around the bloody corpses and let out a sigh. Too many pieces. I can't count them. He then looked around. This place really was completely sealed. Why would goblins hide in a place without escape? He then noticed that one wall of the room was down and a tunnel was started to be dug. So they were about to make another exit before they came. Good thing they took this quest first. He looked down at the splattered blood and the rest. Whatever that weapon was, it really was extremely powerful. Enough to annihilate a whole army in one shot. In one big explosion. Wait. Hey. Yes. That thing you did. It was some sort of explosion, right? Doom Slayer shrugged. You shouldn't use that anymore. He pointed at the elf. She doesn't like that. Hey. Oh. She'll kick you. Oh, come on. I see. Night had fallen once more on their trip to the next goblin nest near a forest mountain. This time dinner went faster, and they needed to sleep to wake up early, as the description of that nest was rather worrisome. Doom Slayer volunteered again to guard the camp for the night since he didn't need to sleep, and he refused any kind of opposition. Before going to sleep, though, High Elf Archer approached him. Hey, so, the dwarf explained to me what I said and did yesterday when I was drunk. So, I'm very sorry, she bowed in apology. It was very rude of me. I asked for your forgiveness. It's okay. Apology accepted. Now go to sleep. The Slayer chuckled with a nod. Thank you. The elf blushed in embarrassment and left. I swear you're too similar to Orkbulk. She grinned before sliding inside her sleeping bag. Doom Slayer smiled under his helmet and heard a light chuckle. He turned to see Priestess smiling at him. She waved him good night, and he waved back. Dwarf Shaman and Lizard Priest noticed the exchange, and with a smirk plastered on their faces, they also waved good night to the Marine. The latter rolled his eyes under his visor in amusement as he waved back before putting out the fire. This party was nice. They were all good guys. He had to admit it. If he had the choice, he could live here. This world wasn't in ruins. People were rather nice, and he's strong enough to defend himself. Heck, they even said that he might be strong enough to be a hero. But he didn't care about that. He'd rather find a place to live, somewhere peaceful with a bunny. He might call it Daisy Jr. or something cute, and he would leave happily, but his work was way far from done. It might never be done. Talking about never-ending quests, he looked at one of his sleeping companions, the warrior human, Goblin Slayer. He understood that he wanted to kill all the goblins of this world, but unlike himself, he wasn't immortal, he wasn't special, and have a limited time. One day he'll grow old and won't be able to lift his sword anymore. What then? Would he give up? Would he have taught all his knowledge to someone? He might not have known the kid for long, but as everyone said so, they were similar. He won't lie that he kind of saw himself in him. They might have different experience in life, but they share a similar hatred. If he could help him at least a minimum before leaving this world, it would be nice. Doom Slayer heard a grunt coming from one of the sleeping persons. It was from Goblin Slayer. Can't sleep? It's not that. I always sleep lightly. Who knows when goblins can attack? The warrior explained as he stood up. You can, trust me, to protect you all. Go get some sleep. I know, but I can't. What if I lose this habit once you're gone? We'll be in trouble. He answered automatically, as if he already repeated something similar before. True, have a seat. Doom Slayer invited him to seat wherever he found a place near him. Goblin Slayer just sat on a rock, then looked at the night sky. Doom Slayer did the same, and they both stood in silence for a good dozen of minutes until the warrior spoke again. I wanted to talk to you about the quest today. What is it? It was not good. Doom Slayer blinked twice at the comment. Your aura, the threatening one that made you way too noticeable. It's not good. Doom Slayer stared at the warrior, wanting to hear a bit more about that. I don't know how you work with your demons, but goblins aren't like them. A strong presence like yours could have many downfalls, especially in a party. Alone it can be useful, especially when you're strong like you are. I admit it was really useful to paralyze them just with your presence. Then, what's the problem? What if they run away? What if one of them is brave enough to not be fazed and manages to attack us by surprise or escape to look for help? There's many ifs that can jeopardize the whole plan. Doomslayer had a lot to say against that, but he was right. They were not as strong as him and definitely less resistant. There might have been no problems this time, but he's right. There's a lot of ifs that could happen. He never cared about them before because he was always alone in hell, and even if a demon attacked him from behind, he'd just have to turn around and shoot it. If you want, I can teach you. What now? The only problem really is that murderous aura. I had it before, not as scary as yours though. But by controlling it, you can be good at hiding and hitting the enemy by surprise. My master taught me well. Maybe I can too. Goblin Slayer turned to Doom Slayer. The Marine chuckled. I don't think it will help against demons, but if it can, help you a lot. All right, Doom Slayer stood up, but in one condition, he added, hiding a smile under his helmet. Goblin Slayer tilted his head to the side and slowly stood up too, facing the Marine. I'll teach you something too, Slayer to Slayer, he said, fist-bumping Goblin Slayer's chest plate. Tomorrow, after the mission, we can start the lesson. I'll teach you. Glory kills. The next morning, Doom Slayer was, as he promised, the only one awake. He stretched his arms and legs once he stood up. Not moving much for many hours was making his members numb. But he suddenly froze and turned toward the forest. He glared at it. Something was coming. He grabbed his shotgun. Everyone, wake up, he roared, getting on a battle stance. What? The elf exclaimed, drool dripping from her face. What is going on? Lizard Priest shouted, immediately getting on his feet and turning towards the forest, feeling that something was there. Is it goblins? Goblin Slayer imitated his companion. Everyone quickly got ready for battle against whatever was coming at them at full speed. They could now hear the giant steps. A beast, quadruped, big. High Elf Archer described what she could hear. Imminent encounter. A goblin on a giant wolf? But what jumped out of between the trees, tearing them apart, was a giant lion with the face of an ugly man, big wings of a bat, and the hooked tail of scorpion. The creature had its big brown eyes on the green marine and ran towards him at full speed, and before anyone could react, it took the Slayer in its mouth, sharp teeth catching him tightly, and circled around the party to crash back between the trees, going back to the forest with Doom Slayer in its mouth. And Manticore, Doom Slayer. A random encounter? Not a goblin then. Shut up. We gotta help him. Let's go. Doom Slayer groaned in annoyance as the creature he recognized as a manticore from the old fairy tales he read when he was on Earth tried to bite him, but its teeth couldn't pierce through the Predator suit. But that didn't mean it wasn't doing any damage. His armor was actually dropping quickly. He quickly freed his arm before he crashed into another tree. He didn't know where this creature was taking him, but he won't let it. He grabbed his shotgun with his free arm and aimed at the right eye of the monster. The big eye rolled to look at the cannon aimed at it, and with a pull of the trigger, the eye exploded with part of the face. The monster roared in pain, releasing Doom Slayer before rolling on the ground, its big paw rubbing the bleeding wound. Doom Slayer stood up, ready for battle. The two opponents glared at each other for a couple of seconds before lunging at each other. The Manticore raised a clawed paw and lowered it immediately to slash at Doom Slayer's armor. But he dodged to the side and shot a wave of bullets with his heavy assault rifle on the monster's belly. With each bullet planted, a rose of blood bloomed for a second. But the creature was far from dead. Looks like this beast is tougher than goblins, obviously. The monster counterattacked with a swipe of its spiky tail. The Marine jumped to dodge, but his boots got hit, making him spin in the air, then he landed on his feet. He got behind the creature to shoot some more, but the armored exoskeleton of the scorpion tail was resistant enough to make the bullets ineffective. The monster looked back and tried to stab the Marine with its tail, but Doom Slayer dodged each attempt with ease. Then the Manticore turned around, swinging another paw to hit the Slayer. The hit landed, but Doom Slayer didn't even bulge. Actually, he had an arm wrapped around one of the fingers to keep the extended paw in place. The Manticore tried to pull, but the green man was stronger. Doom Slayer grabbed his super shotgun and took aim. He pulled the trigger, and the monster's right cheek exploded. The Manticore's face contorted in pain in an ugly grimace as it screeched in pain. Doom Slayer let go of the paw to reload his weapon, then took aim once more. The monster shielded itself with one wing. Another shot, but it got blocked by the wing, doing little damage to the face, not the wing. The monster jumped away and roared in pain once again. The monster opened its wings on reflex, and Doom Slayer took this opportunity to grab his Gauss cannon, aimed the base shoulder of the left wing, and shot again. The arrow of plasma flew at an incredible speed and ripped the muscle in half, separating the wing from the body. The monster was starting to tremble in pain, but mostly in fear. Doom Slayer took one step forward, weapon raised, and the Manticore took one back, tears of blood pouring from every injury. But then a rock slammed on the side of its face. The two opponents turned to the source to see Goblin Slayer. The human warrior was the one who threw the rock with a sling. His team arrived a few seconds later. Doom Slayer, we're here to help you. Is it me, or he got this? The elf pointed at the battle in front of her. Goblin Slayer answered with slinging another rock, bigger this time, on the monster's forehead. The projectile hit its target hard, making it dizzy. At that moment, Doom Slayer saw something that only he could see. The monster was glowing blue, which only meant one thing. A glory kill. Perfect, he could make this the very first lesson for Goblin Slayer. Doom Slayer ran around the creature and grabbed its scorpion tail from near the base, and with a Herculean force, he teared it away. The monster screamed in pain and turned around to see what was going on. But the only thing it saw was death. Doom Slayer swung his arms, holding the tail like a giant whip, and the pointed tip went straight to the monster's face. The scorpion tail tip pierced the skull from the mouth to the top of the head. The monster froze, tried to use its last moments to let out a noise to show its pain and misery, but in vain, then collapsed, giving its last breath. Doom Slayer grabbed his super shotgun, aimed at the creature, just in case for a surprise, but nothing moved, it was dead. He turned around and left the battleground. He joined the party who was staring at him with wide, perplexed and mortified eyes. He put a hand on Goblin Slayer's shoulder and said, "And that was a glory kill." Slayers. Chapter Interlude of Goblins under new leaders. It all started a few days ago. The nest got invaded by strange creatures who claimed leadership. Obviously the chiefs at that time, a strong hob and a shaman, laughed at this and faced the intruders. But in less than a minute, they were annihilated. Goblins may be stupid, but are not fools. The rest of the nest understood that there was too much of a difference between them and the invaders' strength, and so they bowed to their new superiors. They would obey, for now, for they all knew that when the opportunity would arise, they'll claim leadership for themselves. That's what goblins are after all, greedy. They even murdered the women prisoners and the young goblins, because there will be no need for weaklings. Those new leaders were no joke. But it wasn't like they were completely useless. Far from that. They promised to give each goblins more power in exchange of their souls. Goblins didn't know what it was or what value it had. A soul wasn't something they could eat or kill or use in any way. So what's the point keeping it? The first goblin who gave its soul to one the leader suddenly changed. It got stronger, much, much stronger. Its strength was almost the same as a hob. But the same fool tried to turn against the leaders and died. Another lesson, they were still weaker than them, even with new strength. They were stronger, much, much stronger. They recruited more of their kind and even rallied other nests to theirs. Anyone who dared defy the leaders were burnt to a crypt, and anyone who bowed to them gave their souls to become stronger. They went hunting. There was a family of 3 giant creatures that they didn't know the names. It was some large cat with the face of a human with wings and a giant spiky tail. Just by looking at that creature, it was certain that they were big threats. But confident that with their new strength they were invincible, the goblins rushed at them with their homemade weapons. They were still weak compared to the creatures, but they killed the young one without much difficulty. The problem was the parents. With ease they killed 3 of the empowered goblins, but next to the leaders and their fire magic, they didn't resist long. One of the giant cats died under the strikes of the nest, and the other ran away. It was a great victory for the goblins. They killed a creature much, much stronger than them. No one will be able to face them. They are stronger. Their leaders are the strongest. For the goblins, this world was already as good as theirs. That night, there was a giant feast on the creature's meat at the cave. The next day, they would attack the village at the exit of the forest. The scouts spotted some adventurers in there. Adventurers, hunters of their brethren. Just thinking about them made their blood boil in anger. One of their leaders laughed when they noticed that sudden change. Goblins were like that. They would kill one of their own, even laugh at their death, but when it's someone else who kills them, they just get angry and enraged. Their logic is incomprehensible. They would attack, fight, and kill every single human in this village. They are rage, brutal, and without mercy. At least, that's what their leaders, those demons, said. Interlude Part 2 of a manticore who lost everything. Just what happened? Just what happened? Goblins are supposed to be weak creatures, but these ones were so weird, so strong, too strong. They were just enjoying their day, and those green devils appeared out of nowhere accompanied by those three weird creatures with flame powers. And now her mate and cub are dead. All she can do is run away. Call it fate or a roll of the dice of the gods, but the Manticore's path went straight to a group of adventurers. The Manticore was ready to offer a part of her tail for the adventurers to sell as long as they avenge her fallen family. But her eyes landed on the adventurer in green. Green like those weaklings who attacked her. Green like those monsters who killed her family. Green like those devils who took everything from her. And with eyes blinded by rage, she pounced on the adventurer in green armor. It was her last mistake. Chapter 5. The First Wave. How did this happen? Why did this happen? They were just steel adventurers. They were just coming back from a long mission and just decided to rest in this small village on their way back to the frontier town. A young team of 4 adventurers. The leader fighter, a little witch, a scout elf, and a Rio warrior. They just wanted to rest in a village between mountains, between 2 cliffs one would say, and now they were defending it from a sudden goblin horde attack. The horde appeared out of nowhere and were very numerous. Leader Fighter immediately thought of a plan for the villagers to survive, but he knew that they couldn't take on a large number in an open area with only 4 adventurers, so they had no choice but to ask for some of the villagers to help them with the battle. But these goblins were not normal, and they found that detail out shortly after the fight started. They were stronger, much stronger. They knew that goblins were weak individuals. They did some goblin slaying quests in the past. But there was something extremely wrong with these ones. Something was amiss, and whatever it was, it made them stronger, more brutal. When Rio Warrior and almost every villager they hired for the battle fell under the numbers of the enemy, Leader Fighter knew that this battle was lost. As he was thinking of a solution to save as many villagers possible and the rest of his party, Scout Elf died right after she reported that the goblins were being led by 3 creatures she had never seen before. The leader saw one of them kill her with a large fireball in the face. It was tall, brown with spikes and red eyes. This village was doomed. That fight wasn't going to end in a victory. And they only managed to kill a few of these empowered goblins. But it wasn't enough. They had no plans, not enough experience. The least he could do was to gain some time for his last comrade to escape and warn about this doomed village. With some luck, she'd find someone to destroy the invaders. He gave the order, but she refused to abandon him. He heard something from above. He looked up only to see a big orange and purple monster he had never seen before. It pinned him to the ground, and before the adventurer could do anything, it planted its right hand in the young man's chest, and with one sudden gesture, ripped many muscles and organs from his chest. Blood splattered everywhere. The leader fighter used his last strength to look at Little Witch to say one last word as the monster on top of him tore his arm off and raised it high like a club, ready to smash his head with his own hand. Run. And 3. I don't think legs are supposed to bend that way. I don't know. Probably not. Doomslayer said as he just glory killed a goblin by twisting its leg, so its own heel could kiss its face in a pretty brutal way that ended the life of the green bastard in a split second. The party arrived to the nest that the quest demanded to be destroyed. There was a totem near the entrance. Everyone got on guard and was ready for battle. But something was extremely wrong with the cave. The first thing was that there was only 3 goblins in there. Goblin Slayer took care of one, then High Elf Archer killed the second one, and Doomslayer eliminated the last one. The number of goblins not only didn't match the details of the quest, but also the cave was enormous for only 3. The second thing was that at least 10 corpses were found in the large main room, all burnt to a crisp. 7 were goblin corpses, 2 normal ones, a shaman, 2 hobs, and 2 goblin children. The last 3 corpses were from the women prisoners they were supposed to save. There was no sign of battle in the room. The third and last thing was obviously, where was the rest of the nest? The 3 they just killed were wanderers, so they had nothing to do with the original inhabitants of the cave. Hey, there's another room over here, the elf exclaimed to call out her comrades. The rest of the group joined her only to find some strange, crudely made door. Doomslayer looked at his mini-map to see what was behind the strange handmade door in front of them. Nothing particular, just another room, smaller. But when they opened the door, both he, lizard priest, and priestess tensed up immediately. Doomslayer frowned deeply. The blonde girl started to shake, and the lizard man started to grimace, exposing his sharp teeth in a snarl. Dwarf Shaman noticed it quickly. "What's up, folks?" he asked. Isha-sensa. "There's something extremely dark in there. Demonic energy," Doomslayer said. "What did you say?" High Elf Archer asked with wide eyes. But the Slayer didn't repeat himself. He just walked in a room, only to find a red, glowing pentagram on the ground. "Is this?" "Yes. A pentagram? Of hell. A demon was here," Doomslayer answered. He looked around and saw no traces of blood, which means that this pentagram wasn't used for sacrifices rituals. So that means, I'm sure, whatever did this is the cause of what happened here, he said before kicking some dirt over the pentagram, disturbing the drawing and stopping its glowing effect. The dark presence disappeared at that instant. Now what? Doomslayer started to think of what happened here. There was a high probability that it was an imp, maybe multiple, and they became the leaders of the nest. But it could all just be a coincidence. Whatever the case, the goblins aren't here anymore. Let's head back out and plan our next move. Goblin Slayer said. Everyone nodded in unison and set march towards the exit of the cave. When they reached the road outside the cave and forest, they started to talk among themselves to plan what they should do. Should they look for the goblins? Or maybe they should go back to Frontier Town to explain the situation to the guild? And what about the demon? As they were thinking of a solution, they heard a shout. Help! Somebody please help. High Elf Archer was the first to react by yelling at her teammates to get going. When they arrived at the source, they saw something they didn't expect. There was a wounded man on the ground, shielding a woman and a small girl. And in front of them was a young woman, much more injured than the man. And opposing them was a single goblin armed with a club. The creature grinned menacingly at Little Witch in front of him. It raised its arm, ready to strike her down. High Elf Archer immediately raised her bow to stop him, but a stone axe beat her to the punch as it lodged itself deeply in the crook of the goblin's neck. Grog dash! It exclaimed. Any human would die instantly from a hit like that. It was just logical that a goblin, as strong and resistant as a human child, would die from that too. But this goblin didn't. It turned towards the party, and that's when they all felt that something was extremely wrong with this goblin. Something was missing. The goblin was about to rush towards the party until it heard two clicking sound from behind. It turned around only to be faced to cannon with Doom Slayer's shotgun. The green armored man pulled the trigger, and the head of the goblin exploded in all directions in a thundering sound. The now headless goblin collapsed to the ground, dead for good. Doom Slayer sighed and turned to Little Witch. This goblin had demonic energy, had no soul. What happened? Tell us everything you know. He interrogated the young, injured adventurer. After Little Witch explained the situation at the village ahead, about the goblin attack, how they were much stronger than normal goblins, and that they were directed by three creatures they never seen before, two orange ones and a brown one, that could throw a fireball spell without incantation. And also after asking if Doom Slayer and Goblin Slayer were related, which earned a loud, exasperated sigh for both slayers. Lizard Priest summoned a dragon-toothed warrior to escort the adventurer and the small family to the nearest village for safety. As the team was about to discuss about their next step, Priestess noticed Doom Slayer slowly walking away from the group. Where are you going? She asked, making everyone else turn to the man in green armor. To that town. The creatures she described are demons from hell, and it's certain that they granted that power to the goblins in exchange of their souls, which means that we're dealing with at least 50 empowered goblins and 3 empowered imps. Way too dangerous, Dash. For us, you mean? And so you're thinking of dealing with them alone? High Elf Archer interjected. Because Mr. is so strong he have to leave his party behind? Party? Geez. You two really are alike. The elf walked up to him to gently punch his chest armor. We become a party the moment you asked to join us. We're doing this together. You don't understand. The demons you're used to fight, from the tales you told us, they seem to be mostly long-range enemies. Are those, what was the name? Imps, right? Also of that sort. Goblin Slayer asked. Doom Slayer only nodded to confirm his suspicions. Then you'll need our help, the human warrior said. But Dash. Goblin Slayer raised a hand. Listen to me. I wouldn't mind if they were in a cave. Your weapons would have worked wonders in closed space. But you'll fight in an open area with almost 50 empowered goblins to ambush you. I can take care of them. Yes, I don't doubt that. But they will certainly slow you down enough for those demons to hit you with their fireballs. And we know they are empowered. There's a possibility you'll die. Then you guys are in much more danger. Doom Slayer grunted. Goblins are goblins. And I'm Goblin Slayer. I'll slay them, no matter their state. I'll deal with the goblins. You deal with the demons. That's why you're called Doom Slayer, am I right? The Marine didn't answer. And will help too. As a descendant of the fearsome Nagas, it is my duty to partake in such battle. Lizard Priest exclaimed with glee as he made a weird gesture with his hands and bowed. You can count on us, Doomy. I'm sure Beard Cutter has a great plan. Dwarf Shaman laughed. I think I do. This village is between 2 mountains, 2 cliffs, right? I don't like the sound of that. High Elf Archer commented. We just bury it and the goblins with a landslide. Or maybe not. Dwarf Shaman sweat dropped. We can't do that. Priestess opposed. What if there are prisoners? Doom Slayer brought a hand to his chin under his helmet. The chances of that are pretty low, but I'm also opposed to the idea. The imps could survive and escape. The village has 2 exits. We can't let them escape. Is that so? Pretty much everyone nodded. Goblin Slayer imitated the other Slayer. then looked up at a certain member of his party. In that case, I have another plan. Everything was going smoothly. If anyone entered the village between mountains, they'd be greeted by destruction. Many houses were destroyed and in flames. The once peaceful and lively village was completely gone. But they will also notice the many glowing red circular signs on many walls and on many streets. And in the middle of each would be at least one corpse of a human. Be it a man, woman, or child, it didn't matter to the ones who did this. And if they continued to travel deeper and reach the central square, they would only see a big pile of burning corpses. There must be at least a good 20-30 dead people in there, burning for who knows how long. And on the top of that macabre hill was standing 3 creatures that no one has ever seen before. 2 were orange-purple creature with yellow eyes, and the last one, in the middle, was leather brown in skin color, with blood-red eyes and several white bony spikes on its body. They were imps from hell. They only arrived a few days ago in this world, and they couldn't wait to burn this world down. A brand new world to destroy, or maybe not so new since it was connected to hell somehow. They found it by pure chance when hiding from the Slayer's wrath. But everything is now going smoothly. While the Horde of Hell is respawning near the portal in hell, they'll start bringing terror in these lands. The Doom Slayer is no more a hindrance. They managed to make him fall from the bridge between world, who knows where he landed. But the chances that he is in this world are slim. They even have an army now, weak compared to the one in hell certainly, but easy to manipulate, and if the inhabitants of this world are as weak as the one in this village, this world will burn at the speed of light. Their army was composed of 55 goblins, extremely weak-minded creatures. They gave up their soul for strength without hesitation, and recruiting them was just as simple. The only problem was their lust. Just how many times did the imps burn the females the goblins tried to keep for themselves? They have no time to waste in raising baby goblins. Those women should be sacrifices, not toys. Sometimes I had to kill one of them to remind them who's the boss. But it didn't really matter. After all their souls belongs to the imps now, they already made the demon stronger. They were indeed now much, much stronger than normal imps. A goblin soul was not worth a human soul, but with this many goblins in the world wanting to be stronger, they could reach the rank of summoner in no time. Now, they were waiting for some humans to come in this village to turn them into sacrifices. From the position of this village, and that it had 2 entrances meant that it's on a main road, so people will eventually come. Like right now, a goblin scout on a roof just signaled them that a human entered the village. The plan was extremely easy enough for a goblin to understand. If the human enters a house, the goblins inside it will kill them. If they don't, they'll eventually reach the central square where the imps will command a full-out ambush. Just that simple. And yet there's still one goblin who managed to fail to understand and try to play the hero. They could guess that from the scout on the roof that looked agitated and angry. Well, it doesn't matter. It's only one human. An empowered goblin should be. A thundering sound echoed in the village. That was a gunshot. Their firearm in this world? Surprising, but not impossible. It didn't matter. The goblins might not be able to sustain a bullet, but they could. They see. The imp's thoughts got interrupted by the terrifying aura of anger that emanated from the streets. A very familiar aura. But it couldn't be. They personally pushed the Doom Slayer out of the bridge. What are the chances for him to fall here of all worlds? The moment the silhouette entered the square, the imps immediately recognized it. And when the green armored man turned its head towards the pile, they started to tremble in fear. When a demon gets spawned, all the knowledge, morals, warnings, and goals are implemented the first second their brain starts working. And among that list was 3 extremely important ones. Fear the Slayer. Hate the Slayer. Kill the Slayer. And so the feeling of fear turned into one of anger. Their blood started to boil, pumping through their veins, ready to rip and tear the Doom Slayer apart like they did to the other humans under their feet. The Slayer raised his helmet and finally saw them. He raised a shotgun. The brown imp roared, "Slayer!" The 2 other imps joined in the howling. One of them raised an arm to summon hell energy to form a fireball in its palm. The other pointed at him and bawled an order. Everyone on him. Kill him new. And hell broke loose in the plaza. Goblins emerged from every single house that was still standing. In seconds, the square was invaded, and all 50 and so goblins surrounded the Doom Slayer. Some fell under the gunshots, but being empowered as they were, many survived and retreated to strike again. All the while, the 3 imps were throwing their fireball with good precision towards the Slayer. He managed to dodge most of the empowered fireballs and kick some goblins' head off in the process. But each time he was getting closer to the imps, they changed locations or used goblins to protect themselves from the shots from the Slayer's weapons, wasting his ammunitions. The Doom Slayer clicked his tongue in annoyance. Honestly, he could just use the BFG to finish this quickly, but wasting a shot for only 3 imps was sacrilege. Seeing so many enemies in one place reminded him of a pretty bad memory. During the first demonic invasion on Mars, where he fought for survival, he finally managed to reach the shuttle that would send him back home. The two Barons of Hell were this close to finish him, but now he only had to use the teleporter and he'll be safe. But when he used it, he was sent in a room where dozen and dozen of demons ambushed him. Pinkies rushed at him, their bites powerful to tear his flesh and bones to pieces. Imps and possessed soldiers fired at him, stopping any movement. That was how he died. This memory just made him angrier. He was stronger than then. He pushed through a wall of goblins, but there were only way more behind. Those green bastards were slowing him down. The imps could and will escape if they focus solemnly on him and see the number of their army go thin. Fuck that. He grinned internally as he grabbed a grenade. He then got his shoulder hit by a powerful fireball. Ouch. There was no shame and a little assistance. After all, they were his party. He pulled the ring and threw it into the masses of goblins. They looked confused at the small object. They were both slayers after all. The grenade exploded in their faces, killing at least 5 of them and catching every demon's and goblin's attention. Growl dash. At the entrance of the square, a man in a cheap-looking helmet with broken horns, wearing a grimy leather armor, was standing there. A goblin frothing blood with a dagger deeply planted and twisted in the neck was lying dead at his feet. 1, he said as he raised a shield and sword. 50 more to go. He'll remember to add at least 10 more afterward. The Doom Slayer threw the goblins too, close to him away, now that they were distracted. He grabbed his super shotgun. He turned to the 3 imps who were slightly stunned in confusion about what was going on. He aimed his weapon. Goblin Slayer had goblins to kill. Doom Slayer had demons to kill. Another normal day for the Slayers. So those are demons from hell. Goblin Slayer whispered as he caught a glimpse of the 3 monsters who were completely focused on Doom Slayer. But the warrior quickly shifted his attention back on the goblins who were now coming his way. Do it now, he ordered behind him. Right. O Earth Mother, abounding in mercy, by the power of the land, grant safety in we who are weak. Protection, a young voice chanted from behind him. A barrier of light appeared, protecting the adventurers from the vicious goblins who had their focus on the young girl with perverted thoughts. But the same fools rushed head first against the wall of light, hurting themselves by bumping violently face first against the surface. They didn't even have the time to understand what was happening that wooden arrows, bone blades, and regular blades started to attack the horde. All right, I'll go take care of the ones on the roofs. High Elf Archer exclaimed as she ran inside one of the houses. Ha, dear, fearsome ancestors of mine, watch over this battle and recognize my worth to become a dragon someday. Rayoard, Lizard Priest prayed as he pushed goblins away with a slap of his tail while he pierced the skull of a goblin with his weapon. HRN, Goblin Slayer grunted as he saw the barrier slowly cracking with each hit of the goblins behind it. They're indeed more resistant and stronger. Consider each one of them as Hobbs, he warned his party. The barrier won't hold for long. Quickly go into position and wait for us, he instructed the obsidian adventurer behind him. All right. The young girl nodded and ran away as fast as she could. A few seconds later, the miracle gave up and the goblins surrounded the warrior in no time. Thankfully, they seemed to have forgotten about the young girl as they all wanted to kill the human in armor in front of them. But Goblin Slayer wasn't fazed. He just raised his sword, ready to fight. Doom Slayer raised an eyebrow in surprise. The majority of the goblins went to fight the adventurers, but there was still a good 15 goblins who stood in front of the 3 imps to fight for them. Was it an act of loyalty? No one will ever know, and it didn't matter to the Slayer as he took aim. The brown imp roared some order, and the group split. The goblin charged at him, while the orange imps ran to each side to surround him, and the brown imp was preparing a large fireball. Doom Slayer shot the first goblin in front of him with his super shotgun. It died in 1 shot. They might be more resistant, but there's a limit to what they can take. The goblins won't be a problem, but the 2 orange imps are so fast that he couldn't keep track of them. He found one clinged against a wall, also preparing a large fireball. Now where was the last one? Suddenly a powerful hit struck his back, almost bringing him on one knee. He turned around in rage, only to see the last imp running away. He grabbed his rifle with the scope. He took a quick glance behind him to see that the 2 other imps threw their fireballs. If he gets hit by that, it will hurt like hell. He jumped just in time to dodge the fireballs colliding where he was. The flames consumed a goblin in the process. While in the air, he took aim through his scope at the imp's knees. He pulled the trigger long enough to fire 10 bullets. The imp shrieked in pain as both kneecaps exploded and fell to the ground. Perfect time to finish it. He ran towards the fallen demon, rocket launcher in hands. The goblins were surrounding him and about to jump on him to immobilize him. He could also hear the imps behind him throwing their fireballs at him. He aimed at the ground and fired. The explosion sent him fly in the air and the goblins fly against the walls. Boots forward, he descended towards the orange imp's head. The demon looked up screamed loudly at seeing the Slayer approaching at high speed with bloodlust emanating from him. It tried to defend itself with a fireball, but its head got crushed beneath the Doom Slayer's boots before it could even summon hell energy. One down, two more to go. It was hard to miss that suddenly a good third of the goblins went pale and started to move much slower. Some of them even fell to the ground. Goblin Slayer was the first to notice that. Then came the goblins. The still empowered ones lowered their guard at seeing their companions suddenly turning weak. They were distracted, and the pale ones weren't moving much, almost as if they were stunned. That was an opportunity for a glory kill, right? Goblin Slayer started to remember the lesson from the morning. So, a glory kill is basically an execution, right? Yes, but the difference is that it must be extremely brutal, to the point that anyone who watches it will be petrified. And it works. If it can stop demons from attacking while I perform a glory kill on one of their kind, it will work on goblins with much better results. I see. So remember, executions were, at least where I'm from, a warning to the people. If you don't behave, you end up like that too. It was also entertainment for the populace. Horror and gore attracts attention, so you can be sure that the enemy will have their eyes on you during a performance. I see. Be full of rage. Be brutal. Be merciless. Rip and tear. Rip and tear, huh? Goblin Slayer's grip on his sword's handle got tighter as he approached one of the pale goblins. He raised his arm, spun the sword in his hand to hold it in a reverse grip, and stabbed with all his strength the right foot of the monster. Gry dash. The screech of the goblin got silenced by a dagger planted deeply under the chin, skewering the tongue and mouth palate. With his dagger still in hand, he pulled it down, cutting the mouth, throat, and upper torso open with one clean cut, leaving disgusting dark red blood oozing out of the large wound. The warrior pulled his dagger out, but it wasn't enough, wasn't brutal enough. He had an idea. He plunged both hands forward into the cut and took a firm grip on both sides of the body, then opened his arms. He wasn't strong enough to completely tear this goblin in half, but it did left the goblin with a giant bloody gap in the middle of its body. If the stabbing and cut didn't kill it, the now widely open wound with the organs and blood waterfalling out of it was clearly enough to do the work. He took back his sword and looked around in a fighting stance. Absolutely every goblin surrounding him were frozen in fear, trembling, and pissing themselves. He quickly used that opportunity to grab the spear from a corpse and pierce the throat of another weakened goblin. Then two other fell under a rain of arrows that snapped the goblins back into reality. 5, 6, 7. Geez, Orkbalg, what the heck was that for? High Elf Archer shouted from a rooftop, distracting some goblins with her arrows. They weren't enough to kill an empowered goblin, but were more than enough to distract and hurting them. Just doing what I was taught. How are things on your end? Goblin Slayer asked. No good on this side. I'll look on the other side. Understood. Goblin Slayer raised a shield to protect himself from a dagger and kicked the goblin away. He had to admit, glory kills were a good way to stop the goblin's movements for a good dozen of seconds, just enough to kill 2 or 3 more. He should use that more often and come up with a quicker way to kill. This one was a bit long. One of the demons fell, and easily at that, almost as if they didn't have a good dozen souls absorbed. And it seems like the goblins who gave their soul to the now-dead demons were weakened. Lizard Priest took a fireball on the chest. It was extremely painful as his clothes burned away, exposing his injured, also burned with melted scales chest. He winced at the pain. Those imps were formidable foes. He managed to catch the attention of one by slapping it down on the ground with his tail while he cut a goblin in pieces. Needless to say, the imp didn't like that as it turned to him in anger while throwing a fireball in the process. So like that, the Slayer has new companions. We companions. Hee. I'll kill you, and with some luck it would distract the Slayer enough for us to finish him. The lizard man smirked. Oh, dragons, ancestors of mine, accept the blood of this vile demon I'm about to offer, and allow me one step forward of my goal to join you, he prayed as he got in a fighting stance. Prepare yourself. The imp roared and lunged itself towards Lizard Priest, claws on fire and about to slash his face. But suddenly, a goblin flew, hit, and sent the demon against a wall with itself. Then followed 3 pointy-headed projectiles that flew towards the goblin and imp, leaving a trail of smoke behind. He heard a scream, then a loud explosion. What he saw were rockets freshly launched from Doomslayer's rocket launcher. Lizard Priest turned his head towards the explosion. There was nothing left of the 2 monsters. The wall of the house was down, and High Elf Archer was trembling like a leaf from inside the house, her eyes teary. Both adventurers turned their head towards Doomslayer, who raised a thumb at them before going back into battle. The elf shouted something mean, followed with a yelp as an arm of the imp fell from the ceiling with a flop. Near her, and the lizard man stared at the Slayer with a disapproving look. He just stole his kill. Not cool. Well, at least that made even more goblins weaken now that another host of their souls died. 15. Orc High Elf Archer shouted from a roof. I'm done. Result. None. I found nothing. She said, dejected. Goblin Slayer looked around. He could count at least 23 goblins left, and among them, there was still at least 16 being empowered by the remaining imp, which was keeping Doomslayer at bay with a barrage of fireballs. The remaining 7 weakened goblins were still trying to fight. He looked up and said, let's move on with the plan. All right, High Elf Archer exclaimed and turned towards where Lizard Priest was and shoot 2 arrows. The projectiles landed on the head of a goblin standing behind him. It didn't kill it, but it did let out a yelp loud enough for the priest to turn around and slap him away with his tail. He looked up to see the ranger of the party wave at him. He nodded, took a deep breath, and roared. Grew away, error. Let's go, Goblin Slayer said. The 3 adventurers turned around and ran towards the exit of the village. The goblins who noticed it immediately gave chase. Looks like your companions abandoned. The imp started its mockery but quickly shut up when it saw the Slayer running towards it, eyes completely focused. A final attack. The imp roared to the goblins who stayed at its side to attack him. But the Doomslayer dodged each and every one of them, still running towards the demon. Said demon started to panic and throw fireballs at him, but he just kept dodging. Come at me, the demon screamed in panic, hands on fire and preparing a large fireball. RRRA dash. But the Doomslayer just ran past the imp and kept running down the streets. The demon was left confused among its group of goblins. That was until a giant shadow loomed over them. The monsters looked up and their eyes widened. A few minutes ago, when the retreat order was given, the 3 running adventurers reached the entrance of the village without any problem. Priestess was waiting for them. Do it now, Goblin Slayer shouted. O Earth Mother, abounding in mercy, grant your sacred light to we who are lost in darkness. Holy light. And from Priestess' staff came a searing light that filled the perimeter. The 3 adventurers had already covered their eyes from the intense brightness, but the goblins behind them weren't prepared. Many stopped in their tracks, some tripped and fell face first against the ground while only one kept running. Second miracle. O Earth Mother, abounding in mercy, by the power of a land, grant safety in we who are weak. Protection. Priestess chanted again. This time a barrier appeared behind the lone goblin, sealing him from the village where the other goblins were still inside, now trapped. Goblin Slayer used this opportunity to throw a sharp stone axe at the belly of the confused goblin. The blade lodged itself horizontally on the stomach. The creature staggered. He saw another opening. He ran towards it and pulled the axe out, not without slicing a bit more in the process, making blood ooze out and organs fall on the ground. While the goblin was desperately trying to put back what was supposed to be inside his body inside again, the warrior raised his arm with the axe and crushed the skull of the goblin with it in one powerful swing. He raised it again and swung once more. Now the green monster was on its knees, but still breathing slightly. He raised it again, and this time, with more force, he managed to split the head in 2. 16. That was his second glory kill. The goblins who saw that from behind the barrier stopped all movement and lost desire to break the protection miracle to reach them. He looked up towards the top of one of the cliff sandwiching the village, where the last member of his party was standing. Dwarf Shaman started his spell the moment he saw the signal. Holy light. Time to work. Now don't you dare, your dirty shirk. A bit of dust may cause no shock, but 1,000 make a lovely rock. Stone blast. He threw a ball of dust into the air as hard as he could, and it became a small army of large pointy boulders. Some started to fall down on the village, but others crashed on the cliff's wall, digging inside. And now, come out, you gnomes, and let it go. Here it comes, look out below. Turn those buckets upside down, empty all upon the ground. Falling control, he exclaimed, and by magic, large rocks were pulled out of the wall, destroying the stability of many parts of the cliffs, creating a very large landslide that fell directly towards the village, ready to crush any goblin, imps, or whatever monstrosity could still be in there. Thanks to the falling control spell, only the village and whatever's inside will be crushed, nothing more, nothing less. He wasn't a silver adventurer for nothing. Geez, Beard Cutter certainly have the craziest of ideas. He smirked and quickly jumped away when he felt the ground under his foot collapse. Well, better get down now. The imp ran as fast as it could. It wasn't as fast or agile as the orange counterparts, but thanks to the soul's absorb, it was fast enough to manage to dodge the falling boulders and reach the other end of the village. Then a plasma shot stopped it in its advance. The demon looked on ahead and paled. The Doomslayer was standing there, guarding the exit from the other side of the gate. The demon started to boil in rage, but the boulder that crushed the goblin standing next to it snapped it back to its senses, and a giant boulder barred the path to the exit. The imp was trapped. Another boulder was directly falling on it. It raised its arms and summoned hell energy in its whole body. I won't dash. Then the large rock reached the ground. A few minutes later, the village fell silent. What was a village was now covered in rubble. And one particular area started to shake before exploding, leaving a small hole with a brown humanoid creature in its center. The imp looked around and saw only rubble and ruins. Its army was destroyed, its allies also. But this demon was still alive. It summoned a flame barrier to protect itself. Didn't work well, but saved the demon. Who knew absorbing 20 and so goblin souls could make a simple imp much more powerful? But it didn't matter. The Slayer was still around. The imp needed to esca. There was a loud sound, followed by a blue light, then pain. The imp fell to the ground, understanding shortly after that both its legs got torn off by plasma. It looked up to see the doomed Slayer standing on top of a large rock, Gauss cannon equipped and steaming from its last shot. The demon roared in anger as it summoned a fireball in its right hand, only for it to be shot into smithereens by the Gauss cannon. The monster seethed in anger as the Slayer jumped down to his level and reached forwards. Is everyone okay? Anyone need some healing? Lizard Priest asked, as he didn't use many spells for the battle. I am alright. Same here. Well, Beard Cutter, that was some plan you got there, not very far from the original, though. Ha ha ha. Have a fight with the goblins and demons for distraction while searching for survivors in the background to finally end up with a landslide. Ha! Dwarf Shaman laughed loudly. They were empowered goblins. I had to think of a quick way to kill them all in one go. Do you think Doomslayer is alright? Priestess asked her party. Her answers came in a form of shouts and roars coming from beyond the rubbles at the gate. Doomslayer jumped over it, dragging the demon by its head. When he landed on the ground, he quickly spun around and slammed the monster against a nearby, still standing wall, this time holding it by the neck. The monster was missing both legs and its right hand. The left one was crushed. It was completely defenseless. And Doomslayer was merciless. The rest of the party slowly approached the confrontation. So that's a demon of hell? An imp, right? Can't say I've seen one of those before. Hee, is that your party? Slayer? How cute. I hope they will end up like your last Odash. The monster got cut off by a punch in the mouth, breaking some sharp teeth. Arg. Doomslayer turned his head towards the others, then nodded at them. Right. You don't speak to demons or in battles. We'll ask the question then. Adash. Where's the portal of hell? Goblin Slayer asked. The demon looked at the human warrior and widened its eyes. What, another Slayer? There's two of you. Wait, no. A sibling? It exclaimed. The imp saw both Slayers roll their eyes in annoyance behind their visor. Answer. So that's what it is about? Guess what, Slayer? We don't know. We scouted this world as soon as we arrived here. The monster grinned, and it doesn't matter. The horde of hell is spawning and getting bigger each second. It's just a question of time until we bring this world to ruins. So you were the first wave. Something like that. But more will come before the great army. You want to go back in hell and exterminate us. But how will you do that when you can't find a door? The demon mocked. But tell me, O Slayer, Hell Walker, Unchained Predator, how do you think you'll protect this world when you couldn't even save yours? The imp was about to laugh, but the grip on its neck tightened. Doomslayer leaned closer so the demon could see clearly the features of his face behind the visor. And all it could see was pure rage. The man opened his mouth. Was he going to speak? To a low-ranked demon like an imp? The demon hated to admit it, but for itself, a low demon to be able to hear the Slayer, the silent man who never speaks a word during his long battle, speak, was some kind of honor. But then its neck was released, and the demon started to fall. The last thing it saw was the armored knee of the Slayer coming towards its face at full speed. The imp's brain and blood were now decorating the wall, clearly showing that it was dead now. Doomslayer grunted. Well, that's done. Doomslayer, sir. I'm sorry we couldn't any information. Priestess said apologetically. You're kidding, right? I got a lot of information just from the demon being here. Doomslayer said with an invisible smile. Now I know that the portal to hell is connected to this world. And on this country, I admit I was starting to have doubts that the portal was connected to this world. Doomslayer scratched the back of his helmet. Also, I now know that more demons will or have come to this world. I just need to find them. He turned towards Goblin Slayer and his party. And it was thanks to all of you. Thank you. Geez, you're going to make us blush. High Elf Archer laughed. Look at that. Long ears is showing other emotion than anger. Mock Dwarf Shaman. What did you say? Haha. It's an honor to fight alongside a warrior, such as you, my Lord Doomslayer. Lizard Priest laughed. Why, you're welcome. Priestess said, her face red with a bow. By the way, kid, Doomslayer added, directly at Goblin Slayer, I caught a glimpse of your first glory kill. He raised a fist towards him. Not bad. Goblin Slayer stared at the fist, then leaned his head slightly to the side, confused, leaving Doomslayer hanging. Oh, you don't know. What's a fist bump? Looks like there's more. I need to teach you. He grinned. Is that so? Anyway, I think we should start cleaning up. High Elf Archer sighed, pointing at the ruin of the village. It was a main road after all. They couldn't leave it like that. And so they all started to move the rubble to create a path large enough to pass through. It took in total 5 days to do that, with the help of many adventurers who wanted to go that way. In the guild of the frontier town, the employees were pretty much in panic about what they just discovered. That's impossible. Check it again. There must be an error. I checked and rechecked at least 5 times already. The numbers match. But it can't be. Those tags, the one that Doom Slayer brought, they are 500 years old. They date from the Great War against the gods of evil. Chapter O Make 1, Tavern Party. It is not uncommon for adventurers to party once they're back home from an adventure. And it was no different for our Goblin slaying party. Well, at least for 3 of them. When the party arrived to the guild tavern at Frontier Town to report, they told about what happened, and shortly after, the tavern started one of their usual parties where the adventurers would drink, celebrate, and gloat about their successes. Guild Girl wanted to talk with the Doom Slayer the next day, as they arrived rather late. Her shift was over. He nodded, wondering what it would be about. Anyway, the trio, Elf, Dwarf, Lizard, quickly grabbed a seat at a surviving free table in a corner while Goblin Slayer said that he was waited at home, and the priestess went back upstairs to her room as she was very tired. Doom Slayer was hesitating between following her and going to his room or going outside for the night since he doesn't need to sleep. Instead, he got invited by his comrades to join them for dinner. It wasn't really a better option since he also didn't need to eat, but they invited him, and it would be rude to turn it down. He nodded to them and walked to their table. He sat down and looked around. Everyone was cheering, shouting, and laughing. Most of them obviously drunk. The Padfoot waitress, a beast folk, approached the table to get their order. Lizard Priest asked the usual for him. Sausages with cheese, High Elf Archer some salad, and the Dwarf Shaman any kind of meat that would go well with his fire wine. But when the waitress asked what Doom Slayer asked, he hesitated before asking something very light, so at least it wouldn't be much a waste. This might be the first time I see you eat, Doomy. Dwarf Shaman noted while stroking his beard. I just don't need to. Why? I don't know. I just don't. It's not like there's much to eat. In hell. I see. As they were the last one to arrive and that everyone else already got served, their plates arrived rather quickly. Everyone started eating, but Doom Slayer was slow at it. He spent the last 2 minutes staring at his plate through his visor. He finally took a deep breath and took his helmet, grabbed a fork, stabbed the slice of meat in front of him, then slowly brought it to his mouth before chomping on it. He chewed slowly, then swallowed. A couple of seconds later, he sighed loudly once more. As expected, tastes like ashes. That's rude, the elf exclaimed. No, it's just that. I can't eat. My taste buds are not working anymore. I can't taste anything, the Marine explained. Really? That's horrible, the lizard exclaimed. This must be very difficult for you, my Lord Doom Slayer. Doom Slayer shook his head and brought back his helmet on his head. He gave the plate to the lizard priest, as he looked like he'd be able to eat some more after his meal. Seeing the other eating, while saying nothing would be a bit rude, so the Slayer excused himself off the table and walked to sit on a lone chair near the entrance of the tavern. He didn't look back to his companion for one reason that they'll never know. He was lying. His taste buds were working perfectly, and even if this food wasn't the best food he ever had, far from it, it did taste pretty good, and it was the first taste other than blood and sweat he had in centuries. Which was why he forced and lied to himself that it wasn't good. He mustn't get used to eating again. After all, there's absolutely nothing to eat in hell, except of course demons. And there was no way the Doom Slayer will ever eat a demon. He'd rather get back into that coffin for another millennia of permanent torture than try eating one of those fuckers. The same thing couldn't be told for drinking, because in hell there was water, extremely rare, but there was. And when he found a spot with water, he'd take a minute break to drink a bit before going hunt again. But it didn't matter. Right now, he was focusing on not thinking about food. He sat down on the chair and started thinking of what to do now. Suddenly, there was music and people started to dance in front of him. He then noticed that he was sitting in front of the dance floor. He was about to get out of here, but a young beast woman adventurer approached him. He could tell by the whiskers. Excuse-me, Mr. Doom Slayer. Would you like to dance? Suddenly embarrassing memories flashed in his mind, where he taunted in the most ridiculous way at his fallen opponents in some strange multi-dimensional tournament. Dances and insults so idiotic and ridiculous that it made him want to bury himself in a hole. And so, after remembering those crazy memories, he answered, I don't dance. He stood up and left the guild. He decided that he'll spend the night exploring the surroundings to complete his map of this world. And each time he came across an animal that he knew could become food, he thought of demons to stop his thoughts of eating. The next morning was going to be rather busy, hopefully. Chapter 6, Intertwined. The young priestess was waiting in the bar of the Frontier Adventure Guild. Alone, she waited for her companions, who were all summoned to the meeting room upstairs to discuss the guild's discovery. She sighed, feeling a bit bored. She wished to have someone to talk to right now, but most of the adventurers she knew were on a quest. Then suddenly, as if the Earth Mother responded to her wish, a familiar, sweet voice called out to her. "Hello, there. Where are your companions?" Which asked as she approached the young blonde. They are all at the meeting room with Guild Girl to ask questions to Doomslayer, since they represent their clans. Even him. You mean Goblin Slayer? Yes. Why? Knowing him, he wouldn't care about it. Which asked. Well, it's more like they forced him to be part of the meeting as the leader of the party. Ah, that makes sense. The older woman smiled. So, how is the other Slayer? Oh, well, he is pretty similar to our Goblin Slayer, except a bit more talkative and more brutal. Is that so? The purple-haired woman chuckled at that. He is an interesting fellow, isn't he? She smiled. I guess anyone can tell he's been through a lot, and he seems happy to have some rest. But he is in a hurry to go back and slay demons. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he was Goblin Slayer's brother. They're so much alike, she giggled. Also, it seems that he caught Goblin Slayer's interest too. Now, that's rare, but he's more interested in his brutal fighting and weapons. I mean, I remember what Doomslayer did to that manticore. So brutal. He defeated a manticore, which said, surprised. Yes, alone. I just hope that if Goblin Slayer learns something from him, it won't be just his extremely violent ways of fighting. I understand. My partner is still bitter about his loss at the mock battle, and so are those two. She winked as she pointed at the two known silver-ranked adventurers who were having a drinking contest for no reason besides fun. The two women laughed. Do you know what they are talking about? Which asked as she looked up the stairs. I think it's about the old adventure tags Doomslayer brought from hell. They said it was important. First of all, thank you all for accepting to come. Guild Girl thanked the 4 silver-ranked adventurers and the Doomslayer who were sitting at the other side of the desk with only the Lizard Man standing up. It's about the tags, right? Did you find something about them? High Elf Archer asked. Yes. Guild Girl nodded and put the 4 tags on the table. In front of the adventurers, we managed to discover that they were at least 500 years old. Wait, doesn't that mean Dash? Dwarf Shaman eyes widened. That's correct. They are from that time, which should be impossible. What are you talking about? The 2 Slayers asked at the same time. Everyone looked at Goblin Slayer like they couldn't believe their ears. For Doomy, it's normal that he doesn't know. But you, Beard Cutter, how can you not know about one of the great war against the gods of evil? Dwarf Shaman asked in shock. I should. Obviously, even kids learn about this. But whatever. I shouldn't be that surprised, the elf sighed. I'll explain it to you. Guild Girl nodded with a smile, as she could see that Doomslayer was a bit interested. She then explained about the big ordeal that was the awakening of the unnamed god of evil who appeared out of nowhere with an army of vile non-praying creatures and took control of the ones already present on the map. The threat was so important that absolutely every single adventurer were called to fight against the god and its army with the fate of the world at stake. The war might not have lasted very long, only a few months, almost a year, but the damage done was enormous, and the prayers lost a neighboring kingdom with many adventurers who died or disappeared, leaving nothing behind to remember them. But that was where it was strange. It wasn't the fact that Doomslayer found tags of missing adventurers. It wasn't so rare to find adventurers' tags, old or recent. There was even rewards for them. No, what was strange was where he found them. In hell. More precisely, somewhat of a different hell from this world, so another world. Plus, he wasn't lying about it. And yet, there was no records of another world being dragged or connected during that time, or ever for that matter. Is there any way for any person to get transported in hell with their full equipment? Guild Girl asked the Green Slayer. Only by being blessed, by an angel upon death. Doomslayer answered, but he then added that it was pretty unlikely, as the corpses weren't far from the portal he got thrown into to get in their world. Do you guys think that more adventurers from that time ended up there? High Elf Archer asked. That's for you to answer, you were around at that time. We could question some elves. The dwarf said, well, I was still too young, 500 years ago dash. Everyone in this room decided to not comment on how 1,500 years could be considered young, and I remember that there was very few elves adventurers who survived. Am I right? I think that we'll have to recheck the list to be sure. Guild Girl said with a paste-on smile. It doesn't change the facts. Adventurers were in hell, through a portal, dating from that war of yours. Doomslayer cut them. That was correct. It didn't answer nor find a solution to this mystery. But that would mean that a portal to hell was open, and adventurers got in or demons got out of it. Surely something as big as this would have been kept in records or history, Lizard Priest noted. But there's nothing as such in any history, testimony, or dash. We're turning in circle when the answer is obvious. Goblin Slayer suddenly said, for the first time since the start of the meeting, summoning everyone's attention. And what is so obvious, Beard Cutter? That something or someone erased the presence and the implication of hell in our history and memories. Goblin Slayer explained. But who could be powerful enough to do such a thing? High Elf Archer asked, but her eyes showed that she already knew the answer to her question. A god, the armored adventurer said without tact. Silence fell on the room. The answer was obvious, and it had some sense. But to suddenly doubt the gods as prayers, it was borderline sacrilege. No one knew what to respond, and awkwardness reigned the room like a king until Doomslayers dethroned it with simply a loud cough in under his helmet. Anyways, I don't think that matters. We now know that the portal dates from that war. He paused to think. He then added that it does make sense since he did notice that the portal in hell looked ancient. There was no cybernetic gadget that kept it together, just rocks and runes. But I digress. Do you know the battlefield's locations of this war? I think it's a good start to look for the portal. Doomslayer asked everyone in the room. I can search for that, but there might be many, so it might take some days. Guild Girl answered his question. He responded with a nod and by standing up. Seems there was nothing else to talk about. The others members of his party followed suit, but Guild Girl asked them, except Goblin Slayer, to stay in the room as they must talk about what to report to the other clans. The ancient tags turned out to be a pretty important case after all. All right then, I'll be going. Be safe, okay? Cowgirl said to her childhood friend, Goblin Slayer, whom just nodded as an answer and turned around to join Priestess and Doomslayer, who were waiting at a table at the tavern, also waiting for the rest of the group. The young farmer smiled and waved at the blonde girl before turning around in turn and head out of the building. Is everything okay? Priestess asked. Yes, she finished her work here, so she's heading back to the farm. Oh, all right. They then remained silent, waiting patiently for the quest board to be free from the hungry adventurers who were looking for a quest that would either bring them fame, reputation, or good money. Mr. Slayer? HM. Both Slayers turned towards the young adventurer, who immediately blushed in embarrassment of her mistake. I meant Goblin Slayer, sorry. She pointed at the said Slayer with an apologetic look in her eyes. Why did I say that? She whispered. Doomslayer nodded and decided to look at his 3D map. What is it? Oh, I just wanted to tell you that the receptionist had some quests for you. She told me earlier before you two came down. She said they were a bit too hard for beginners. I see. I'll go take a look. Goblin Slayer stood up, then paused. Right. He then turned his head to the other Slayer and said, I found some rabbits' footprints during my morning patrol near the farm. There's a chance that they'll come today and he's gone. Doomslayer exited that door in the blink of an eye, literally. There they are. Cowgirl exclaimed to the man in green armor behind her. Doomslayer helped her pulling the wagon back to the farm as quickly as possible, so he won't miss his chance to meet the bunnies when they arrived. Once at the farm and the wagon parked, she led him towards the fence bordering the field and the forest. Her uncle was also with them to keep an eye to the weird man. He already had some trouble trusting completely Goblin Slayer, even after 5 years of living together. And now, there's a new one that comes out of nowhere and looks much more dangerous. No way in hell he's leaving him alone with his niece. Doomslayer slowly approached the young farmer to take a look on the little critters. Cowgirl was crouching, giving some vegetables to the 3 small rabbits at her feet. Each one was different than the other, mostly by the color of their fur. One had a dark gray fur with its belly and snout in white. Another had light brown fur with light gray spots, and finally the last one had blue fur with white spots on the side of its face and paws. Doomslayer was surprised to see a blue bunny, but remembered that he was in a magical, fantastical world, so maybe it was normal. He also noticed that those kind of fur pattern usually goes on cats or dogs, but whatever. Plus he found it cute. He slowly approached the little group and crouched to be closer to them. When the critters saw him, they almost started to run, but for some reason, they didn't. This surprised Cowgirl. She also noticed that they were all staring at the Marine. She followed their line of sight to see that he just took off his helmet. Doomslayer slowly put the helmet on the ground upside down, grabbed some of the food from Cowgirl's hands, and put them at the bottom of the headgear. He then waited. The young farmer looked at the bunnies who were slowly approaching, sniffing the big green helmet. The blue one suddenly jumped inside, slowly followed by the others. Then they started eating. Once they finished eating, their head popped out of the helmet to sniff for more food. Doomslayer saw that as an opportunity to slowly approach his hand towards their heads. The light brown one sniffed it, then let Doomslayer pet its head. Wow, it's the first time I see them so calm. They usually only come to eat. A few pets then leave quickly. Cowgirl said, impressed. You seem used to this. Do you have a pet rabbit? Pet? Yes. I used a technique similar for Daisy. The first time we met, he answered, "Oh, I see. Hey, he told me before, when I asked about you, that you hunt demons, is that right?" Cowgirl asked, "Duh. But right now, I'm searching them in the portal to hell." Doomslayer answered, "I see. Do you have a clue about that?" she asked, reaching for a bunny to take in her arms and pet. The Doomslayer nodded in response, but he then added that the world was too vast to look for demons in the portal. Also, he was having second thoughts about only chasing goblins. True, demons tend to search for weaklings who would trade their souls for anything, but big demons, like Barons of Hell or cacodemons, would go for a better, bigger, and stronger prey. Ugh, this is going to take so long. He had no idea where to start looking or where to go. Why don't you become an adventurer?" Cowgirl suddenly suggested. It was kind of the same for him, you know? He told me he became an adventurer so he could find where nests were thanks to the quests at the Adventurer Guild. She explained, "You could become one too and look for any quest regarding demons or creatures never seen before." That's actually a great idea," Doomslayer exclaimed. Somehow it didn't scare the bunnies inside his helmet who were still being petted and stayed calm. "I'm glad I helped," she smiled. Now, talking about Goblin Slayer. How long have you two been together?" "Oh, us? Well, we've known each other since we were kids. And he started living here for the last 5 years. I guess we became together 1 year after that." She smiled brightly, almost jokingly. The uncle behind them frowned so hard that it might stay like that for a year. "I see. And does he know that?" Now it was Doomslayer's turn to smirk. "No." At hearing that, Doomslayer chuckled. "And it better stay that way." He heard the uncle grumble behind them. If they looked back, they would have seen him making a face as if he just bit into a fresh lemon. And Doomslayer would have probably bursted out laughing for the first time in centuries. "All right, I have to say, I'm a bit surprised, but I'm sure you'll be extremely helpful for our kingdom once you become an adventurer." Guild Girl smiled, "Especially if those demons are roaming around. Here you go. You can fill out this adventurer's sheet." She smile grew wider as she handed him the piece of paper and a writing feather. Just like an AR. Wait a minute. Oh, is there something wrong, Mr. Doomslayer?" He shook his head, then nodded instead. His eyes were glued at the paper. "Oh, you don't know how to read or write our alphabet?" Guild Girl asked in a worried tone. He shook his head. He could understand and speak the language but not read it. Well, shit. He was pretty much illiterate in this world. Chapter Interlude 2 of the Gods' Greatest Mistake. The gods were distraught, their mistake from 500 years ago. A mistake they had so much trouble destroying and turning it into thousands of puzzle pieces, then buried it 6 foot underground. They hoped and did everything in their power for this mistake to be forgotten by every single soul on their world. But they never noticed that one piece of the puzzle escaped their watch and got found. Now it's being analyzed, and the mistake was slowly and surely getting exposed. The mistake of inviting the demons from hell to their game. No one dared put the blame on another, as they all unanimously agreed to this idea that just popped up among them. The idea was simple, inviting by summon someone or something from another world, some sort of little crossover event for fun. A dice has been rolled to determine if the guest would be good or bad. It ended on bad. Then it was the choice of the world. It was also a pretty simple choice, as the closest one, connected to the majority of the worlds, was hell. The real hell, not the one they created for their game. So after giving the instructions to a dark summoner, their first guest arrived to their board game. The demon called itself an Archvile. Afterwards, it was enjoyable to see the demon allying itself with the dark forces and helping them fight the adventurers. The monster's fire and resurrection magic was a sight to behold. The dark forces were ready to make it a dark general for the demon lord. The gods started getting worried when the demons started to order a portal to be built and started to absorb souls to make itself and the forces of darkness stronger. It was time to end this little side story. They sent the hero and his party to the Dark Castle to deal with the Archvile, but to the gods and everyone else's surprise, the demon managed to defeat and kill the hero and almost all of his party, with one escaping to warn the kingdom. While the dark forces feiced their victory, the Archvile finished the portal connecting this world to hell. It then asked, under the worried eyes of the gods, if the hero it killed was the strongest creature in this world. And when the demon lord himself affirmed that indeed, the hero was powerful enough to defeat him. Who's the strongest in the dark side? The Archvile smirked and murdered the demon lord and his subjects. More demons arrived, each of them strong and powerful. The gods watched in horror as the guest cut its ties with its dark allies and became a third party to invade their game and turn it into a new hell. Their fun event turned into an awful one in a matter of days. They had to do something or they'll lose the world they worked so hard to make. There was no choice but to send every single pawn that could fight into battle, prayers and non-prayers characters. The gods bestowed on most of them cheat powers and blessings for having a chance of survival against the hordes of hell. For the first time ever in history of their game, hundreds of heroes and Dark Lords appeared at the same time and were fighting on the same side. The fight was brutal and without mercy. Many heroes and Dark Lords died, but they managed to push back the demons towards the portal to hell. It was time for the gods to seal the deal, literally. One god of each faction came down to Earth and pushed the remaining demons back into their world and sealed the portal to hell forever. The work was done, but their world had drastically changed, and they didn't want that. It looked like a happy ending for their game. They certainly didn't want that. A choice had to be made. Erase all this event from absolutely everybody's mind, or just accept the end of the game and leave their world, start a new board game. The decision was made by the roll of a dice. What they didn't expect or predict was that some of their pawns got sealed away in hell by mistake and got erased from their world's history at the same moment, becoming a piece of the puzzle, and that the demons evolved incredibly fast, becoming powerful enough to break the old, weakened seal of that ancient portal to survive and get rid of a marine in green armor that has been tormenting the forces of hell for centuries. And now here they were. The missing piece has been found. Their mistake might be revealed, and the forces of hell was approaching once again. But this time, their bane was here to protect this world. They might not need to have more heroes this time around, but what if this lone man wasn't enough? What to do? Chapter 7. First Quest. All right, and here we go. You're an adventurer now. The guild girl smiled as she handed a porcelain adventurer tag. Oh, and don't worry about not knowing how to read or write. You'd be surprised at how many known adventurers don't know how to do either of those things, she smiled. So for your first quest, I suggest you to join another party so they can help you with that. I see. Thank you. I'll do just that, the young man exclaimed before leaving the desk to look for a group that would accept him. Not far from the scene, sitting at a table with his allies, the Doom Slayer listened to the exchange and sighed. She sure is professional. She said the exact same thing to me. And she's right. There is no shame in not knowing how to read or write when you start adventuring. The young priestess smiled, trying to sound encouraging. Haha, don't worry, Doom Slayer. Even though I'm 2,000 years old, I still have trouble with reading human language. Their symbols are just so weird. High Elf Archer chimed in, poking at the side of his armor, not hiding her eagerness to have something she supposses the green armored man at. That explains quite a lot. Dwarf Shaman added with a grin. And what does that mean, huh? The elf turned toward her companion, glaring daggers. I'm glad you asked, Ash. And they were on again with their usual verbal fights, much to Lizard Priest's annoyance and the rest of the guild's entertainment. It wasn't that embarrassing, just a bit annoying that his blessing allowed him to understand other languages and read demonic scripture, but not the common one from this world. The blonde girl proposed to teach him to read if he wanted, which he accepted. They can have short sessions some evenings. The mechanical steps of the local slayer approached their table. He had just finished talking to the blacksmith for armor repairs and was about to ask if the others wanted to join him. Of course, Goblin Slayer. I'll be happy to help, the young priestess smiled. My sword is at your service, my lord Goblin Slayer. Lizard Priest said with a bow and a strange hand gesture. What about you, Doomy? You're joining us. The Doom Slayer shook his head, much to everyone's surprise. He then explained to them that Goblin Slayer's girlfriend, when he said that, priestess blushed, suggested to him to become an adventurer and to broaden his horizons in his search of hell demons and the portal. He retrieved the small porcelain tag collar from around his neck to emphasize his point. Also, I need to pay you back for the nights. I also need to pay for myself, he added. Oh, all right then. Be careful, all right, the dwarf shaman said before patting the green armored man on the shoulder. Be safe. We're leaving. Goblin Slayer nodded and started to march towards the exit. Priestess bowed to the Doom Slayer and quickly joined the other Slayer's side. She whispered something to him, and when he answered her, she yelled, That's not what I meant. But she is my friend, and a girl. What's wrong with people calling her my girlfriend? Ugh, forget about it. Priestess sighed. And with that last exchange, they left the building for another goblin slaying quest. The Marine stood up, cracked his neck and knuckles, then walked to the counter to ask Guild Girl for his first quest. Ah, Doom Slayer, are you ready for your first quest? She asked with a polite smile. He nodded. When she asked for any preferences, he said that he was looking for quests about unknown monster or demons and monster never seen before. All right, but you should know that those kinds of quests have a high probability to be already known monsters, but the client just doesn't know. She warned as she took 2 papers from the pile of quests and handed them to the man in green. The Doom Slayer nodded again, already prepared for this kind of results. He looked at the papers, but couldn't read the language. He looked at Guild Girl. Ah, sorry. This quest is about a beast in the forest that scares the villagers from approaching it. And this one is about horned monsters that terrorize a small town each night, killing and stealing from them. None of them sounds like a demon from hell. Their behaviors do not match. If it was a demon of hell, there would be words about fires. But again, the imps were a bit discreet for a few days before attacking the village with the army of goblins. Who knows? He accepted the quests. Is there a map? All right, I'll be right back, Guild Girl said as she left the back room. She came back a few seconds later with a large scroll. She unrolled it on the counter. The Slayer noticed that there was a lot of green on it. All right, so here's a map of the kingdom. We're here at the frontier. Your quests are to the north near that small forest you see there. She explained, pointing at a green spot. The town with the horned monsters attacks are right there, under the forest. And the one with the beast is actually a bit closer to where we are, right there. She pointed to a village also near a forest. She asked if the Doomslayer would like to keep the map, but he shook his head. He pressed the red light on his chest plate, and a blue light emerged from it, scanned the map, and disappeared as soon as it appeared, confusing many people who witnessed this. The map has been scanned and mini-maped. Our reaching the town would take you 2 days on coach or 5 days by foot. I suggest you to first take care of the village's beast, which is only 3 days away by foot. The Doomslayer shrugged and was about to leave when Guild Girl stopped him. Why, you're not thinking of going alone, right? You just started adventuring. You should dash. She stopped herself and blushed in embarrassment. I'm sorry. Just a habit with porcelain adventurers. I forgot for a second that you already have many years of experience. The Slayer shrugged again. He took the papers and walked towards the exit. He waved backwards to say goodbye to everyone. Doomslayer cracked his neck and ran towards his destination, the furthest one, the North Forest town. Running nonstop for days was nothing to him. He crossed Goblin Slayer's group while running and waved at them without stopping. Well, what the dash? Was that him? High Elf Archer exclaimed. Yes, Goblin Slayer answered. Well, Doomy did say he was really fast. I wonder if he pulled a carriage. Will he be faster than horses? Lizard Priest wondered. Goblin Slayer. No. Priestess glared at the armored man who was clearly thinking about asking this one day. 5 days, she said. He made it in 9 hours. That would be the perfect moment to fist bump someone. Too bad he was alone. But wait. He grabbed a Doom Guy doll from his dimensional crazy pocket and fist bumped it while the familiar tune played from the doll. He silently chuckled to himself as he put the doll back in his pocket and entered the North Forest town. The town was bigger than he expected. There was pavement roads and nice-looking houses. As expected, when he walked by some people, he was stared at as if he was missing a head. He asked for the direction to the head of the town so he could talk about the quest, and was glad to see that the people were polite enough to answer him. At the center of the town was a big squared plaza with a fountain in the middle, and on the right to it were many flowers, while on the left were boxes full of food. At least that's what he smelled. The head of the town was a man in his 40s. When he landed his eyes on the Doomslayer, he smiled brightly. He nearly ran into the Slayer when he grabbed his hand to shake it fervently. An adventurer. Finally, we were so worried that no one would answer our call. Yo, you look very strong. Where's your party? Are they outside? He exclaimed. The Doomslayer shook his head no. I'm solo. Whoa. Then you must be way stronger than I thought. What's your grade? Let me guess. Ruby? No, silver. Gold. The Slayer grabbed his tag, and when a man saw the porcelain tag, his smile didn't disappear, but the spark and excitement in his eyes sure did. I see. D doesn't matter. Please come to my house so I can explain to you the situation. The man stuttered with less excitement than before. Doomslayer wasn't bothered by the sudden change in expression, but what he heard afterward from 2 townsfolk kind of ticked him off. Of course they send us some rookie. You think it's one of those noble show-off? Who have some fancy weapons and armor, but have absolutely no experience in battle. Who knows? But I would have preferred a better adventurer than some porcelain. Doomslayer decided to ignore them. He knew better, and would love to see their expression when he finishes this quest without any trouble. The chief's wife was nice to make some tea for the Slayer as her husband explained the situation. It has been going on for a couple of weeks. One day monsters they have never seen before appeared at the door of the town and threatened the villagers to leave food each night at the plaza, or they will kill one family instead. At first they didn't believe them and even challenged them that night. But as expected, the monster massacred the challengers then a family by breaking into their houses. Since then, they would leave 1 box of food each night, and some brave townsfolk would sometimes try to face them while protecting the food, at least like that. Even if they die, there won't be another family dead the next morning. They managed to actually repel the monsters for a few nights. But 2 days ago, they appeared again and warned the chief that if they put guards again, there will be consequences, and to illustrate their point, they destroyed 2 houses, killing the people in it. That was the moment the town decided it was time they asked for adventurers' help. So please, destroy those monsters and save our town. The chief got on his knees in tears. I don't know what else we can do. The Doomslayer nodded. I will help you. The Marine then asked about a description of the creatures. Very furry with some feathers, big and horns. Definitely not a demon. He then examined the destroyed house. No sign of fire, only brute force. Do you know where they live? We think they might live in the forest, but we couldn't find any habitation that could indicate that these monsters lived there. The chief explained and pointed at the large forest outside the town. But you can be certain that they will appear at night a bit after midnight. The Slayer started thinking for a bit, then nodded. If you need anything to prepare yourself before they come, we'll do everything we can to make you comfortable before the fight. The chief offered, but Slayer just shook his head. No, it's all right. I'll be back at midnight. Where are you going? I have another mission, was all he answered before leaving the town, heading to the other village. As promised, the Slayer came back around midnight the same day. His other quest was a very easy one. Turns out that the beast that was terrorizing the villagers wasn't a beast at all. It was just a young boar that got lost. It was funny when he arrived because he heard some people confusing him with Goblin Slayer, which meant the young Slayer helped this village in the past. It was less funny when they started calling him his big brother. The reason that boar was designated as an unknown creature was because no one actually dared to look inside the forest, not even once. It was the son of the village chief that witnessed the creature wander in the neighboring forest. Having never seen a boar before, the boy confused the animal with a monster and told his mother, whom believed him without question. Pretty ridiculous. Well, at least the Slayer took care of it rather quickly. After the encounter with the beast, he knocked out the poor animal, lifted it up, and took it to some place deeper in the forest so it won't bother anyone from the village again. It was easy and quickly over, but just to be sure he didn't make a mistake, he patrolled quickly the forest for any actual beast, but nope. The only creature near the village was the lost boar. The chief apologized for the inconvenience for a job that they could have cleared out themselves if they just took the bother to check the forest for any actual threat. They filled out a paper that proves that the Slayer completed his quest and bid him goodbye when he left the village. So here he was again, ready to take care of the real monsters of the day. The town chief was waiting for him in front of his house. Yeah, I was wondering if you were never coming back, he smiled. The food is at the fountain. Why your job is to protect it and kill the monsters. Are you sure you don't need help? I'll be fine, was all the Slayer said before heading back to the square plaza. As he waited for the monsters at the fountain, the Marine was counting once again the ammunition of each of his weapons until he heard a noise coming from the road in front of him. He looked up, and with the light from the moon, he managed to see what were the unknown monsters in front of him. They were bizarre, for sure. They were large creatures, at least 2 heads taller than the Slayer, resembling gorillas but with owl heads. Their fur were a dark shade of gray, with a lighter gray for skin, while the head was covered in white and black feathers. A sharp dark beak with 2 dark eyes with very large eyebrows that did look like horns were their facial features. He decided to call these creatures Gorl. There were 2 Gorls walking towards him. They looked like beasts and was wondering if he should just push them away like he did for the boar until he heard them talk in a gruffy voice. Hoo-hoo. Well, look at those idiots. They put another guard. Who? Hoo-hoo. Idiots. Let's kill him and take the food. Who? You first, buddy. The Gorl on the left gestured for his companion to go first. The other one croaked in laughter before slowly knuckle-walking towards the new adventurer, and before long, it was running on all 4 towards him. Only a few meters away, the Gorl jumped forward and raised a fist high to punch the Slayer. With a joyful roar, the monster launched its fist towards the Marine, but just as it was about to hit the man in green, the Slayer stared right into the eyes of the Gorl, paralyzing it in fear in a fraction of seconds, mere inches away from the Slayer's visor. The Slayer took this opportunity to sidestep, grab the Gorl's extended arm, twist, and bend the arm in the wrong way with Herculean strength, crack the bone wide open and out of its prison of flesh. The beast didn't have the time to register the pain and howl in terror as the Slayer stabbed its face 3 times with the pointed tip of bone poking out of its more than broken arm. Blood gushed out of the stab wounds, one on the forehead, one on the left eye, and the last one on the cheek. The Gorl tried to say something but was choking from its own blood. The Marine finished the job by stabbing one last time the monster in the neck. The monster fell dead. One down. The Slayer turned to the second Gorl that was trembling in fear and anger. Growling, I'll kill you, the monster roared, ready to rush towards the green adventurer, but froze immediately when the Slayer took one step towards the large creature. Skrek. The monster squealed and looked around for an escape. When its eyes locked on the door on its left, the Gorl grinned. The Slayer noticed that and immediately understood what it was planning. He dashed forward but quickly ducked to dodge the door that the Gorl was staring at as the monster pulled it out of its hinges and threw it at the Marine. When the Slayer looked up, it was too late. The Gorl entered the house. He ran after the creature, materializing his assault rifle in his hands. A couple of screams alerted the Slayer of the monster's location. He entered the already opened room by the broken door. The large monster was reaching for a young couple to take hostage or just to kill. With a quick aim, the Slayer pulled the trigger twice, and 2 bullets shot through the extended arm. The monster immediately screeched in pain and retracted its arm. The Marine used that opportunity to in turn reach forward and grab the Goral by the throat. Without much effort, he threw the monster back in the entrance and followed with a punch to the monster's beak that sent the large enemy flying back outside and roll on the ground, unconscious. The Slayer walked back inside the room to make sure the couple was all right. He raised them a thumbs up to tell them that everything was okay, then left after shaking the blood off his fist, leaving a traumatized couple frozen in fear in their bed. The Goral growled as it slowly opened its eyes. It was laying on its back on the ground. Its arm was hurt, and especially the head. It brought a muscular hand to its beak only to feel it broken and bloody. That monster of adventurer will pay for this. Just he wait for the regime to learn, and The Goral heard a whoosh in the air and looked up only to see the green adventurer high in the air, coming quickly towards it with its feet forwards, aimed at the monster's belly. Quickly understanding what was about to happen, the Goral tried to crawl away, but it was already too late. The Slayer landed on the monster with such violence it tore the creature in half in the landing. Blood and gore splattered all around them. The Marine said nothing, staring down at the mess he made, then heard some shuffling next to him. He looked down and was slightly surprised to see the monster trying to crawl away despite its state. The cut-in-half Goral was in a state of shock and used what was left in strength to crawl away from the Marine in a useless attempt to escape. Its eyes were transfixed to its own entrails, slowly spreading out with each inch he moved away from the adventurer. It then heard a click above its head and looked up. Eyes met cannon for the first and last time as the Slayer pulled the trigger of his shotgun and blew the Goral's brain into smithereens. The town chief wasn't sleeping. He couldn't. The stress was like a slap each time he tried to close his eyes for more than 10 seconds. He was sitting on a chair at his table, his feet trembling, his heel hitting the ground every millisecond. That thundering sound from earlier must have woken up the whole town. Just what was going on outside. We heard knocks on the door. He almost screamed. He immediately stood up and shakily walked towards the entrance, fearing that the green-armored porcelain adventurer got killed and the monsters were at his door. Who is it? He asked. Me? The chief gladly opened the door and nearly screamed once again when he saw the Slayer with two completely destroyed heads, or at least he assumed those were heads, in his hands. Killed your nuisance. Also did a quick patrol. It was only those two. This is amazing. And now there's only the king left. The man smiled. King? The chief froze, then looked up at the Doomslayer. I didn't tell you how many they were. The porcelain adventurer didn't answer, but the glare through his visor was all response the chief needed to understand that he forgot about that. Sorry. There's just one left, the leader. It never comes with its underlings. But when it will notice that they didn't come back, it will certainly come. The Slayer sighed loudly, then walked back to the fountain, ready to count his ammunition again for a few hours. Shortly after dawn, a big shadow covered the sun over the town. A giant flying beast was gliding towards the entrance like a predator pouncing on its prey. The large figure landed with violence. Its enormous feet left small craters around them. The monster was a Goral, but at least 3 times bigger than a normal one. It had some sort of crown made of sticks on its head and a giant leaf as a cape, which the Goral used to glide. This Goral was much older than the other two. Its lighter fur and large feathered beard showed it. The monster had its eyes fixed on the square plaza where a single man stood. Next to him were 2 corpses of the king's minions. Seething with rage, the monster stepped inside the town, putting all its weights in its feet to make some noise. The Goral yelled, "Are you the one who killed my minions?" But the man at the other end of the avenue didn't answer. "You dare ignore me? I am the regime. I will destroy and devour you." The Goral king roared as it slammed its fist on the ground. "I will kill you and destroy this stupid town. Your threatening presence doesn't scare me, human. Prepare yourself." The monster raised its hand and balled them into fists. Then it started pounding its chest loudly. Each hit echoed throughout the town. It then let out a roar of battle twice as loud as its chest drumming, shattering windows all around the monster. Once the display of power was finished, the monster started advancing. But after 2 steps, and seeing that the adventurer didn't seem impressed at all, it rushed towards the man in green armor with a roar full of rage. The Slayer stared at the large creature coming towards him down the street. It was way bigger, almost the same size as a second-generation Baron of Hell. All of its muscles were moving at the same time as it was glaring with utmost rage at him. If it was anyone else, they probably would be extremely intimidated by the sight. But he was the Slayer. Nothing would be more intimidating than being locked in a room with a cyberdemon and a spider mastermind, except maybe a second generation of each in the same room. The point is that Goral King was not impressive enough to the Doomslayer. So he calmly grabbed his Gauss cannon, set it to siege mode, and charged the shot to its maximum power. The Goral was getting very close. It roared a threat and raised its fist high, ready to punch the adventurer into smithereens. Its white eyes glared at the man in green armor with fury, but the eyes that looked back at him were filled with rage. The Slayer pulled the trigger, and the spinning arrow of blue plasma was fired in a blinding flash of light that lasted half a second. And in this short time, the giant Goral's left side of its face, shoulder, and half of its raised fist were gone in a bloody mess. The monster dropped dead immediately, but with its momentum, it kept sliding towards the doomed Slayer and the fountain. With an Olympian calm, the Marine raised his foot and stopped the corpse's advance by simply putting it down on the carcass head. The square plaza was silent. There was no more monsters. They were dead. Mission accomplished. Now what should he do with all this? The Doom Slayer was on his way back to the Frontier Guild, but was a tad slower this time because he was pulling a small car to loot. The townsfolk were very grateful for his extermination and wanted to throw a party in his honor, but he wasn't interested. However, they insisted that he took the loot of his kills that consisted mostly of some feathers, fur, and beaks from the Gorals, plus the cape and crown, which was actually coming right of the king's skull, weird, from the giant one, and some meat. The chief said that sometimes loot from enemies, especially monsters, could either be sold for good money or be used as material for weapons. The Slayer grabbed a feather from the cart. While they looked no different from a regular feather, they were indeed sturdier than normal, and the king's were even tougher. Doom Slayer, he heard. He looked down and saw Goblin Slayer's party in front of him. Oi, did you forget something at the guild yesterday? High Elf Archer asked. And what are those? Shopping. Priestess asked in turn. No, it's his loot, Goblin Slayer said. You finished your quest? The Doom Slayer nodded, both yes. He was answered with silence, as the party in front of him had their eyes wide open in disbelief. Why you mean that you already finished 2 quests? The locations mustn't have been that far away then. Our quest is still a few days away, the Lizard Priest said. No, I think they were at least 5 days by foot, but I ran. The Marine explained. He then turned towards the leader of the group, ignoring the flabbergasted expressions of the others. Hey, I'm going to the guild and report. Can I join your party after that? If there's no quest for me, he asked Goblin Slayer. I don't see a problem with that, but are you sure? The Doom Slayer nodded and left towards the Frontier Adventure Guild. I can't believe it. He left yesterday, and he already finished 2 quests. High Elf Archer exclaimed. I had no doubts that Doomy was impressive and fast, but this is beyond what I imagined. The Dwarf Shaman said with a smirk while stroking his beard. Should we wait for him then? Priestess asked Goblin Slayer. No, goblins won't wait for us to slay them, and he can catch up to us quickly. I don't doubt it, was his answer. What? Why you already finished your quests? Guild Girl yelled out in shock, making more than a few adventurers turn their attention to the scene. But you left yesterday. Correct, and I have the papers to prove it, Doom Slayer said while putting the 2 papers on the counter. Guild Girl was still shocked as she looked down on the 2 papers in front of her. They seemed legit. She then turned to her coworker who was nodding her head, meaning that he wasn't lying and those weren't forged. I see. Well, congratulations for your first quest. I'll go prepare your rewards. She put back her professional face with a smile. Doom Slayer nodded and said that he'll come back to get them and see for new quests after he sells his loot. And then he left the guild to look for a merchant. She excused herself to go to the storage room and collect the money for the new adventurer. When she came back, she saw that almost all adventurers were already talking about the Doom Slayer and his unbelievable speed to finish his quests. This information will certainly spread fast across the kingdom. A few more quests finished this quickly, and it won't be a surprise to see the Doom Slayer rise up in ranks in record time. And that made her wonder, would he be at the same level as the hero or higher? Chapter 8. Hints of Hell. How did that happen? 7. Why did that happen to him? Goblin Slayer. I'm raising protection to protect the hostages. Do it. I'll be with her, Beard Cutter. This is unbelievable. These adventurers are all over the place, and they're not many. How can they be slaughtering his clan mates so easily? That goblin was frozen in terror and boiling in rage at seeing his kind being crushed under the heel of only 5 adventurers when the other day they just crushed a slightly bigger party. They were feasting on their remains a little earlier before this massacre happened. And that's all the other one's fault. Yeah, maybe he was supposed to be on guard duty, and he sent a younger goblin instead. But he was giving the wretched thing a lesson for lazing around. But whatever the case, it was not his fault, because that's how a goblin mind works. The individual is always superior to the other of his own kin and never wrong in any way. A truly rotten mind. And what about their leader? That useless scum who can use one magic spell was supposed to protect them, right? Isn't that the role of a leader? Well, that idiot died first, a dagger to the throat and an arrow to the head. Useless. But everyone else was just as useless in fighting those adventurers. The lizard man and dwarf were supposed to become their meal for the next few weeks. The blonde girl and elf were to become new carriers for their kind, and whatever was under that armored adventurer was just going to be food too, no matter the gender. And here they were, slaughtering the nest. But this goblin wasn't a fool. He could tell a lost cause when he saw one. So there was only one thing to do: escape. He grabbed one of his fellow goblins that was trembling in fear and rage next to him and threw him forward, yelling at him to do something. While that goblin got sliced in half by the lizardman's bone sword, the smart goblin ran away through the same corridor. He saw a few goblins escape when all started. "My lord Goblin Slayer, are you sure that we can let them escape?" he heard one of the adventurers shout. "Fan, it's okay. After all, theirs." He didn't hear completely what the other adventurer answered, and he didn't care. The goblin ran as fast as he could in the dark corridors of the cave. His superior eyes could see perfectly well in the obscurity. He remembered seeing at least 3 goblins run away. Maybe they reached the exit of the cave, and hopefully not too far. With them, he could make a new nest, and this time he'll be the leader. He's obviously the best one to do that. He suddenly stopped for a second. He could smell blood. Was there another adventurer in the cave? Did the goblins find them and attack them? Perfect. He could get there, tell them to take this victim with them, and start the nest with fun if the adventurer was female, or a feast if male. Perfect, flawless plan. The goblin ran at full speed towards the source of the smell. He was getting closer. Just there, around the shore, an armored hand suddenly emerged from a corner and grabbed the goblin by the throat tightly. The goblin didn't even have the time to yell from surprise as he heard the bones of his feet crack under the heavy heel of the attacker. He finally looked up, only to see someone in full body armor looking down on him through his glass visor. Suddenly, he felt the attacker's hand on his throat rising up, ripping his head from his body. Grab-a-dash, he didn't even finish his scream of pain as his head and part of his spine got ripped from his body in a sprinkle of blood. The man threw the body on the ground and waited for more goblins to come as he could see 2 more approaching. And that was how many now? 7? No, it was now 10 goblins who ran away from the main room and got ambushed by the Doomslayer and died in seconds. There was no more carnage sound coming from the main room of the nest. That meant that they were done. It's been nearly 2 weeks since his first quest with the Gorals. And probably unsurprisingly, his exploits on finishing quests at incredible speed spread through the kingdom so fast that he raised up in adventurer rank 2 times in record time. He touched a bit the steel adventurer tag with his title on it, so damn quickly that it attracted unwanted attention from both clients and other adventurers. When it was known he was mostly doing unknown creatures quests, people just said that they didn't know what was the troublemaker creature and sometimes wouldn't even describe it, just for a chance that the Doomslayer will take their requests. It was useless, annoying, and time-wasting. Then there were adventurers, mostly some of his ranks who were too greedy for fame and glory that wanted to leech on his success. He worried for a second that the adventurers he learned to befriend during his time in this world would also act in the same way. But fortunately, it seems it only happened with the weak-minded. So he very rarely did any of the quests he accepted with other adventurers, but he sometimes would join Goblin Slayer's party in some goblin slaying quests, hoping to find more clues of demonic influence on the weaks. No such luck. Speaking of goblin slaying quest, his role was rearguard, to take out any goblins who tried to run away. It was boring to be honest, but he could understand the reason too. After a few quests with the party, Goblin Slayer's honesty in his reports was cutting the payment to all the party members except the Doomslayer, who was being paid more because of his strength and how he did most of the job with his speed. Even though he said that he could just give them some of his shares since he didn't really need it, no one agreed to it and wanted to earn the money themselves, and to do that, Doomslayer could be the rearguard. Like that, not only do they all do their work, but can relax a bit more since before they always had to work extra hard, not to let a single goblin escape. Speaking of them, here they were. "We're done," Goblin Slayer said, carrying a sleeping woman dressed only with a cloth on her back. "Did everything go all right with you, my lord Doomslayer?" Lizard Priest asked. He was also carrying a woman, and his skeleton summoned too. He nodded. 10. Everyone nodded and headed to the exit. The next day, at the Frontier Guild, Doomslayer was already the first adventurer looking for a quest that could lead him to the whereabouts of the demonic portal of hell. Doomslayer, hey, hello. Spearman tapped his shoulder, which not too far behind. "So what will it be today? Found anything yet?" "I'm looking." The Slayer raised an eyebrow at a particular quest on the board. It was an unknown monster quest, but what caught his attention was the silhouette of the monster in question. It reminded of a certain demon he hasn't seen in a while. He grabbed the quest and walked to Guild Girl. "Can you translate for me?" he asked the worker. While Priestess did give him a few lessons on how to read, there were still many words he couldn't read. Plus, it was extremely hard to read because when he read the words with this world's pronunciation, it didn't sound like what they were saying since it was immediately translated when coming out of their mouth. Of course. Guild Girl smiled politely and read the quest. "I see. It's a second-time quest, or an updated quest if you prefer. It was first asked to inquire what was a mad science man doing in his strange mansion in a town south from here, around 3 days by walking. But the first adventurers who went there got attacked by 3 monsters, and the survivors told about a monster never seen before. The Doom Slayer leaned forward, something never seen before. It's described as a pink, strange monster that stands on a metallic moving table, reminds them of spiders, and it had a cannon on the metallic part of the creature's appearance, she described. The Doom Slayer froze, and an aura of anger started to be felt emanating from him, making almost everyone shiver in fear near him. Is everything okay? Guild Girl tried to stay put. It sounds like an arachnotron, a demon from hell, he explained after calming down. He immediately asked Guild Girl where exactly on the map this town was. As she was showing him, and he was recording the location on his own map, 2 voices coughed behind him. He turned around to see 2 adventurers he knew, grinning. Come on, Doom Slayer. We can help you. Spearman groaned behind the Slayer as he was speaking with the blacksmith. He's not wrong, Doom Slayer. If Goblin Slayer's party could help, I'm more than certain that we'll be as helpful as them. Heavy Warrior said, his arms crossed. Maybe, probably, even more. The female knight added with confidence and a grin. And if you are right, knowing our enemies, before they invade, could help us all, which concluded. The Hell Walker sighed. He turned around with an annoyed glance visible through his visor. I know that you are more than capable, but it's my fight, and I know that no matter what I say, you guys are going to come, huh? He sighed at the grins in front of him. He asked about the rest of the Heavy Warriors party to female knights. The Silver Adventurer explained that they went on a quest by themselves with the Rookie Warrior and the Apprentice Cleric. So the 2 Silver Adventurers were free. By looking at her expression, it seems that she would rather have time alone with her partner or going on a quest with just him. But would join him on this quest anyway. It could be a good experience too. The Slayer groaned again. He knew them for almost a month now. He could tell that they really won't back down. He turned back to the blacksmith who came back from his workshop. Doom Slayer, I examined your shell, and I don't think it'll be possible for me to recreate them as fast as you'd hope. The main problem is the black powder. I've seen something similar before, but it's very rare, and buying some of it would cost me more than I can make in a week. Plus, with all the other commissions of the adventurers, especially Goblin Slayers. The dwarf sighed with a groan. The Slayer answered with a groan in return, thanked him, and turned his back, heading back upstairs, the 4 silver adventurers behind him. When the group reached the guild again, they met Goblin Slayer's party who were getting ready for their quests. The dwarf learned that Doom Slayer might have found a demon and asked about the location of the monster. When a marine showed them the place on the map, Priestess noted that it was very close to where one of their goblin slaying quests was taking them. High Elf Archer didn't hesitate 1 second to ask if they could all travel together as a big party. If it's all right with Goblin Slayer, sure. Heavy Warrior answered for the Slayer, who threw a quick glare at him. I don't mind, but won't we slow down Doom Slayer too much? He's way faster than any of us. Goblin Slayer pointed out. At that, everyone was silent, thinking of a solution. Lizard Priest, eyes suddenly lit up. I think I have an idea. No, I don't think it's appropriate. Priestess immediately denied. What is this idea? Which asked. The blonde girl blushed in embarrassment and decided to whisper it to the older woman, who chuckled at hearing it. She whispered it back to the Doom Slayer, who let out a groan of annoyance. He looked at everyone and sighed. Just this once, he agreed. W.A. He really is very fast. This is amazing. High Elf Archer screamed in excitement, raising her arms as the wind hit her face. I knew he was fast when I saw him running past us, but this is more impressive than I thought. This is just for this quest. Never again. The Doom Slayer was pulling a very large carriage with all 9 adventurers of different sizes inside, while running at full speed towards his destination on the road. And while he was slowed down, he was still faster than horses. They reached the town in 11 hours. But Doom Slayer groaned that he would have done it in 5 if he was alone. The 2 parties split apart to get on with their respective quests. Thankfully, the chef of this town seemed to be waiting at the gates, and his eyes shone with glee when he saw the green armored man approaching them. You're the Doom Slayer, right? He asked. The Steel Adventurer nodded. This is perfect, right? Please follow me. I'll tell you everything you need to know. He then finally noticed the other adventurers behind the Slayer. Do you have something to do here, right? He asked. We're with him. The female knight exclaimed. What the hell? Spearman yelled. But I thought the Doom Slayer was soloing his quests. Was I wrong? It's a one-time thing, Doom Slayer said as he looked at his party members. Then please come with me, right? Witch and Heavy Warrior chuckled at the reactions of their companions. Looks like you're not the most famous adventurer anymore. The large man snickered to his comrade. The story was very simple. There's a man who lives in a manor outside of town. He's a man of science and would always help the townsfolk. But a week ago, his personality did a complete 180. He didn't accept any visitors. He would chase out anyone getting close to him, And the most worrisome was that corpses were starting to get missing from the town cemetery. And a few days ago, strange noises were coming from the manor. They asked adventurers to check on it, as they were afraid of what was happening. But the rest they know from the quest description. The master's mansion is definitely up to no good. Right? Please, you have to bring an end to this terror before it grows to unthinkable length. The chief begged the group of adventurers. While the other 4 adventurers started their usual manner to say that they don't have to worry because they're here now, Doomslayer started to think deeply. His suspicions were once again true. The creature wasn't an arachnotron. If it really was, there wouldn't be a mansion anymore, and the town might be under attack. But if the creature was a creation of the mad scientist, why design it like this? The silhouette and description was too close of an arachnotron to be a simple coincidence. There was something going on in that mansion, so of course he'll go investigate and also question the madman. Not only was the mansion full of pentagrams and hellish symbols, but the walls were all drenched in blood, exactly like all buildings infected with hell energy the Doomslayer saw in his crusade. And on top of that, a giant monster made of body parts stitched together, a flesh golem, as the other called it, attacked them merely a minute after they got inside the building to try to stop them from going to the basement where suspicious loud noises could be heard. If that man was creating demon-looking monsters, the Doomslayer had to stop him as soon as possible. He wasn't late, but the sooner the better. Unfortunately, the flesh golem was blocking his path. Fortunately, he was the Doomslayer. He grabbed his rocket launcher and fired a missile on the monster's face. It didn't blow up at the explosion, showing that the monster was as resistant as it looked. The Marine ran past the giant, but not before pointing at his companions then at the target. Thankfully, they understood what he meant as they all got in an offensive stance to fight the stunned monster. Doomslayer ran through the corridors, super shotgun ready for any obstacles in his way. He managed to find a stairway to the underground and ran down the stairs. What he saw was exactly what he was expecting, as cliché as it was. It was an underground lab, medieval style. But there was no sign of the madman. "I know who you are, Hellwalker. The Dark Ones of Hell told me everything about you. Warn me about you." A voice echoed through the room. There were no high speakers, so it was probably magic. "But it matters not. I will show them, and they will grant me infinite knowledge of all worlds. The other Earth, the Makers, all of it," the man laughed. "Makers, huh? It's been a while since he heard that name. But first, feast your eyes on my creation. Octoslimatron, kill the Slayer." What? A loud noise was heard from the other side of a double door that was on the opposite side of the room, facing the Slayer. And not even a second after, one spot on the door exploded as a meddling sharp object was coming at the Marine at full speed. He dodged quickly to the side and heard the rattling of chains. He looked at what almost hit him and saw it was a large harpoon attached to a chain. And from the way it was deeply embedded on the solid ground, he could tell that it would have hurt a lot if he took that head on. The harpoon got pulled back through the hole in the door, it came through, and a few seconds later, the whole door exploded as the monster behind it slammed itself into it, and the Slayer now had a perfect visual at what the Octoslimatron was. After looking at the thing for a second, he understood why he could have confused this with an arachnotron. The demon was definitely the base inspiration for the design. The Octoslimatron was a giant pink slime with a visible red core inside, supported by a metal chassis, which was wielding a large chained harpoon instead of cannon. There were 2 or maybe 3 metal tubes linking the core immediately to the metal part of the body. He didn't know if it was normal or not, but the slime seemed unstable by how it was flailing a demi-dozen tentacles around. Impressed? I hope you are once I am done with you. This baby will be produced in mass and help the Horde of Hell to their dark invasions. He heard the voice of the mad scientist again, but this time it was coming from behind the monster. Doomslayer didn't waste a moment to shoot a rocket to the slime body of the monstrosity in front of him. But to his surprise, the missile got slowed down in its advance drastically when entering the body. He then saw the red core turn into some sort of mouth and devour the projectile. Ha ha! Incredible, isn't it? Octoslimes are a rare breed of slimes that isn't acidic on the touch and doesn't digest when inside the body. And the tentacles are very fast and rather powerful. He heard the mad scientist laugh. The man then appeared. He walked out of the room where the Octoslimatron came out. He was accompanied by 2 other flesh golems. "But I am no fool. The Dark Lords of Hell told me of your exploits. My Octoslimatron alone can't defeat you. But with my flesh golems, I have no doubt," the man exclaimed. The Slayer didn't answer. His glare was more than enough for anyone to understand what he was thinking. "You dare not take me seriously." Then the mad scientist yelped as the Marine shot a few rounds with his assault rifle, only for the flesh golems to jump in front of their master to protect him. "Hee, my flesh golems are resistant to your weapons, Slayer." Loud footsteps could be heard coming from upstairs, heading down to the lab. "Oh, looks like Beta is done with your friends," the man grinned. But it wasn't the flesh golem walking down the stairs, or at least not all of it. Only its head in the hands of the 4 silver adventurers who accompanied the Slayer on this quest. The sight of his creation dead sure made the mad scientist lose all the confidence he was showing a few seconds ago. B beta, eta, alpha, gamma, octo slimatron. Kill them. Kill them all, he shouted before running away, deeper in his lab. The monsters roared as they advanced towards the adventurers. Need some help with the weird one, Doomslayer? Spearman asked from behind him. The Doomslayer didn't speak. He just pointed at the adventurers, then at the 2 flesh golems. You want us to fight flesh golems again? Come on, Slayer. Have some courtesy. Female knight sighed, but still raised her shield and sword. Well then, we better take care of them quickly if we want to have a piece of that slime thing between them. Heavy warrior laughed, also getting ready for battle. The flesh golems immediately threw a punch towards the Slayer, and once again the silver adventurers were witness to the marine's agility as he used his weird boots to jump twice in the air to dodge the fists and did a roundhouse kick to both giant monsters' head, sending them stumbling towards the 4 adventurers. But they recovered quicker than expected as they countered heavy warrior's swing of his sword and Spearman's thrust of his weapon to make them swing partners. You don't mind if we pair up against that thing? Spearman asked the female knight. Only if you don't slow me down. She smirked before slashing the flesh golem's side. Please, I'm the fastest one after Doomslayer here, he laughed as he pierced its shoulder. Sorry to interrupt your date. Heavy warrior held his sword tighter, pointing the tip at the second flesh monster. It's all right. Let's wrap this up quickly. Then, she smiled, preparing a spell to use in case of emergency. Meanwhile, back with the Doomslayer, he was testing which kind of ammunition will be effective against the slime monster. It seemed that the plasma bullets were the one with the best effect, but unfortunately couldn't use it because he was running out of it. He used too many Gauss cannon shots to finish his quest quickly in the past few weeks. The Doomslayer quickly jumped to dodge some tentacle hits, but while he was in the air, he saw the harpoon aiming at him. He couldn't dodge in the air, so he thought quickly and grabbed his assault rifle, put on the scope, and aimed at a place he knew his bullet would hit, one of the monster's robot legs. The bullet was fast and powerful enough to blast the metal leg to bits, making the harpoon lose its aim and miss the Slayer a few feet on the right, crashing on the ceiling. The Octo Slimatron quickly leaned its massive body against one of the tables to stay up. When the Doomslayer noticed that it was about to recall its harpoon, he had an idea. He grabbed onto the chain and got pulled along the harpoon directly onto the monster, closing the distance in a couple of seconds. Doing so reminded him of an old weapon of his he now wishes to have again, his Lucifer's Bane. But no time for good memories. He had a bootleg arachnotron to kill. He kicked one of the tubes, breaking it, and noticed that his foot that was on the slime wasn't sinking into its body as fast as he expected. That gave him an idea now that he has stability. Thankfully, the monster's hits with the tentacles were not effective at all. Actually, the monster was way weaker than what it looked like. The harpoon aimed up at his face, but this time he grabbed the chain while dodging before it could retract. He grabbed his super shotgun and plunged the barrels inside the slime, cannons point blank against the core. The core turned into a wide open mouth, ready to swallow the weapon, but the only thing it ate was lead that tore the monster's core apart. He jumped back and watched as the Octo Slimatron collapsed, dead, in a matter of seconds. That was one. He looked back to see how his teammates were doing with the flesh golems, and they were doing just fine. Female Knight was doing a perfect job taking on any hits from the flesh golem with her shield to allow Spearman to attack in any way, sometimes even using his partner as a support to jump high and stab the monster in the upper area like the head. And she didn't seem to mind, as if she was expecting him to do that. Meanwhile, Heavy Warrior was very good at staying between Witch and the flesh golem he was facing, focusing on cutting deeper and deeper into the monster's wounds while the Witch kept her spells for the killing blow. "Hey, big guy," Spearman called out to Heavy Warrior. "Switch." At the command, both adventurers planted their weapon deep inside their opponent and swung around with them, almost like a dance as they brought themselves and their prey towards their original partners. "Now," Heavy Warrior yelled, and with his female partner, both at the same time, slashed at the monster's already deep wounds, this time going all the way and cutting through the weakened flesh and bone, cutting the monster in pieces. One large chunk of body had still one arm and the head attached. It tried to get away using the strength of its arm, but the female knight raised her shield and slammed the head on the ground. Her partner finished the job with stomping on the shield, crushing it into pieces. That was two. On the other side of the room, Spearman managed to bring the flesh golem to the ground, on its back. He used his spider web spell. Doomguy didn't know he could use magic to immobilize the giant on the ground. He took off his spear from the flesh golem's forehead and left a rather large hole in there. "Would you do the honor?" he asked with a smile to his comrade Witch. "But, of course," she smiled back and approached the stuck giant. She started chanting her spell, and a small flame appeared at the tip of her raised index finger. She plunged the finger in the open forehead of the flesh golem without hesitation or disgust, and with her last word of the spell, the monster's head burst into flames from inside. Smoke and fire came out of every orifice and melted anything on its way, be it teeth or eyes. The thing was pretty much dead. And that's 3. All right, now let's go help the Slayer with that thing. Spearman cheered and finally turned to where the Doomslayer had his fight with the strange monster, but his joy diminished when he saw that it was already done. Aw man. As expected of the Doomslayer. Anyway, our job isn't quite done yet. He was right. Everyone looked at the destroyed door where the mad scientist escaped through. The job isn't done. All right, tell us everything you know about the demon's incoming invasion. Heavy Warrior pretty much spat at the mad scientist's face as he held him up high against the wall by the collar. Everyone else was standing behind the silver adventurer, with only the Slayer with his pistol raised and aiming directly at the madman's head. The Dark Lord's invasions? Ha, it already started. They already sent scouts from the entrance to hell. So you know where the portal to hell is? No. But I hope that the Dark Lords will help me once I burn this city to the ground in their name with my Okuto Slimatron. Go ahead. Kill me. Imprison me. I will join hell and its armies as one of them and will have my revenge. Ha. The mad scientist kept laughing as Spearman sighed. What should we do with him now? Doom SL dash. His question and the laugh were interrupted by the pull of the trigger by the Slayer without a warning. Mission accomplished. No, but seriously, warn us next time you do that. Spearman whined once again as the group entered the adventurer guild of the neighboring town. Oh, grunt. If there is a next time. Doomslayer rolled his eyes. Anyway, let's just get our reward and look if there's any quests here that could interest us. Female Knight said as she walked towards the tavern of the guild, ready to order a drink. Heavy Warrior in which joined her as Doomslayer went for the counter to get his reward and Spearman looked at the quest board. The guild worker here was a young female brown rabbit beast woman, visibly a fan of the Slayer as she became a stuttering mess the moment he saw the man in green full body armor. She nodded way too many times before running to another room to get the reward for the party. When she came back, she asked for something that the Doomslayer was pretty much sure was similar to an autograph or a memento of his passage. There was nothing for him to lose, so he just left her one of his Doom Guide dolls he found in his last visit on Mars. He walked away from the counter after a nod at the woman who nearly fainted from joy at the gift and headed to the quest board where Spearman was eyeing suspiciously at a particular quest. Hey Slayer, hear this one out. Another unknown monster quest, very recent too. It speaks of 3 different monsters. One is an armored skeleton that can fly and spit fire projectiles, and the other is a fat monster with metal mouth that spit fire for hands. The last one was not seen by the client. What kind of stew dash? Spearman stopped mid-sentence at the overwhelming sense of dread he was feeling from the presence behind him. He slowly and shakily turned around and saw the Doom Slayer glaring dagger fire at the quest. Without even saying a word, the Hell Walker grabbed the quest from the board, nearly tearing the board with it. He stormed back towards the counter. The picture drawn on the quest. It was a revenant and a mancubus. Everyone was staring at him in fear and didn't even say a word when he pushed a few of them away from his path. He stopped in front of the rabbit beast woman again and put the quest paper in front of her, saying only one word. Where? The woman took a deep breath to keep her composure and read the paper. This quest was submitted only a couple of hours ago. The client died after putting it up. He came from a village only a day by horse from here through a forest. The client left a generous reward for whoever kills the beast described in the picture. His village was burning to the ground when he ran away. It was demons from hell. He was sure of it this time. He pointed at the map of the kingdom on the wall. Where is the village? He asked. The guild worker pointed at the location on the map. The Slayer scanned it and headed out. His 4 companions quickly stood up and followed him before he left them behind. Well, this was a quick extermination. Lizard Priest smiled. Because they ambushed us out of nowhere. They were supposed to be sleeping. High Elf Archer groaned, trying to clean off the stinky goblin blood from her small dagger. I'm not sure why, but something wasn't right with those goblins. There were way less than the report, and there was no leader in the nest. As if they moved out and left some behind for guarding the nest. But gone where? Goblin Slayer thought out loud. As always, you're only chatty when it involves goblins. Hey, Beard Cutter. Dwarf Shaman laughed. Isn't that Doom Slayer and the others? Priestess pointed at the man in green armor, storming out of the guild with the others behind him, trying to catch up. This looks serious. Do you think it's demons? We need to go with them. Orkbo dash. Let's go. Goblin Slayer silenced everyone as he started running towards the other group. His party was stunned for a few seconds of their leader's decision, but they had no time to waste and chased after him. The Doomslayer was once again pulling the carriage with the whole team on board, but this time there was no joyful ambience. It was tense and serious. Everyone was getting ready for a dangerous battle with demons. Goblin Slayer's party may have already met some demons before, but those were of the weakest kind. I'm still surprised Orkbald decided to join you guys. I was pretty sure he would just go on another goblin slaying quest. High Elf Archer said, try to relax the tension in the air. Now that you say that, it is weird. Heavy Warrior agreed. So tell us, why you suddenly joined us? Spearman asked the man in the dirty armor. The rest of the goblins of our last quest might have headed towards the source of power that could grant them strength and survival. And that source could be the demons. We saw that before. Goblin Slayer explained. Of course, goblins. And also, I think demons might be as dangerous as goblins. I could always be helping a friend in any way I can. The Silver Adventurer added. Yeah, might be as dangerous. Female Knight smirked. Before anyone could say anything else, Lizard Priest suddenly raised his head high in terror and shouted to the Slayer pulling the carriage. My Lord Doomslayer, on the right. UNF. Suddenly, a column of flames emerged from between the trees and hit the man in green in full force. Then flames started to appear all around him before exploding and sending the Slayer through a couple of trees on the opposite side. Doomslayer. Everyone, battle formation. We're under attack. All 9 adventurers jumped out of the carriage, weapons drawn out and ready for battle. Then, loud noises were approaching the group, and from the bushes and trees appeared half a dozen creatures that surrounded the large party. What was surprising was the variety in the enemy's troops. 2 goblins, a human bandit, a giant boar, a owlbear, and a dark elf archer. And even more bizarre was that they all had some sort of red aura surrounding them, and their eyes were empty of life despite clearly showing some intelligence behind the dead eyes. What the hell is this? Exclaimed the dwarf shaman. Hee. Looks like the Doomslayer has companions. Hilarious. They are not even strong as sentinels. A dark commending voice echoed from behind the trees. All eyes looked towards the source and froze at seeing what was approaching them. It was a tall demon, towering even the Doomslayer. It was rather slim, but with some muscles and bone armor covering its chest and shoulders. Spikes on its body, and its 3-fingered hands were in flames. All right, let's get this done quickly. The demon smirked as it raised its hand high in the air, surrounding itself in flames. The trees nearby the demon burst into flames and into ashes so quickly that the fire couldn't spread. But it didn't matter. That forest will burn eventually. What was problematic was the wall of fire in front of the demon, as dozen other creatures appeared out of thin air in orange flaming silhouettes. Among them, an ogre and a manticore. The adventurers started to panic, and the enemies surrounding them rushed into battle to attack. In a few seconds, they will be overwhelmed. If the Doomslayer doesn't come soon, the Archvile will kill them and harvest their souls. Slayers. Chapter 9. The Vile Demon. The large demon cackled behind his shield at the sight of the adventurers fighting his resurrected invocations, while the 2 goblins and bandit died rather quickly, but not without doing their fare of damage. The same couldn't be told about the boar, owlbear, and dark elf. The demon laughed louder as his summons were almost done. Once they are, those humans won't stand a chance, and with his little army, the Slayer will be easy to kill. But he took a bit too much time with his invocation as 3 small rockets flew over the fight and crashed in an explosion against his fire shield, destroying it. And right afterward, a blue plasma arrow hit his chest hard enough for large chunks of flesh to be torn off in a splash of lava-like blood, interrupting his invocation at the same time. All the creatures who were getting summoned fell on the ground like ragdolls, screaming in pain before disappearing in flames. The Archvile roared in pain too, before glaring at the Doomslayer who was running fast in its direction with his super shotgun in hand. The demon growled and disappeared in a flash of flames back into the forest. Goblin Slayer, he invited. Doomslayer, High Elf Archer exclaimed as she shot an arrow that the resurrected Dark Elf dodged with ease. That demon, what is it? Spearman yelled before stabbing the boar for the 10th time with his spear, finally killing it. But the Slayer didn't answer. He just ran past them at full speed towards where the Archvile escaped. I'll go too, Goblin Slayer suddenly announced. Priestess dash. I'll heal everyone who got injured. She cut him with a nod and ran towards the witch and dwarf shaman who got stabbed and hit by the bandit and boar. God, what is wrong with those? Heavy Warrior shouted as he was using his large sword as a shield against the resurrected owlbear. Whatever that large demon did made them stronger than usual, the female knight exclaimed, rushing towards the owlbear with her sword raised. The beast noticed her quickly as it swatted its large paw at her, hitting her shield and sending her flying away. The monster roared at the warrior's face, turning its attention back to him. High Elf Archer shot another arrow at the Dark Elf who dodged to one side, but only to get ambushed by Lizard Priest who cut the resurrected fiend in pieces with 2 horizontal slices. If you're done, come give me a hand. Heavy Warrior shouted, kicking the owlbear away. This was bad, very bad. The Slayer barely had any ammunition left. No more rockets. Only 3 plasma cells left, 4 shotgun shells left, and 30 bullets. Not even near enough to kill a Mancubus. No way in hell he can't beat an Archvile with that. And worse yet, this Archvile was different from the ones he fought in the past. A new generation, definitely more dangerous. He also didn't know any of the demon's new powers. The Doomslayer arrived at a freshly burnt clearing somewhere deep in the forest where the Archvile was waiting for him alone in the center. No words, let's finish this. The demon smirked and immediately raised its burning arms high up before pointing them at the Slayer. 2 large fireballs flying towards the Marine. That was a new attack. The Slayer sidestepped, dodged the fireballs, and fired his assault rifle with the scope directly at the monster's head, but it didn't seem to do any significant damage. He then changed mod for the micro-missiles, hoping for a different result, but the demon had teleported near him. You're out of ammunition. The demon grinned, reaching its enormous claws towards the Slayer, ready to grab him by the neck. But the Marine quickly turned, armed with his super shotgun, surprising the Archvile. Only 2 shots, gotta make it count. He fired the first shot at point blank at the demon's knee. The shot didn't destroy the leg to smithereens, but did make the large demon fall on its backside. He then directly aimed at the monster's big head and fired, but unfortunately, it teleported away right before he pulled the trigger. Damn it. The demon was back to its previous spot. It launched a small column of flames that was going straight for the Slayer. The Marine sidestepped to dodge once more, but got caught by the flames when the wave suddenly changed directions. Hurt and ablaze, the Doomslayer rolled to the ground to extinguish the flames and raised his assault rifle with the micro-missiles mod engaged. He fired all his remaining ammunitions on the demon, hoping for enough damage for him to be able to kill it with only his fists and energy pistol. Thankfully, all missiles reached their target and blew up in a big explosion of fire and smoke. But then the Archvile bursted out of the smoke cloud, barely injured except for some burnt marks on his body armor. The large demon grabbed the Slayer by the throat and slammed him head first against the ground, once before lifting him to eye level. The great Doomslayer. Armless. Oh, how pitiful. The demon sneered. But Doomslayer never surrenders. He glared menacingly at the demon through his visor as he raised his right arm, holding the energy pistol, already charging the shot. The fire demon raised a skelly eyebrow in surprise. The Slayer fired the shot right directly between the demon's eye, but the monster barely budged. "So long, Slayer," the Archvile said, summoning hell energy to burn the Slayer into a crisp. He was now in a very bad situation. He was completely out of ammunition, except for 2 shots of BFG. Using a shot of his most powerful weapon on only one demon sounded insane, but if he really saw no other way to avoid death in the next few seconds, he had no choice but to use it. But then what? He'll only have 1 shot left for the Mancubus and the Revenant, and then he'll be completely armless against the coming horde of hell. Doomslayer. Catch! He suddenly heard a familiar voice shout from behind him. The Archvile interrupted his spell in confusion as a small man in dirty armor just threw something at the Slayer. The Doomslayer reached out and grabbed the item. From the reflection of the light on the item, it was a bladed weapon, so he didn't waste 1 second to slash at the large demon. The moment they saw the Archvile appear on the board, they knew that it wouldn't be long before the invasion. Flashbacks of betrayals and cheating submerged the god's mind as they immediately started to think for a solution to that big problem. The Doomslayer was out of ammunition and was in big trouble. They tried over and over again to throw the dice for him, but once again the piece refused their assistance. That's when their other favorite rebel pawn appeared on the battlefield and threw something to the Slayer. An idea exploded in every god's mind. They can't manipulate the Slayers, but they can manipulate that particular item, which isn't held at the moment by either of them. But they can only do that once and have no time to hesitate. D20 for quality, D20 for damage output, D20 for durability. And the results were: the slash was deep enough for a massive amount of lava-like blood to spurt out of the fresh wound. The hit was critical, and it surprised both parties. The Archvile roared loudly in pain, dropping the Doomslayer and taking a few pain steps back, staring in panic at the large blood-dripping gash on its torso. It glared at the Marine, who was slowly standing up again, while the other human, who had a strange resemblance with the Hell Walker, ran to his side. "Are you all right?" Goblin Slayer asked. The Marine just groaned and cracked his shoulders. "All right. The others are almost done. They should come shortly," Goblin Slayer explained as he got in a fighting stance with a hatchet. The Doomslayer looked at the weapon that managed to injure an Archvile so badly. It was what he could describe as a bladed tonfa. He swung his arm a bit. He liked it. He should keep an idea of a blade in mind, though maybe an assassin-style one that comes out so he can have a free hand. He looked closely at the blade. It didn't look special or anything. It even cracked a bit against the demon hard skin. He could use this at least 2 or 3 more times. He looked at his student. One of the bandits from before had it. Took it from his corpse. Goblin Slayer explained. The Marine nodded and got in a fighting stance next to the smaller armored man. The Archvile couldn't help but sweat in worry at the sight of two Slayers, even if one was clearly weaker than the other. It teleported far away and raised its burning hands high, summoning a flame shield and many resurrected creatures ready to serve the demon. The rest of the Slayer's party arrived at the clearing, all ready to fight. Doom Slayer scanned the 12 creatures being summoned, 2 goblins, 2 hobgoblins wearing minimal armor and armed with axes, a giant goblin armed with equally large mace, probably a champion, another human bandit accompanied by a dark mage, a Gorol, a dark knight, a flesh golem. Surprisingly, there was the Octo Slimatron that he defeated earlier, which meant that the Archvile was indeed summoning dead creatures, and an imp. Wait a second. There was an imp, a demon from his hell. He grabbed his chainsaw and walked towards where the imp was being summoned. Everyone, prepare to fight again. Goblin Slayer warned the rest of the group. What? Can't Doom Slayer stop the demon from summoning those monsters like before? Spearman exclaimed, grabbing his spear in a fighting stance. I believe he has something planned with the small demon we encountered previously. Lizard Priest noted as he prepared to summon a skeleton warrior. Welp, I still have 3 spells left, the Dwarf Shaman said. Well, at least that means we can finally fight out that weird slime from earlier. The knight smirked. Did you use a miracle earlier? Goblin Slayer asked the youngest of the group. And no, I can still use them. Should I dash? I don't think we'll need it for this fight, but I'll signal you if we do. The priestess nodded with determination at his instructions. Everyone be ready. They're almost here. Do like Doom Slayer and choose your target to kill as soon as they are active. Heavy Warrior shouted and ran towards the flesh golem. Meanwhile, the Marine in green armor was standing in front of the imp. He raised his chainsaw high, waiting for the damned creature to spring to life and roar. The fated moment arrived, and the imp was indeed about to roar but stopped dead in its tracks when the first thing it saw was green armor. It looked up and immediately met its demise with a roaring chainsaw coming down on its face right between the eye, brutally splitting the demon in half. Loud exclamations of surprise and disgust were heard behind him. He smirked under his helmet as on his visor. He saw ammo hologram spurts out of the demon along its blood. He was now partially armed. He could fight the Archvile on somewhat even grounds. He turned to the large demon, and it seems that the spawn of evil was healing itself. Now that's something unacceptable. The Doom Slayer marched, ready to sprint towards the demon, but suddenly a large mace filled his vision as the Goblin champion swung his weapon at the Marine. But unfortunately for the resurrected fool, the Doom Slayer just grabbed on the mace to absorb the impact, making him only move a couple of meters instead of flying away. The Marine glared at the Goblin, but the living dead did not get intimidated. Looks like he needs to take care of that thing first. He only had 3 rockets from the imp, but he fired one anyway straight into the champion's chest. He was then very surprised to see the monster standing despite a big chunk of armor and flesh missing from his torso. The Goblin roared and charged. The Archvile was cauterizing its slash wound with its own flames, grumbling about its idiocy of not killing the Slayer before the smaller human appeared. They are done. That scar is definitely pretty fragile. The demon will have to protect it well so it doesn't open again. It looked up towards the fight where the Doom Slayer and his friends were fighting the group of resurrected monsters. The demon groaned. It should start summoning some new monsters. The Archvile started to gather energy, ready to start the ritual until it noticed that someone was missing in this mess of a fight. Where the heck is the Slayer's younger sibling? And that's where it finally sensed the presence of the smaller human close by. But it was too late. An axe came from the left and just embedded itself right in the sensible scar across the demon's chest. The Archvile roared in pain as its wound was open again and bleeding even more than before. Huh, that was easier than I first thought. Goblin Slayer noted. The Archvile was frozen in shock, but it quickly started to shake in rage. It glared at the smaller Slayer and roared, rearing its right arm back. You little shit. The resurrecting superior demon yelled as it slashed with a flaming hand and claws at Goblin Slayer, sending him flying away and rolling on the ground. The warrior was left mostly unscathed because he instinctively raised his shield, taking most of the damage. But a blow from a powerful demon, like an Archvile, was not without consequences as his shield shattered at the impact and definitely broke a bone in his arm. Goblin Slayer tried to stand up, but was nailed to the ground by the Archvile's flaming foot as it teleported behind him. Die! It exclaimed as it raised its right arm again to behead the young warrior. But suddenly, a blue spinning plasma arrow pierced the demon's raised elbow, separating its arm from the rest of its body. The monster roared in pain as it stumbled backwards, holding its newly fresh wound, immediately cauterizing it. It stood up again, glared at the Doom Slayer who was standing atop the head crushed by its own mace goblin champion corpse, his Gauss cannon at hand still fuming from its latest shot. His party behind him was still fighting the stronger, resurrected monsters. The Archvile growled and teleported far away once again, its head now full of bloodlust towards the Slayer and his companions. It pointed a claw towards the group. "Prepare to die, humans. I will not fail this time," it howled. Then, the Archvile raised its arms, or at least what's left of them, thus summoning a shield and its next creature. But this time, what the demon was summoning was incredibly massive. Now what the hell was that thing? The flaming silhouette was comparable to a large many-legged insect, almost like a giant centipede with an exoskeleton made out of rock. It had a single eye located above the extremely large mouth that sported numerous rows of massive razor-sharp teeth. The creature on its own was filing the clearing, its body zigzagging in some sort of maze, standing between the Slayers and the Archvile. Doom Slayer turned toward Goblin Slayer for an explanation on what this was. "That's not a goblin," was all he got. The Marine didn't say a word, but the augusament was clear in his silence. He turned towards the rest of the party and widened his eyes at seeing Lizard Priest sitting against a tree, injured while Priestess and Dwarf Shaman were healing them. Heavy Warrior was fighting toe-to-toe against the resurrected Dark Knight, while Spearman and Female Knight were fighting with some trouble the barely damaged Octoslimatron. High Elf Archer emerged from the tree branches, the Goril right behind her, but she unleashed an arrow on the monster's head, right next to a dozen more, and the creature finally fell dead. There were many more on the rest of its body, along some burning marks, as the witch walked appeared behind it shortly after. "He should probably help them. Doom Slayer, you must stop that demon from summoning that thing." High Elf Archer exclaimed the moment she saw the giant creature being summoned. "That's a rock eater, and a massive one at that." The moment she said the creature's name, everyone else looked up, finally seeing the scene in front of them, and gasped in terror. "If that thing is summoned in the same state as the other creatures, we are all dead." Doom Slayer didn't waste a second to run towards where he remembered the Archvile was before the Rock Eater appeared. What surprised him was seeing Goblin Slayer following him. There was no time to tell him not to come, so they ran into the improvised maze. And also, the young Slayer had something special and certainly useful in his possession. Thankfully, the young warrior was quick in suggesting to climb on the monster's back and go from there. They didn't have much time either. The Rock Eater was already halfway summoned when it managed to climb its back. Its hundreds of insect feet were starting to move as if it wanted to move around already instead of being stuck in place, waiting for being completely summoned. Doom Slayer grabbed on Goblin Slayer's arm each time he was about to jump from one part of the monster's body to the other, but each time he made sure that the younger man was all right. From the speed the monster was appearing, they only have at least 30 seconds to cancel the incantation. The Archvile panted loudly. Its wounds were starting to take a toll on its health, and summoning such a big monster with only one arm was taking longer than expected. But just a bit more. Too late. The two Slayers appeared on top of the monster. They jumped down and immediately started running towards the demon. The Doom Slayer grabbed his super shotgun and fired on the flame shield, destroying it. The smaller human quickly threw a dagger with good precision directly into the demon's chest wound. The Archvile spit some glowing blood at the stab, but held on its incantation, at least until the Marine punched the weapon with full strength, sending the knife completely through the demon's chest to emerge from its back. The demon roared in agony, briefly stunned from pain, and its focus completely interrupted. The Rock Eater suddenly roared and started to squirm in pain. Thrashing its large body around as the invocation got interrupted, it turned back in a flaming silhouette state and died once again before being engulfed in flames and disappeared from the clearing, as if it was never there to begin with. The party cheered just as Spearman managed with lots of trouble to pierce the Octoslimatron's core, while the rest of the party held its many tentacles and robotic legs down. Finally, can't believe that green guy just took that thing down on his own and so quickly. Spearman panted, sweat and blood purling down his forehead. "Now what do we do? Should we go help them?" Priestess asked. "Pretty sure it's soon over, but we should group up." Dwarf Shaman sighed. This was a tiring fight. The Archvile finally recovered the shock from earlier, and when it saw that its plan was ruined, it directed its rage towards the Doom Slayer. The demon knew it was going to die now, but it won't die without fighting till the end. It teleported in front of the Doom Slayer and swung its left arm over his head, wanting to pierce his helmet and skull with its claws, but the Marine was faster and stronger as he grabbed the demon's wrist midair. He then followed with a punch on the Archvile's face, staggering the demon. Without a warning, the Doom Slayer slashed the monster's knee with his new weapon to weaken the flesh, then kicked it with full force, bending it in the wrong direction. The large demon screamed in pain once again as it fell on one knee. The Slayer then grabbed its only good arm and twisted it, and forced its claws pointing at one particular place, the top of the demon's head, just like what it intended to do to the Marine. But that wasn't all. The smaller Slayer appeared on the other side of the demon, and the demon finally saw what he was holding in his hands. It was its other arm, and he was about to wing it upwards, aiming at the monster's chin. The Archvile now understood how it was going to die. Its head will be skewered by its own claws. The Slayers attacked. The demon didn't even have the time to mentally and physically curse the two Slayers as its head turned into a grotesque scene of gore and glowing blood. One of its eyes popped out of its socket as if it didn't even fit there, and burning brain matter was dripping from the monster's claws. It died instantly and slowly disappeared in flames as it fell to the ground. When the demon completely disappeared, Doom Slayer cracked his neck and said, "Double glory kill. Nice." He then raised his fist towards the smaller Slayer. "All right," Goblin Slayer said, and kind of awkwardly fist bumped the taller Slayer. That was some improvement. They didn't say another word until the smaller warrior looked at him and talked. "You were in trouble earlier. I honestly didn't expect this." Goblin Slayer confessed. Doom Slayer crossed his arms and started thinking. He said, "That Archvile was empowered. It took me at my worst when I barely got any ammunition. It knew that. And also it could lift me and throw me around without problem, managed to summon a large creature with only one arm. That shouldn't be possible. This armor is made so demons would never be able to do those things. That Archvile was way more powerful than it should. Do you think it got a scalp before it ambushed us? And you think the other demons are empowered like that? There's a possibility. I am once again nearly out of ammunition. I will need your help once more." "I see, all right." They nodded, then joined the rest of the group. "Is everyone okay?" Goblin Slayer asked. "Anyone who can't continue, go back to town. We're leaving." Doom Slayer said before anyone could answer the other Slayer. "What now? We just survived a hard fight." High Elf Archer exclaimed, her tone annoyed. "There are more demons." He's right. The quest was about two other demons. The one we just faced was not mentioned. Which side? Remembering the quest paper that Doom Slayer took. "So, who knows if there are more demons?" Priestess said, trembling a bit. "That's what. We're going to find out. Then what are we waiting for? Hopefully this time I get to fight one of them." Heavy Warrior laughed, as if the previous fight wasn't exhausting. "What about you guys?" Goblin Slayer asked his party, as if I'm missing another epic battle. High Elf Archer exclaimed, now feeling excited. "I still have some miracles left. I can help." "Good. We're going to need them, right?" "Yes," Doom Slayer said as he counted his ammunition once more. He already used most of his new resources, and he only had enough fuel in his chainsaw for another small demon. And the ones they're going to face were no small demons. At least he got that sweet new blade, but that probably won't be enough against a Mancubus and a Revenant. He'll need all the help he can get. "Then shall we go, my Lord Doomslayer? I believe the cart didn't get too damaged from the ambush earlier." "Yeah, let's go." Chapter 10, The Second Wave. "I can't believe I'm stuck guiding those things," the Dark Elf Scout groaned for the umpteenth time. Just because he had a better knowledge of the surrounding areas shouldn't mean that he should get stuck as a guide for three dark beings, especially when those dark beings immediately raided and tamed a goblin nest and destroyed every single small village on their way. The Dark Priest said that the dark beings were under their control, but he didn't quite believe that. Something was wrong. Now the small army was waiting for the third dark being, an Archvile, to come back. The two other beings, a Revenant and a Mancubus, were discussing while the goblin army was feasting on the crispy remains of the villagers. "Groba!" He suddenly heard a goblin exclaim. He looked down from the roof he was laying down on. Something weird was happening. Some of the goblins suddenly started to look pale and weak. "The Archvile is dead," the Revenant exclaimed. "How is this possible? It was empowered. No way a group of adventurers could have killed it." "You don't think the Slayer?" "A Slayer? If the Slayer is here, he'll come to us. We must be ready." The Mancubus growled before turning around to its army of goblins. "Everyone prepare yourself. Enemies are coming soon, which means more food." At hearing this, the dumb creatures started cheering. "Oh, and," the Revenant added, "kill the weakened ones. They will only be a burden for the fight. Eat them. Use them as dummies for training. I don't care as long as they are dead before the fight." It cackled. Well, seeing a bloodbath between goblins was not on the Dark Elf Scout's list of things he enjoys to watch, so he looked away. Just what was that Slayer that got the demons all riled up? In any case, he shouldn't get involved in this fight. He used stealth and disappeared in the shadows as the Revenant started looking for him. A couple of hours later, it seemed that the arena was ready. The demons were standing at the other end of the large plaza, almost 4 dozen goblins standing between them and the entrance. And walking through the town's gates was a man in full green armor. The Dark Scout wasn't oblivious. He might have never seen the man, but he could clearly tell from that threatening, heavy aura that this man was the Doom Slayer, and he had not a single desire to approach him. He then looked at the demons, They looked unbelievably enraged at the sight of the man in green as they roared in defiance and ordered the goblins to kill him. The projectile hit the burnt house behind the demon as it dodged. The impact resulted in an explosion. That simple first minute of encounter convinced the Dark Scout to not go out of his hiding spot in the shadow and to not get involved in the fight. The Revenant glared at the Slayer and readied its shoulder cannons to fire some missiles at the man, but the latter suddenly turned and ran down an alley. The demon got a bit confused, but quickly screamed orders to chase the Hellwalker before activating the jetpacks on its back and jumped over the houses towards where the Slayer went. The Mancubus was the last one standing on the street, but it was getting ready to jump on the roof of a nearby house when all of a sudden, an arrow embedded itself on the fat monster's neck. With a growl, the demon turned its head to see a group of humans standing where the Slayer was a minute ago. Looks like there's still some pests to take care of. Good. I'll gladly devour your souls as snacks, the large demon laughed. With a roll of its shoulders, the arrow snapped, and the Mancubus aimed its arm cannons towards the group of humans. Well, we got the fat one's attention, just as you planned, Goblin Slayer. Spearman noted. Then we proceed with the plan. Can I please stay? That big one looks fun to fight. I don't want to deal with empowered goblins again, whined the elf of the group. We need everyone to follow the plan for it to have a better chance to succeed, was Goblin Slayer's response. But, it's not as if you'll be useful for something. Empowered goblins are too much for you to handle. Long ears, mocked the dwarf. What did you just say? Orc-bulk. Let's go, right? The two adventurers lead their party towards where the goblins went. Nice job. Lizard Priest smirked with a lick of its muzzle to the dwarf shaman. Hee, tea was easy. The old man smirked back while scrubbing his beard. Once they were out of sight, the four silver adventurers left-faced the Mancubus. They heard the demon laugh once more. Ha ha ha. You really think you can kill me with only the four of you? Foolish humans. We'll see about that. Mosta. Spearman dodged a sudden fireball fired in his direction. The demon started advancing, firing fireballs after fireballs on the group. Thankfully, they were easy to dodge, and the female knight's shield was resistant enough to take the hit. Gah, damn freak won't let me finish talking. What do we do? I think. I know. The witch smiled mysteriously. The Revenant found the Slayer, standing still with a shotgun in his hands while surrounded by goblins in a large street. None of the green creatures dared to attack him, scared and intimidated, but that didn't stop them from screaming at the man. The skeleton demon landed in front of its nemesis. Prepare to die, Slayer, it said, shoulder cannons aimed at the Slayer's head. But then, something unexpected happened. The man in green armor put his weapon away and brought his fist toward his face. He got in a fighting stance and started shadow boxing in front of the demon, confusing it and the goblins around him. Then he punched towards the Revenant's face, opened his hand, and did a challenging gesture with it. What was happening? Was the Doomslayer really challenging the Revenant to a mano-a-mano? One-on-one? Why would he do such a thing? Was there a trick? No. Was he Amalus? That's it. Why else would he challenge the demon to a duel of fists? Honestly, the Revenant should just aim the cannons again and shoot the Hellwalker right there and be done. The skeleton would certainly be rewarded immensely. Become a lord. Lead armies. But then, there was the appeal of defeating the Slayer without the demon weaponry. And boy, the Revenant can't even imagine the bragging rights it will get from killing the Slayer with its own fists. Forget leading armies. It would rule a world as a reward. Greed, as one of the capital sins, was present in every demon's heart. The demon knew it should just shoot the man in green armor. It knew. And yet, the thrill of the challenge, the rewards, and just the idea of fighting the Slayer in a duel was enough for the Revenant to approach the Slayer, raise its fist to its face, and accept the challenge. The skeleton might regret this, but it will enjoy the hell out of it. What a bunch of stupid clods. Can't they just move for fuck's sake? He also wanted to see the fight. But no matter what he did, the small goblin couldn't push through the larger ones surrounding the human in green armor who was fighting the big skeleton. TCH, whatever. He'll just go on a roof then. He'll even have a better view. The goblin walked away from the crowd, kicking the dirt as he walked his way towards the first barrel or anything he could use to get on a rooftop. Then he smelled it. Sniff, sniff. That smell. A female. Weren't all humans in this village supposed to be dead and cooked? Hee, whatever. He can keep this a secret only for himself. He can find her and have his ways with her, like any disgusting, filthy goblins would do in his situation. The green monster followed the source of the smell. It was in a dark alley. Was she hiding? No matter. He'll find her soon enough. He saw it, turning her back on him. Perfect for an ambush. The goblin only had a hatchet for a weapon, but he could use the back of it. One swift hit to the back of her head and boom, knocked out for his pleasures. As he got closer, the dumb creature didn't notice that someone was behind him, just as quiet. Idiot. GRAG dash. The goblin jumped in fright, but got his mouth covered by a gloved hand. During this scare, the goblin dropped his weapon and tried to immediately fight back and scream for help, but the first thing that happened in his attempt was a dagger burying itself in his throat. He readied his elbow for some hits on whatever was behind him, but it was too late. The blade sliced his throat. The aggressor let go, and the green monster fell to his knees, trying to breathe, but with no avail. He looked up but only saw a frightening last sight, a dirty helmet with a red glowing eye in the darkness inside. 6. He heard before his brains got stabbed multiple times by the same dagger that cut his throat some seconds ago. 6 down, 30 more to go. Goblin Slayer said, cleaning his dagger. It could be used at least 2 more times. Orc yes. I hate you. I see. No, but seriously, why am I the goblin bait? The elf seethed, saying that my scent would attract them, hopefully, one by one. I don't smell. Of course you do, long ears. It's not your anvil charms that would attract a goblin. Dwarf shaman laughed from behind the archer. You take that back, dwarf. She glared at the small man behind her. You're right. Even an anvil has more chances than you. Ha ha ha. You little son of a dash. Silence. There's 2 coming. Lizard Priest scolded them as he jumped down from the roof of a house. Everyone, back to position, commanded Goblin Slayer. Everyone quickly hid in the shadows. Goblin Slayer joining Priestess, who was staying on standby near High Elf Archer. Also, I chose you because I know you have better reflexes than her, the warrior added, nodding towards the blonde girl who nodded. I see. Well, okay then. But this is the last time. The elf stammered, her ears flopping up and down, and slightly blushed. The 2 empowered goblins, like the previous ones, stupidly followed the scent and let themselves get ambushed, not noticing the smell of the blood of their comrades on the floor, the strong scent lost within the scent of the previous villager's blood. In a flash, Goblin Slayer grabbed one of the small monsters by the throat and got on the floor. He quickly grabbed the used dagger and stabbed once, then twice between the eyes. The blade broke and stayed planted on the goblin's forehead. He looked up at the High Elf Archer and gestured to her to finish him off, his hands busy choking the goblin, so he didn't scream. She quickly approached them, raised her foot, and stomped on the blade, pushing it down deeper inside the head, piercing the brain. After 2 more stomps, the goblin died. 7. Goblin Slayer looked at the last goblin. The green monster was busy getting its throat ripped apart by the lizardman's claws and its head cleaved in half by the dwarf's axe. 8. All right, beard cutter. What's next? We show dash. Goblin Slayer got interrupted by a huge explosion coming from the group of empowered goblins. The men of the party looked at the source and saw that at least a dozen goblins were dead or burning. The revenant demon was yelling something at them before punching the Slayer in the helmet. 20, he counted. What just happened? Asked High Elf Archer on the ground, holding her ears down and trembling while being comforted by the priestess. They're there, the blonde girl said, patting her back. I don't know, but the goblins saw us, and they're coming. Goblin Slayer stated. What? Everyone in position. 20 empowered goblins incoming. We're shifting to the next phase of the plan. All right, let's go. Spearman exclaimed as he charged towards the large demon. The mancubus just smirked as it aimed its arm cannons towards the adventurer and shot some fireballs that got easily dodged. You'll have to do better than that. How about this? The fat demon roared as flames came out of the cannons instead of fireballs. The silver adventurer's instincts told him that those flames were nowhere normal like the ones he used to jump through during his adventures. So he stopped his charge and quickly jumped back in retreat away from the fire. All right, it's ours. Female knight exclaimed as she ran towards the demon, shield in front and heavy warrior at her side. The mancubus clicked its tongue and aimed its cannons towards the duo, but the moment it did, the other adventurer with a spear would charge back. Seeing no other choice, the demon let the trio of humans approach and aimed its arm cannons towards the ground and unleashed a large zone of flames surrounding it. The flames once again kept the adventurers at bay. The mancubus used that opportunity to propel itself away so it could shoot more fireballs. But the moment it landed, the spearman was once again on the demon's heels. You little dash, the demon roared and aimed one arm towards the approaching human. Slow, spearman suddenly yelled, and the demon felt itself move incredibly slower. What the dash? Grant, fire. Witch, who was staying far behind everyone, whispered towards her partner. With the spell cast, Spearman's weapon ignited in flames as he thrusted the tip right through the demon's left arm cannon's opening. He pierced whatever was inside and quickly retreated as the weapon blew up in a slow-mo explosion. Arg! The mancubus roared in anger and pain. The fat demon immediately retaliated with another flamethrower barrage aimed at the spear-wielding human who was already jumping away. Wow, you can still use your weapon in this state. That's cheating, complained the adventurer. Those damn humans sure are good at running away. Take this. Heavy Warrior shouted as he slashed at the demon's neck from behind, cutting the right shoulder cable in the process. But the large blade didn't cut through or even deep enough to do any significant damage. What? I even have the Ring of Might equipped. The silver-ranked adventurer gasped in shock. The mancubus let out a furious growl as it turned its head just enough for a green glare to make the big man sweat and worry. The demon clenched its neck muscles to keep the greatsword stuck as the heavy warrior tried to pull out and dodge whatever the monster was planning. The mancubus aimed once again to the ground and propelled itself high in the air, with the human who still had his hands on his weapon's handle like an idiot. The landing was violent. The adventurer, no matter how sturdy he was, took some heavy damage from such a force fall. The female knight was rushing to his aid, but the mancubus kicked him with its big, sturdy feet, sending him flying against his partner. The fat demon aimed a cannon at the duo, but the most annoying human of the bunch, the spear-wielding one, called out to the mancubus. Annoyed, the demon used its cannons to propel itself once more but forward, directly towards the blue-armored adventurer. Surprised by the sudden action, Spearman didn't have the time to react or dodge the heavy tackle coming his way, so it wasn't a surprise when he was sent flying a few yards. He coughed up some blood as he tried to stand back up, but the demon was already towering over him. The mancubus lifted its right, still intact cannon to aim directly at the human's head to blow it to smithereens. Magic! Missile! Now it was the mancubus' turn to be surprised, as the witch used what might have been her last spell of the day to throw a magic projectile aimed at the remaining intact cannon of the demon. The foreign projectile had an immediate reaction inside the cannon by blowing it up. That's enough. The mancubus roared loudly in rage. What now, The cocky adventurer, who was still on the ground, dared to mock. The demon answered by slapping him with a freshly broken arm cannon, sending him flying once more towards his partner. You searched for that one, which said. The two other silver adventurers ran past the demon and regrouped with the rest. The mancubus growled and aimed its arms cannons towards the group and unleashed a barrage of hell flames on them. Female Knight quickly reacted by raising her large shield to protect everyone from the fire. Without stopping its flames, the heavy demon marched towards them. The first one to act was the Doom Slayer as he jabbed at the demon's armored side, once before following with 2 more punches to where the sternum would be if there wasn't the armor. But that didn't stop him from hitting there. The Revenant took and felt the hits. It counterattacked by lifting its right hand up and slammed it down in a hammer punch on top of the Slayer's helmet, followed with a 2-jab combo. What the skeleton demon didn't expect was that those 3 hits broke the Doom Slayer's stance for a couple of seconds, as he had to take a couple of steps back to stay out of range of the demon's punches to recover quickly and get in a fighting stance again. Was he injured from that? Ha 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 ha. This fight will be over sooner than I expected. The demon laughed and dashed forward, a fist reared back ready to punch. But the Slayer crouched before the hit could land, and he kicked the Revenant's legs, tripping it. When the demon fell on the floor as the man in green armor stood back up and kicked the demon's face, unfortunately, the latter also dodged by rolling away. Hee, seems like you have more in store than expected, Slayer. The skeleton grinned as it stood up, fist raised and ready to continue the showdown. The two opponents charged at each other and started to exchange blows after blows. The Revenant's empowered strength definitely looked stronger as each hit landed almost put the Slayer to the ground. But the Slayer has speed on his side. Every hit dodged was countered by 3 jabs. Neither of them seemed to slow down, and all hits were allowed as there were no rules for this duel. The Revenant would sometimes use its jetpack for a boost for a jump so it could axe kick the Slayer. But the Hellwalker was smart. He protected himself from the hit and would often counterattack with a knee between the demon's legs. But it didn't affect the skeleton as much as it would a mortal creature. So for the demon, it was just another hit. The goblins around were certainly enjoying the show as they were cheering loudly for the demon. One then suddenly fired an arrow at the Slayer. The arrow hit his head, but it had absolutely no effect except for a small distraction as he missed an opportunity to dodge a punch. Well, it was expected from a goblin to act this way. What was unexpected was the Revenant to aim one of the shoulder cannons toward the culprit and shoot a missile on the green bastard, blowing him up and at least 10 more. You wretched pieces of shit. This is my moment of glory. I do not need you, the Revenant yelled in rage, before punching the Slayer. I will kill you, Slayer, with my own hands. The demon punched the Slayer once more, but the latter hit back with a well-aimed uppercut that sent one of the skeleton's teeth flying. The situation with Goblin Slayer's party wasn't critical, but it certainly escalated quickly. Priestess had a protection miracle on the street they were in, keeping the goblins away from her and Dwarf Shaman. Goblin Slayer and Lizard Priest were going back and forth from behind the barrier and in front to fight the small horde of empowered goblins that were once again proven to be a hassle when empowered by strong demons. Taking one or two by surprise, Not leaving them the time to fight back was easy, but when they were ready to rumble, it was a different story. They were much stronger than the ones empowered by the imps a month back. Meanwhile, High Elf Archer was on the roof, shooting arrows on the two Goblins archers that were trying to kill the party's fighters by surprise. Her arrows didn't do much damage, but they were certainly distracting them. Goblin Slayer and Lizard Priest took refuge once more behind the light barrier for a breather. Then when a goblin got too close, the human warrior kicked its nose to push it back. When he saw that the goblin was a bit out of it, in other words, stunned, and that some of its fellow filthy comrades were focused on the injured goblin by mocking him, he got an idea. All right, time for a glory kill, he whispered to himself as he jumped forward, grabbing a dagger. He stabbed first the right eye. When the goblin started screaming in pain, he stabbed the other one. The mocking stopped as the goblins who were watching the scene suddenly froze in horror. But Goblin Slayer wasn't done. He then stabbed the goblin's chest and pulled down the blade, opening vertically the torso and belly. And for the final touch, he raised his foot and kicked right in the new opening. 22. The squelching sound of bone and organs getting crushed inside the body was just horrifying. Though it wasn't what the man in dirty armor had planned with his execution. He actually wanted to kick through the goblin's dying body, not make it into a disgusting shoe. Goblin Slayer put his foot down. The goblin's corpse followed as it still had the warrior's foot inside. That gruesome vision was enough to make a couple goblins piss themselves and 3 run away. Goblin Slayer didn't waste this opportunity to kick the dead goblin onto 3 of its comrades, distracting and scaring them even more. Really, glory kills were incredibly useful against goblins. To think that the demons aren't as affected as them was a wonder how the Doomslayer could fight and use them all the time. The human warrior jumped forward towards the 3 scared goblins from earlier, dagger in one hand and a hatchet in the other. He stabbed one of the goblins in the forehead and slashed the necks of the other 2, but they will survive that wound for now. Behind him, Lizard Priest jumped in, and with a freshly summoned sword claw, he slashed a goblin face to ribbons. 2 goblins died from that assault. High Elf Acha Zudniyelt. 3 goblins heading your way, dwarf, she said as she noticed from her viewpoint that the 3 goblins who fled Goblin Slayer presence were now going around the building to attack the priestess from behind. Ack. Stupid. Just die already. She cursed the goblin archers. One of them fell to its knees after taking another arrow in the face. The latter, now looking like the back of a porcupine, that even made the elf cringe in disgust at her work. At least that was 1 down. 1 down, Orkbald. 25 then. The dwarf shaman used a first spell, stone barrier, to make a wall with the stone walls of the houses on his side, and with his expertise, he made some bumps on his side of the wall, so he could climb it like a set of stairs. When he heard the goblins expressing their confusion that there was another wall there instead of the young blonde girl creating the light wall on the other side, the small bearded man jumped over and chanted his second spell. Stone Blast. The 3 goblins stood no chance against a rain of large, razor-sharp rocks crashing down on them. No matter how strong they were, when something as big and sharp as a boulder crushed a limb, it was gone. 3 more. Beard Cutter, he yelled. 28. 10 left. Soon 9. Goblin Slayer nodded as he saw a clear path to the last goblin archer, who looked puzzled as it ran out of arrows. Seems the same could be said about their elf archer, as he heard, "Ow, crud. I'm out of arrows," coming from a rooftop. He ran towards the goblin, passing by a couple who now had their eyes on the human warrior. Perfect. He grabbed the sword from a dead goblin on the floor and got ready for his second glory kill. First, he punched the goblin on the nose, breaking it. Next, with the sword, he slashed twice, then a 3rd time at the goblin's neck until the cut was large enough for him to dig his thumbs inside. Once he got a good grip of the head from both outside and inside, he started to pull with all his strength. He even used his foot as leverage against the goblin's trembling body. The goblin screamed his lungs out, but the worst was how the horrific screech got multiple octaves higher as the vocal cords got stretched then tore. Gobra, Groba, Grabberway, dash. The goblin died, and every single soul that heard that screech froze in horror. Even Goblin Slayer was shocked at what just happened. WW what? The HHL? Oh, Orkbalg. And then never, ever do that again. High Elf Archer screamed from the rooftop, tears in her eyes and ears down flat on the side of her head. I will never unhear this. Yes, was all he said as he threw the head to another goblin. The goblin grabbed the severed head, then screamed in fear before falling on his butt and wet himself. Lizard Priest laughed though. Huh, what a wonderful, horrible scream. I'm sure my ancestor would have accepted such screams as offering. You have my thanks, my Lord Goblin Slayer. He shouted before slicing 2 terrified goblins to a bloody pulp with his sword and claws. Goblin Slayer nodded, and with a hatchet he cleaved the head of the still terrified goblin on the ground in 2. 32. Only 6 empowered goblins left. The remaining goblins got back to their senses and looked more enraged than ever for what the adventurers did to their horde. They grabbed all weapons they could get from their fallen comrades that weren't salvaged yet by the terrifying human in dirty cheap armor and got ready for a final assault. The goblins roared at the human/lizardman duo of adventurers, their mind dead set on killing them, to the point that they didn't notice that from the earlier shock, the protection miracle fell. Definitely because of Priestess who was being consoled by Dwarf Shaman, that Goblin Slayer won't ever do that again. The goblins charged, but all of a sudden, 4 of them turned very pale and barely managed to stand up. Grabu, one of the still empowered goblins, asked a weakened one. Looks like a demon just died. Lizard Priest noted with a roll of his eye and a lick of his muzzle. Yes. All right, let's get this over with. Goblin Slayer said as he started walking towards the remaining goblins, his scaly friend at his side. All the rage and desire for blood the goblins had jumped out the window as they were now opting to run away. 38. The Revenant was enjoying this fight way too much as each hit it landed through the demon in a hysterical fit of laughter. Ha! Come on, Slayer. The skeleton demon threw a jab, but its opponent dodged and even grabbed the extended arm and the demon over his shoulder, showing that he still had enough strength in him to throw something as big as a Revenant to the ground. The Revenant quickly got back on its feet and countered with a punch to the Slayer's guts, followed by a roundhouse kick to the sides. The Slayer let out a grunt from the hit as he protected himself from the kick with his arms. And with agility that shouldn't surprise the demon, but still did, the Slayer jumped with a spin for a tornado kick straight to the demon's face. The Revenant was sent flying, but with a boost of its jetpack, it landed back on its 2 feet and used another boost to counterattack in a blur of motion. Doom Slayer was struck 3 times, and he only caught a glimpse of the first strike. A punch to the forehead of the helmet snapped his head back. The second punch struck his guts, bringing him forward into the last hit, an uppercut that threw the man in armor backward. The demon roared as it lunged forward to connect another punch, but never did. The Slayer was faster. He dove to the ground, wrapped his legs around the Revenant's feet, and twisted with enough force for the skeleton to be sent falling onto the floor once more. The Revenant landed hard, but got up quickly only to be met with 3 punches in the face. Hits that the demon answered with a strong punch once more to the human's belly to give the demon some breathing space. The Slayer stared at his opponent and charged once more, but the demon quickly reacted with a punch that the man in armor dodged while ducking and threw a powerful punch to the demon's armor, giving it another dent. The skeleton demon quickly evaded another punch with its jetpack. The 2 opponents stared at each other once more. Both were breathless. The Revenant was starting to think that maybe it was time to wrap it up. The demon was getting tired and was starting to think that if it continued with its fist, the Hellwalker might end up winning. The Slayer looked exhausted, though, and wouldn't be able to dodge a barrage of missiles. That would take care of him, but then the demon wouldn't be able to gloat to the others when it gets its rewards. Then again, it could just lie. But the other demons would definitely need proof with the Slayer's body. And a burnt to a crisp body is clear evidence of rocket usage. Oh, what to? Suddenly, a horrifying shriek that went a few octaves high was heard from the goblin commotion nearby. What in the 7 rings of hell was that? Then the Revenant saw it from the corner of its eyes. It was so unbelievable that it took a good long look just to be certain. The Slayer had 1 knee down from exhaustion. The demon could even hear him panting. The Revenant won. Ha 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 ha. It let out a loud laughter. Finally, victory is mine. The skeleton demon approached the one who's been Hell's nightmare for millennia. The one that all demons fear, the one that took down many giant demons. And he will die by a Revenant's hands. The euphoria was sky high, but it needed to focus. The demon brought both its hands together and raised them high, ready for a final double hammer punch on the Slayer's back of the neck. And if that didn't finish him off, the Revenant could just rip one of his arms and beat him with it. Yeah, that sounded nice. A demon's own glory kill. The demon dropped the hammer, but with a sudden burst of energy from nowhere, the Slayer dodged to the side. Standing and with his super shotgun in hand, the 2 cannons aimed directly at the demon's face. Half of the demon's face was turned into a bloody mess as it got stunned from the sudden attack. The Doom Slayer jumped high and landed on the demon's torso. He put all his weight on his legs to push the Revenant to the ground. Why you? It finally dawned on the skeleton demon. The Slayer was faking. Lying. He was never completely ammoless. He wasn't exhausted in the end at all. For all it could know, the demon's punches and kicks did nothing at all. The Revenant should have just fought like it should. Cheating. The Slayer raised his foot. The demon used the last remaining strength to raise 1 arm towards the man in green armor for a futile attempt to push him away. Regret, rage, and many other negative emotions swirling in its mind. Maudirful. The Doom Slayer crushed the Revenant's head under his heel, silencing it before it could finish its insult. That was another demon down. The Doom Slayer had to admit, Goblin Slayer's plan was pretty ingenious. Not sure he could use that again, but in the moment, it was good. We can assume that the enemy is composed of 2 demons and around 40 goblins. Do you think you have enough ammunition to take on both demons? No. What about one? No. I see. So what should we do then? We separate the enemy. Doom Slayer will bait one of the demons. The goblins will follow behind them. My party will take care of them. You guys should distract the remaining demon. Distract it? Why can't we just kill it? If you think you can, go ahead. But also, try to get information from it. That should be simple enough. Yeah, we can totally take that thing on. The 4 of us? That should be doable. Hopefully that would give us enough experience to at least get well paid. But how are you? And your friends take on so many empowered goblins? Do you think you can make a show? A show? Of course. What better way to distract those green vermin, but with something extraordinary? Good idea, my Lord Goblin Slayer. Ow, should I do that? How about a good old fist fight? Taverns pretty much have those every day, and I sure love watching that. Why am I not surprised? Shut it, elf. I can do that. Maybe their pride will make them want to duel with me. It should be done quickly. Then I can help with the goblins and finish with the last demon. Don't finish this quickly. Why not? They are empowered. What if, when they see that they have no chance to win up close, they could keep their distance with projectiles? Then you should entertain them. Keep them close. Act like they have an advantage. If a goblin had enough pride to fight one-on-one without too many tricks, that's what I'll do. Did that ever happen, Goblin Slayer? No, but imagination is key. Fight them. Hold your punches to give the demon the impression that they can win. Imitate their level of exhaustion. And when they are tired, you finish the fight. Like that. I won't waste more ammunition. All right, the plan worked perfectly. The Revenant was so enthralled by the idea of defeating the Slayer and all the praise/rewards that it accepted the challenge. All he had to do was to take some hit and hit back. The Revenant swallowed his act and didn't even doubt that he was acting. It was a great plan, but he wasn't sure if it would work on other large demons. If he tried that on a Baron of Hell, a Hell Knight, or a Cyber Demon, he wouldn't have lasted long before having to use his weapons again. But what's done is done. The plan worked. He took a glance to where Goblin Slayer and his party were fighting the goblins, and it looked like everything was going smoothly, though there were still some empowered goblins left. The Mancubus was still alive. The Silver Adventurers were in a pickle, a very burning hot one. The Mancubus was still advancing and clearly not holding back its flamethrower. The fat demon let out a laugh. Ha ha ha, hide behind that shield all you want, humans. The flames will engulf it, and you too soon enough. Damn it, Spearman cursed. Hey, shouldn't we ask that monster about the Hell Portal? Or whatever. Heavy Warrior remembered. And you think now's a good time? Female Knight exclaimed, exasperated. What better moment? The enemy feels like winning. That's when their lips are loose. Great idea. Spearman beamed, then turned his voice towards the demon and shouted loud enough to be heard despite the torrent of flames. Where on earth do you guys come from? I don't remember seeing ugly faces like yours around. Oh, the doomed humans want information before they die? Fine then. Ask away. You're going to be burnt to a crisp before you can share it anyway. The demon took the bait, but grinned nevertheless. For starters, we're from hell, but not your puny fey hell. We saw it. A complete disgrace of an imitation. The Mancubus didn't stop once his flames or march. Arg, this is getting too hot. Female Knight sweated. She was now holding her shield with the sheath of her sword to not burn her hands. Really? How did you even get here? A link between our world has been opened. We were summoned by your pitiful dark priests, in a place that no adventurers venture. They actually think they can control us because they summoned us. What a bunch of fools. Ha! But enough talk, it's time to die. Hey, how's the deflect projectile spell coming? Spearman asked his companion. It's on, right now, but it's ineffective against those flames, which answered, I am now out of spells for today, she added. Shit, and that fat thing is getting closer. All right, I got a plan. Quickly. Female Knight pleaded. The flames were starting to melt her shield. I'll jump. I'll get burned for sure, but I'll survive. Hopefully, that will attract its attention. When that happens, you two charge on the demon, and hopefully we can keep its attention divided. Are you crazy? Do you have a better soul dash? Grart. They suddenly heard the Mancubus shout. The flames and march of the demon also stopped. The Silver Adventurers let out a sigh of relief before checking out what was happening. The large demon was protecting its left side with its arm cannons from a shower of blue orbs that exploded at contact with the demon's body. The projectiles were coming from the Doom Slayer who was on a rooftop. Doom Slayer. The Mancubus shook in rage, roaring the name of its attacker with the fury of 1,000 suns. But then it took a rocket to the face and was left stunned. Now, The three silver adventurers that could still fight emerged from behind the shield, weapons at hand and ready to cut the demon down. They stabbed and slashed as much and as quickly as they could until eventually the strange glowing core that was embedded in the center of the mancubus chest was cut out and fell to the ground. Heavy Warrior saw the device, and when it started beeping, he knew that something bad would come from it. He then got an idea. He grabbed the object, climbed on the demon's torso, and tried to force its mouth open, but the demon was fighting back. Spearman and Female Knight saw what their fellow adventurer was planning and helped him to force the mancubus mouth open. Once it was open enough, Heavy Warrior shoved the core down the monster's throat and grabbed his friends before running away. "Something's going to happen," he yelled. The fat demon tried to reach for its throat, but had no hand, just heavily damaged cannons. Trembling in rage, it took one glance to the doomed Slayer, then to the running adventurers. Its green eyes were open wide in anger. It let out another roar before its whole body blew up in a firework of flames, blood, and gore. "We did it! We did it!" The four adventurers cheered at their victory against a demon from hell. Doomslayer jumped down from the roof. "Good job, but now I'm really out of ammo. Hey, are you guys okay?" They all heard High Elf Archer call out to them. "We won. Any injuries on your side?" Witch asked. "And no, we're fine." Priestess sighed. "Just something else was added to the list of things Goblin Slayer is forbidden to do." "Don't remind me." Dwarf Shaman sighed. "I won't do it again." The man in question said mechanically, making some of the group grin or let out a chuckle. "Did you get any information from the Mancubus?" Doomslayer asked the silver adventurers. "All right, hear this out. Screw messing with that guy. That Doomslayer or whatever was a deal that the Dark Scout would not want to get involved with. He was way more dangerous than expected. He beat that Revenant in such a way, and what were those weapons anyway? That's cheating. The Dark Scout should get back to the Dark Priests. Warn him of what he heard. The Dark Beings are not being controlled by the Dark Priests. He needs to go back to the portal's location, warn them, and stop their coming before it's too late. Whoever comes first, be it the army of hell or Doomslayer, every non-prayer in that place will be exterminated if he doesn't put a stop to this." Second wave cleared. Demon invasion imminent. Slayers Omake 2. They had no idea this would happen. How could they? It all started with a rather normal quest. Weird small creatures have been coming in and out of cave near our village. Please send adventurers to investigate. Said village was extremely close to the frontier town, not even 5 hours away from it. At the sound of small creatures, Goblin Slayer immediately thought that it could be infant goblins. So it wasn't a surprise when he said, "It's rare for goblins to train, even more so if they're training infants at a young age. If goblins are involved, I'm on it." And so, all his party sighed collectively and decided to join him. As for Doomslayer, he didn't have any quests lately, strangely, and didn't know what to do besides studying, scouting, or nothing. So he decided to join his friends on that quest. With him on their side, they did not expect the quest to go south like it did. They arrived at the cave in question after interrogating the village chief, who asked for help. And even before stepping inside, they could tell something was very wrong. There wasn't a single trace of life other than plants in at least 10 meters around the entrance. Not even a single insect. Everyone got ready for some battle, but everything inside was mostly live toys or dolls and some weak monsters. Some were creatures recognizable like goblins or wolves or boars, but some were very strange, like an unknown mix of a lizard and a spider. It was extremely strange. Was there some sort of evil mage or toy maker here? Whatever it was, they needed to be stopped. But when they reached the last room, it wasn't an evil toy maker or an evil mage waiting for the group, but a giant floating stone egg. "What is this? Not a goblin. Do you think? Now what? Hey, Doomslayer, what are you doing?" Dwarf Shaman exclaimed as he saw the man in green armor approach the weird egg. "Something is weird with this." A rumbling noise suddenly echoed through the room, and the source was the egg. A large crack in the form of a big smile was slowly spreading on the egg, a blue light emanating from it. Doomslayer grabbed his shotgun as the sound started to get louder and louder to the point of making the room shake. Goblin Slayer sensed the danger and ran towards the other Slayer. Doomslayer's instincts told him that whatever was happening, it was from the egg in front of him, and it was aggressive. He aimed at the strange enemy and pulled the trigger. "Watch out! Orc ball!" Then there was a big flash of light and a shockwave powerful enough to send the whole party flying against the cave walls. "Is everyone okay?" asked Dwarf Shaman. "I'm in one piece. Sir Goblin Slayer, my Lord Doomslayer?" But there was no answer from either of them. And after 20 seconds of silence, everyone panicked and panicked further at seeing the state the two were in. When the party arrived at the guild, they went straight to Priestess' room upstairs, trying to not be seen by more people than usual. Guild Girl was confused by the rush. They didn't greet her, no quest accomplished, or anything, But what was weirder was that there was no sign of either Goblin or Doomslayer with them. The party pretty much kicked the door open and kicked it back to close it. Where should I put them? On the bed. Be careful. Okay. Lizard Priest slowly put what he had in his arms on the soft surface. One was a small, very small, almost doll-sized person in cheap, dirty armor, and the other was a toy of a man in green, futuristic armor from out of this world. Ortbalg and Doomslayer haven't said a thing since that. That stupid egg turned them into that. Do you think they died? I don't think so. I'm sure I saw the two of them stand up before collapsing. Dwarf Shaman said. So, they're just unconscious. Good. Wait, no, that is not good. What are we supposed to do now? High Elf Archer panicked. Bringing them back to the strange egg sounds like the best course of action. It turned them into that, it could turn them back. But how are we supposed to do that? After Doomslayer shot a chunk of it and it used that big flashing light and shockwave, it disappeared. The elf exclaimed. While everyone was throwing ideas on what to do next back and forth, they didn't notice the two slayers waking up until they heard. You're green. You must be a goblin. You don't feel human. You must be a demon. Before anyone could react, the two tiny slayers drew their weapons. Goblin Slayer with a small sword while Doomslayer pulled out a small shotgun. No, wait. Priestess exclaimed and reached for them, trying to stop them from fighting. Bam! You're dead. Doomslayer exclaimed, not actually pulling the trigger. Ugh, I'm dead. Goblin Slayer collapsed. The spectators of this oddly cute scene couldn't help but blink and stay quiet. Doomslayer waddled to the unconscious form of the other tiny man and put a plastic boot on his back. Nothing can stop the Doomslayer. You fell into my trap. I did it on purpose to say I was dead. Goblin Slayer suddenly exclaimed as he turned around, making the green toy lose his balance. Goblin slaying stabbing attack. He thrusted the sword towards the toy's chest, and it barely even scratched it as the blade bounced off the resistant plastic armor. And yet the Hellwalker suddenly fell to his knees and exclaimed, Ugh, and my weak spot. Leg. I win. Goblin Slayer said, raising his arm in the air in a triumphant way. But then a mysterious voice spoke, You cannot die here, Slayer, as your battle is eternal. So I'm back to life. The Slayer toy said as he stood back on his 2 feet. Isn't that cheating? Yes, but I swear it happened. The 2 miniature Slayers kept talking until Dwarf Shaman interrupted them. What is happening? He asked. The 2 small men turned their heads, frozen stiff, as if they just now noticed that everyone else was right there. The 2 coughed in their tiny hands and started to explain their sudden odd behavior as some strange urge to play goblins and demons as soon as they saw each other. But that wasn't important now, and asked the others to never speak about that again. They needed to find their old body back. We have to find the strange egg first. In the meantime, find any information about it. We might find a way to return to normal. It was hard to take Goblin Slayer seriously when he started to balance himself on 1 foot the moment he saw how small they were. Yeah, I don't think either of you would be very useful in a fight. What? Doomslayer suddenly exclaimed. I may be small now, but I'm still strong. And to prove his point, the green toy jumped down from the bed and approached a wooden chair nearby. He loaded his weird toy fist and punched one of the legs. To everyone's surprise, the wooden leg exploded to smithereens from the little punch. Wow, impressive. I'm sure you can turn that into Goblin Slaying Punch easily. Goblin Slayer said, leaning over the edge of the bed. The Doomslayer put his hands on his hips and looked up. No one could see his face under the visor, since it was now just painted plastic, but they could all feel the smugness coming from his little sigh of satisfaction. Suddenly, the door opened and Guild Girl entered the room with a worried expression on her face. Is everything all right? I was coming to see if you were doing okay. Then I heard an impact. She trailed off as she saw the 2 miniature Slayers with the goblin-oriented one waving both arms at her in a cute way. There was a not-so-long explanation for what was happening. For the following days, Goblin Slayer would spend his time resting at the farm, helping, the best he could, Cowgirl with her duties as she would help him in the morning. And when there was nothing to do, Cowgirl would be hugging the adorable little Goblin Slayer. Meanwhile, the rest of the party would look for any kind of information about the egg in the books and monster catalog. After a couple of days, they finally found a match. The creature was called something like a nest egg and had the capacity of altering the reality of anything that approaches it when it's about to flash a smile. If the victim is weak-minded, they become servants of the egg after being transformed by the flash of light. When they are not weak, nothing happens besides a transformation. They teleport from danger once a week. The only way to turn back to normal is to destroy the egg. That was all the information they got and needed about the enemy. All that was left now was to find it before the teleportation cooldown was over, which means less than 3 days. It has been only 20 hours away from the deadline that a quest appeared on the board mentioning small creatures and toy-like monsters. The party immediately grabbed the quest and got ready to find that egg and destroy it as soon as possible. To be continued. Chapter 11. Too calm. What is happening? Roared the Dreadlord as he was feeling the life force of his minions disappearing one by one in the last 10 minutes. Will someone explain to me what on earth is happening in this catacomb? An axe-wielding minion of the Dreadlord appeared before him, sweating profusely. And my lord, it's an adventurer dash. Adventurers? Damn it. They found us too quickly. How many are they? And no, sir. Only one, the minion stammered. Only one. Is this some sort of Joe Dash? The Dreadlord stopped talking abruptly as he stared at the door intensely. He's here. What Dash? The minion asked, then screamed as the 6 inches thick stone door just flew out of its hinges and crushed the poor soul. The adventurer was a tall man in green full body armor in a strange metal design. He didn't say a word as he walked in the large ritual room where the Dreadlord was about to sacrifice a young woman. Asterisk, ahem, asterisk, the Dreadlord coughed, some sweat purling down his forehead from the intimidating aura coming off the adventurer. Congratulations are in order, adventurer. Not only did you manage to reach this room quickly, but without even a scratch. It's impressive, but you are too well. Did you just sigh? He yelled as he saw the helmet slightly lean forward in disappointment. How dare you? You should know that as soon as this dagger pierces this young bitch's heart dash, he raised his hand high, showing a small weapon with a twisted blade. A great demon will be summoned in dash. He didn't finish his sentence as a sudden sharp and intense pain came from his hand holding the dagger. He looked at his arm, and the dagger was gone, along with his hand. ARRGH, the Dreadlord screeched. My hand. The Dreadlord saw the adventurer grab the axe of the dead minion from earlier, but he didn't expect him to throw the said axe in the middle of his speech to cut his hand. You insolent wretch. You will pay for this with your life. Taste the mighty magic of a Dreadlord, you dash. The monster didn't have the time to finish his sentence as a giant rock just pulverized his whole body, thrown by an annoyed adventurer. The Doom Slayer grumbled as he approached the hostage, took her over his shoulder, ignoring the confused and scared screams, and left. My lord, what is going on? Who are you? Die. Another minion appeared from around the corner, only to get kicked in half. Ha ha ha. You think you can defeat me on your own? You're just a lone adventurer. Whatever could why. Hey, I'm still speaking, so if you could at least wait before climbing my body to reach my head, it would be very nick. Where did you get that pillar? Why is it so sharp? Wait, WAITENTNFISHEDM YSUPRSBE With a quick thrust through the neck, the serpent god died before even finishing its resurrection speech. Doom Slayer sighed. Scree. Doom Slayer ripped the giant spider in half with his bare hands. My creation, it's alive. It's moving. It's alive. It's alive. In the name of the gods, now, I wait, who are you? Stop. My creation. It's dying. It's die thing. Doom Slayer let out an annoyed groan after shooting the abomination in the head and chest a couple of times with his pistol. 1 week has passed since the fight with the Revenant and Macubus, and ever since then the Doom Slayer has been taking any quests about unknown creatures in search of more clues. In 1 week, many quests were done, but he was nowhere close to finding a single clue to the place where adventurers don't venture. He asked around, and there was a chance it was either in another kingdom where adventurers aren't allowed, or some private place hidden by nobles or royalty. In other words, not helpful at all for his search. So he went back into doing quests, but this was getting tiring. Not physically tiring. All that was nothing compared to what he was used to in hell. It was mentally exhausting to see more and more people bait him with those quests, so the job would be done quickly. After a week of dozen of quests cleared, he even got a new nickname in this world. The Green Reaper. He honestly didn't know how to react to this. Doom Slayer got called many times for a ranking promotion interview, but he turned them all down as he knew that if the word spread out yet another rank up, more and more people will just claim the danger to be unknown to make him take the job. He was a bit at an impasse here. That evening, he had another class session with Priestess about learning how to write and read the alphabet of this world. He wasn't having that hard a time to write it, but strangely enough, reading it was a pain as his brain would immediately translate the word in his head. But when speaking the word out loud, it would make it sound not right, and even the people from this world wouldn't understand it. How many times did Priestess look at him in confusion when he tried to say hello in the right way from this world? HM, are you alright, Mr. Doomslayer? The blonde girl suddenly asked. Yes. Why would you ask? He responded with a question. I don't know. You seem a bit out of it today. The Marine sighed and explained to his young teacher what has been going on for the past week. Many quests that were getting more and more ridiculous with how any other adventurers could have accomplished them, but people just wanted the job done fast. Those quests were a waste of time. Oh, I'm sure they weren't lying to you. They probably never dash, she started, trying to defend the clients. One of the targets was a giant spider. Who? In a small farm village. Never saw a spider. WL. I'm sure not all of them were lying to you. She coughed, not really sure on what to say. Then what are you going to do? He didn't quite know. He guessed that next day he would look at the quests, but this time will only take those with a description of the unknown creature that could fit a demon from hell. But if there wasn't any, why don't you come goblin slaying with us tomorrow afternoon then? Goblin Slayer promised his friend at the farm to help in the morning. Why not? Priestess decided not to comment on how a goblin slaying quest could be considered relaxing. All right, let's get back to the lesson. Okay? She asked with a hint of authority in her voice, wanted to sound like a teacher, to which the man in green armor grinned in amusement. Doomslayer was at the quest board, looking at the papers, searching for one that could lead him to a demon, but again, most of them had no description of their unknown creature that was troubling the client, clearly a bait for him. And none of the descriptive ones had a description that could match any race he knew. He let out a silent sigh as he decided that joining Goblin Slayer's party for the rest of the day would be nice. Oh, come on, please. Can't I buy another vial? It's our best weapon in case of danger. A big adventurer asked the guild girl very loudly. You know the rules, only one per party. You know the risks of it, guild girl said with a smile. The adventurer looked down, dejected, and walked towards the exit, passing by the marine. Man, but what if we all need to go berserk to save our lives? The adventurer groaned. On hearing the word berserk, Doomslayer's curiosity turned into interest as he walked toward the now empty counter where guild girl was so he could ask her more about those items. Oh, Doomslayer, did you find any quests? She asked with a smile. No, but I have a question. Oh, what can I do for you? What are those? Berserker potions, he asked. Oh, well, this is simple enough. You see, she started explaining the effects of the small item that she materialized from under the desk. It was a dark red liquid in a small vial. The effects are what anyone would expect from something named Berserker. It increases the power and strength of the user, but also its aggressivity. There have been many reports of users turning against their own party member due to the effects of the potion. So it was pretty similar to the Berserk spheres he sometimes finds in his campaign against the hordes of hell. He asked how much it was, and once he got an answer, he pulled out the exact amount from his dimensional pocket. Good thing can pull out anything he wants that's in like his weapons, ammunitions, even for money, and bought the item. All right, here you go. You should use T-dash. I'm going to try it now. Wait, what? Before anyone could react to his words, the Doomslayer drank the content of the vial, and everyone around him screamed. He could almost immediately feel the power and rage coursing through his veins, but it was calmer than the Berserk spheres. I'd say it's at least 1/3 as powerful as a sphere. He commented out loud. What? He heard the dwarf shaman exclaim. The man in green armor looked around and saw that not only were every worker hiding behind their desks, but all the strong adventurers were surrounding him, weapons ready for a fight. What are you doing? The Doomslayer asked, ready to get defensive. Why, you're still sane. In control, Spearman asked, not believing his eyes. Yes, this is nothing much compared to the Berserk spheres from hell. Everyone was stunned into silence. Absolutely no one had heard of anyone keeping their sanity on check after drinking a Berserk potion. And yet this guy from another world, indeed, just drank a whole vial and is now acting like he drank apple juice. Seriously though, that's beyond impressive. Almost freaky. High Elf Achazite. That was very dangerous. Guild girl exclaimed, visibly frustrated by the marine's recklessness. A stunt like that could get you banned from the guild. She scolded the adventurer from another world. Doomslayer didn't know what to say besides apologize and order another potion. Hesitantly, Guild girl brought another potion and gave it to him cautiously. The Hellwalker pulled out the money once again and put on the desk, cleanly cleaving the wooden furniture in half. No one said a word, nor moved after witnessing the scene. Doomslayer took mental note of the duration of the effects of the potion, being much longer than a sphere, before saying to Guild girl, I'll pay for that too. As promised to Priestess, Doomslayer joined her party for some goblin slaying. And as usual, time seemed to pass so goddamn slow when walking with them to the objective, but this time he decided to let it go and just enjoy the walk with his companions. Night fell, and everyone was regrouped around a bonfire to drink and eat. Dwarf Shaman dared the elf to drink 2 large sips of his drink, knowing exactly that it would make her drunk fast. And being a creature full of pride, the green-haired archer took on the challenge, drunk the 2 sips with lots of trouble, and after a see, I'm perfectly fine. The good part of her brain went to sleep, but the rest went, eye of the tiger, and started talking nonsense around the party. Well, at least we have our entertainment for the evening. The dwarf laughed loudly, taking another sip of his drink. Indeed, but please refrain from doing such a thing in the future without consulting us. What if we're attacked? Lizard Priest said, licking his lips at the cheese in his hands. No worries about that. Doomy did a round and confirmed that there wasn't a single goblin around, not even a beast. Right, Doomy? The Marine just nodded as he was sitting next to Goblin Slayer. While the Slayer in dirty armor was eating his dinner, the one in green armor was counting what little was remaining of his ammunition. Hey you, Slayer! Drunk High Elf Archer called out, not clarifying which Slayer she was talking about. So it was no surprise when the Slayers pointed at themselves first, omitting the fact that she calls Goblin Slayer Orkbald, to which the elf said, So they then pointed at each other, heads tilted to the side in confusion. No, I meant you too. I don't know why I forgot to say two before. She chuckled at her own silly mistake. I see, was all that Goblin Slayer said. So, what do you need? Exchange helmets, she ordered. Doom Slayer let out a confused and startled grunt at the sudden order and didn't know what to reply until he heard Goblin Slayer talk. All right, are you? Sure. The younger Slayer nodded and reached for his helmet, but stopped just before taking off the straps to look around, action to which the older man reassured that there was nothing around, and if they do it quickly, nothing will go wrong. All right. The two men took off their helmets and quickly exchanged their armament. Before trying to put on the dirty helmet, Doom Slayer took a look at Goblin Slayer's facial features, as he doesn't remember ever seeing him without his helmet before. He looked pretty much like he imagined, young, not bad looking and with scars. What surprised him was the silver hair that somehow didn't feel very right, but also logical for some reason. He let out a chuckle from his throat as he saw his helmet pretty much slide itself on his head, a bit too big for his skull. He looked down and got a bit worried that the dirty steel helmet might be too small or too tight for him. He put on the helmet, and, just as expected, it was very tight. He could barely move his neck muscles inside it, and it was almost weird how the others only saw darkness through the visor. Everyone laughed with big smiles at the scene before them. It looked so weird, let's be honest. The two Slayers looked at each other, and even them couldn't hold a silent, unseen by everyone, chuckle. Okay, stay like this until tomorrow, the elf added before passing out. Why are you two like this? High Elf Archer asked a few moments after waking up the next morning and seeing the two armored men having their helmets swapped. You did this to them after you got easily drunk, Elf. It was so embarrassing to see you like that. Dwarf Shaman explained with a smirk and in a fakely disappointed tone, clearly mocking her. Hey, shut it. It's not my fault you idiots drink such poison. She countered, already angry and soldiering through her hangover. And why didn't they swap back since then? My Lord Goblin Slayer said that they should get your authorization first. Seriously? How hard was that kick? Doom Slayer asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Hard, Goblin Slayer said. It wasn't that hard. You're just saying that to embarrass me, Orkbald. When are you going to let it go? The archer complained, now feeling very embarrassed. I think now you can exchange back helmets, right? Priestess said with a smile. Yeah, High Elf Archer said, blushing from being embarrassed. About that, the Marine started. I'm stuck. The Doom Slayer separated from the party for a few hours. He needed to get Goblin Slayer's spare helmet back at the farm. Until then, he left his own to the younger man until he got the replacement. He managed to get his head out by bending and spreading the metal, so there was enough space for his skull to slip out of the dirty armor. He could tell that doing so put Goblin Slayer in an uncomfortable position, so he promised to be quick. When he reached the farm, Cowgirl greeted him with a big smile, while her uncle just decided to ignore the man in green armor. She was a bit surprised to see him without his helmet, but when he explained the situation to her, she just chuckled and guided him to where the spare helmet was. He didn't waste time for small talk, so he thanked her and left for the frontier town. She wished him good luck and asked him to say hi to the party when he'll see them later. Doom Slayer allowed a small smile to appear on his face, a very small one. This is nice. When he reached the town's entrance, he headed towards the guild's blacksmith. Some people and adventurers greeted him. He greeted them back. Some walked away in murmurs, with terror or jealousy in their eyes. He ignored them. He walked to the smith's workshop, and thankfully it didn't take long for the small and sturdy worker to understand what happened upon seeing Goblin Slayer's broken helmet, and how the Doom Slayer wasn't wearing his at the moment. He let out a sigh and said that he'll have another one done by the time the rest of the party comes back from their present quest. As he walked out of the workshop, he took a deep breath of fresh air. This place is, for the most part, rather peaceful. A place he wouldn't mind settling in, adopting a couple of colorful rabbits, and maybe... But that was impossible. His personal quest was nowhere near done. Doom Slayer, thank goodness you're here. He heard Guild Girl call out for him and ran towards him. It was rare to see her outside the guild, so whatever it is that was clearly making her distressed was very important. His mission of raising hell of all demons. Despite having spent thousands of years doing this, it was nowhere close to completion. We just received a very important message from the capital, from the king himself. Some could say it was eternal. He requested you to come as soon as possible. There's a demon from your hell captured at the castle. And it was finally time to resume the work. Interlude 3, of a hero facing something worse. Yikes. There's a lot of bad guys in this ritual room. The hero and her party were sent to the abandoned Demon Lord Castle in the desolated lands just outside the kingdom. There have been rumors and eyewitnesses of many NPC, non-prayer characters, gathering there. And so far everything stands corrected. An army was being made, from goblins to rare enemies like mommies or lesser demons. But there was something else. On one side of the room, there were all kinds of bad guys she defeated for the last year or so. But on the other side, so many creatures she has never seen before. Brown and orange beasts, flying red or brown meatballs, pink creatures with sharp teeth, fat cyclops with what looked like cannons for hands, armored skeletons, but bigger and somewhat scarier than the ones she saw in the past, brain spiders on mechanical legs, and some big muscular enemies with black skin. She'd never seen any of these creatures before. They were standing there, waiting, and it looked like all the NPCs she knew about were wary of them. Not one dared to approach them. But aside from all those new creatures, what really caught the hero's party's attention was a giant portal made of dark and light matter surrounded by cracking orange flames. It looked like the whole army was waiting for something to come out of it. Just what was that? Dang it. She was getting a bit too excited. The others, Sword Saint and Sage, noticed it too and had to remind her that they should stay quiet. A dark elf priest suddenly walked in front of the portal and turned towards the army. Dear friends and allies, I regret to inform you that the Dark Scout who was accompanying 3 of our new allies from Hell has died, and everyone else in the group too. The prize started. There were some murmurs from the news. For some reason, all NPCs were shocked at the news, while the allies from Hell looked enraged and restless. But she did notice a few laughing in one corner. She could even tell that the orange one was wearing a bandana that she recognized the design as one that Dark Scout usually uses weird. But have no fear or worry, the Dark Elf priest exclaimed, for today, new powerful allies will join our ranks. As if on cue, a large, very large figure came out of the portal behind the priest. It looked like a minotaur but with pink armored skin, a skeletal face, and brown goat-like legs. Ah, perfect timing, the priest said with a smile. I've been informed by your kind that you are one of the most powerful ones, right? A Baron of Hell. The Baron looked at the other unknown creatures and let out a low chuckle of confirmation. Good, now W dash, which is why we'll take over from here, the demon said to the priest, leaning forward and reaching for the elf's head. But the cult leader had one of those disgusting grins only a bad guy can have plastered on his face. Huh, you think I wasn't prepared for something like this? He said as he pulled out some sort of statue, or maybe a relic. The hero couldn't tell from where she was hiding. Whatever it was, it froze the Baron of Hell. Kneel before me, the elf shouted. The Baron trembled and slowly obeyed. The elf let out a hearty laugh, satisfied with the result, and was about to exclaim his victory until he heard the Baron just burst out laughing from behind him. Before he could turn around, a large hand grabbed his body, lifted him up in the air, and slammed him down on the pavement, leaving cracks all around the priest's agonizing body. How? ARGH, he was going to ask, but got interrupted as a giant hoof foot stomped on his chest. Your toy is useless against us. We were always in control, the Baron said as he gripped at the priest's legs and started to pull. And we will burn this world to the ground. It roared and ripped the elf's lower half of the body. It threw the legs to the mass of demons who started cheering and laughing. The dark elf priest was still breathing, but was put out of his misery when the monster clawed his face to a messy, bloody pulp. The large demon then looked at the NPCs in the large room. Its green eyes shone with malice as it said with a grin, "What about you? Are you with us or against us?" No one dared to move or answer. Some even looked at their neighbor only to see the demons mocking and laughing at them with a carnivorous grin. The Baron let out a sinister chuckle. We'll take your silence as a proof of submission. But what about you 3? It suddenly asked, looking at the top of one of the pillars supporting the ceiling of the large room. Crap, they got found out. Don't do I dash. Too late. I'm gone, Hero said enthusiastically as she jumped from her hiding spot. I'll prepare a way out of this mess. Hero heard Sage sigh. We're not exterminating all of them. Sword Saint asked her partner. Whatever they said next, the hero couldn't hear as she was about to bring her sword down on this Baron of Hell and be done with it. That sword. The hero, several NPCs exclaimed. But no time for autographs. Time to kick some butts. HY? She exclaimed as she swung the holy sword down on the Baron, blade full of holy energy that would burst the moment she hit the demon. The demon in question looked at the girl with barely any interest as it raised its hand to block the swing. The blade went between 2 fingers and a flash of light illuminated the whole room, blinding everyone in it. The hero landed not far from where the Baron was standing, a smug grin on her face. A job well due. RRARGH, she heard a pained roar behind her. Impossible. She looked back to see the Baron using green flames on its right injured hand. It barely had any damage on itself aside from some light burnt scorches on its body. In her swing of the sword, it only went from between the demon's finger to its wrist. The demon grunted as it was cauterizing its wound to not let any more blood spill out. She turned around, gripped her sword, and finally took the matter at hand seriously as a bead of sweat rolled down her forehead as she understood she clearly underestimated the giant pink minotaur. Normally, any enemy gets burnt to ashes from a swing of my sword, but you barely took any damage. You must be some sort of demon lord or overlord, aren't you? She said with confidence. But then she heard laughter from behind her. All the demons were laughing hysterically, and even the Baron of Hell in front of her chuckled, then just burst out laughing, completely forgetting the earlier pain. She felt pretty embarrassed to be laughed at like that. She didn't like it one bit. What's so funny? Then all of a sudden, another Baron emerged from a portal. It looked confused about the laughter resounding in the ritual room. What did I miss? It asked. The injured Baron pointed at the hero the same way a noble would point at a lowly peasant that made him laugh. This human is so weak that she thinks I am an overlord. As soon as the new Baron heard that, it joined in the laughter. And as if two Barons weren't enough, a new one appeared. Hilarious, the newcomer said. Hero didn't need to guess. This Baron was the leader of this army. It was obvious with how different it looked next to the other two. First of all, the color. That new Baron was ashes gray. Its whole body was gray apart from some glowing red cracks around its body. It also had burning wrist blades, large ones. The other had green eyes, but this one's eyes were yellow. And, secondly, it was much larger than the others. The hero might be a bit arrogant. Well, she's only 15 with powers given by the gods, but she knew when a fight was unwinnable. If a pink Baron could resist a hit from the holy sword blessed by the gods of this world, there was no way that she'd be able to defeat 3 of them. Now that she thinks about it, she never lost in a fight before. At least she doesn't remember it. Maybe it was a message of the gods. In any case, her instincts were screaming only one thing for her to stay alive. Run. She suddenly shouted for her party to get ready to run, and before any NPC or demons could react, she turned around and unleashed a sunburst to fray herself a path to reach the large doors of the room for escape. She was shocked to see that the demons were mostly blinded by the blast. She could count a few deaths, but barely a dent to their numbers. She ran as fast as she could, slashing her sword in front of her with precision, but without much effect besides kicking them away a bit or cutting a limb on the smaller demons. Half of you, chase and kill them. She heard the Grey Baron order the demons. Soon after, a cacophony of roars started to follow the party. Sword Saint was lifting Sage on her shoulder as she ran besides the hero. Have you found a gate scroll yet? Sword Saint asked Sage, clearly distressed as she looked behind her, seeing a wave of orange and brown creatures. Suddenly the demons started attacking. Flame balls of multiple colors from orange to blue or green started to rain on the hero's party. Ark, you look for them. Sage shouted as she threw the bag to her partner's face before summoning a protective wall. Hurry. As the demon crashed and started hitting the wall to break it, Hero stabbed and slashed through the wall at them to keep them at bay, hoping to gain enough time for the Sword Saint to fish out the scroll. The grimace of all those demons were haunting. Not one stopped laughing maniacally or menacingly. She saw the spider thing crawling on the ceiling, raining down on the protective wave after wave of blue flame orbs. One of the pink bull-like monsters charged over and over at a single spot that started to crack faster than the rest of the barrier. I got it. Gota. Sword Saint exclaimed and didn't waste a second to activate the spell. The party didn't waste a single second to jump through the portal that appeared that led them directly to the king's throne room. What they didn't expect, while Sword Saint shredded the scroll to pieces to cancel the spell so no demons could follow them, was that one of them, one of the smallest one, orange-skinned, jumped through with them. The demon roared at the party, who immediately got in an offensive stance, ready to throw down with the monster. You are in the presence of the king. Surrender, a soldier suddenly shouted. Dozens of soldiers, armed to the teeth, surrounded the demon, who was strangely still, looking around itself. Then, with a grin, it raised its arms in surrender. Hero, what is the meaning of this? What is that thing? The king exclaimed. Oh boy, this is going to be a long discussion. Chapter 12, Looming Threat. So, Beard Cutter, how's the helmet? Dwarf Shaman asked his young friend, who still had his head inside a much larger green helmet. Too big. Yes, but how can you see? Priestess asked, intrigued by the answer. I can see better. It's different from the darkness of my helmet. Everyone let out a groan from the boring response. But they didn't have the time to complain or ask more questions, as they could hear the helmet's owner coming their way at full speed. The man in green armor arrived in front of them, Goblin Slayer's dirty spare helmet in hand. Helmet. Now, he said. The two Slayers exchanged helmets quickly and without a word. As the Doom Slayer was recalibrating his helmet HUD, Lizard Priest asked why he was in a hurry. He noticed how he was acting with haste. I got summoned to the capital. The Hellbane said. Demons. Well, we're coming with you. High Elf Archer said. Would take too long, and we have a goblin slaying quest. Goblin Slayer interjected before the other Slayer could say no. But come on. The nest is halfway to the capital. Once we're done with the quest, we're coming your way, Doom Slayer, he added. Doom Slayer nodded before taking off. In a matter of seconds, he was already beyond the horizon. Now that demons were involved again, Goblin Slayer's party nodded in determination in finishing this goblin extermination as soon as possible. Normally, it would take days, maybe even a week to get to the capital, but the Doom Slayer, speed beast that he was, got there in 9 hours. It was already evening when he reached the gates. He had only one desire: kill the demon and talk to the king. But he would have done this much earlier if the gate guard chosen for this shift wasn't a complete moron. How on earth did you get here so fast? We were told this morning that a message was sent to the Doom Slayer. You expect me to believe that you ran all the way from the frontier town up to the capital? Bull crap. It took all his strength for the Slayer not to punch the man's face off as he took out his adventurer tag to show it to the damn guard. Let me see that. It does say Doom Slayer, but what tells me you just didn't steal the name? After all, you'd expect someone with a reputation like him would be like, rank silver or gold. But you're not, the guard said with a scoff. The Slayer once again decided to play it calm as he very aggressively pointed at his getup that was clearly out of this world. You can have it made. A cheap copy. He'll show him cheap cop. Now, go back to the end of the line, the guard ordered as he pointed at the long line of caravans and other transports behind the man in green armor. The Hellwalker turned around and saw the people already mad and yelling at him from cutting. What was he supposed to do when a demon was in the capital? Just wait for his turn to enter? Of course, he'd cut the line, but he had to be stopped by the world's most idiotic guard. He could just force his way through and get all the guards on his back until he reaches the king and asks where the demon was. It wouldn't be a problem for him, and honestly, it would be the quickest way. On the other hand, he was now an adventurer. There are chances that it could bring problems to the guild and Goblin Slayer and his friends. No choice then, but to just infiltrate the capital with stealth. And by that, he meant by climbing the sidewalls. But first, he was not letting this moron go scot-free. Your name? What is your name? Sealess Mary, why? To know which person I should ask the king to fire once I'm done here. The Doom Slayer said as he walked away from the gate. These kind of threats don't work on me, pal. Next. He noticed some other guards on top of the wall, but they seemed to be busy doing something else rather than their work. In any case, the Doom Slayer was now in front of a big wall and had to climb it to reach the city as quickly as possible without causing too much trouble. But how exactly would he climb this? He had an idea, and if it worked, it's a bad sign for the kingdom. He approached the stone wall, and with just the strength of his fingers alone, he managed to dig his armored digit on the wall and have a good grip. He climbed a few meters, and when he was certain that this absurd way of climbing was working, he knew he'll have to report this to the king. Anyway, it took barely a minute for the Slayer to reach the top of the wall. Now all he needed was to jump down and, "Who the hell are you?" Someone yelled on his right. A guard who actually did his job, as he immediately called for backup to apprehend him. Welp, so much for stealth. At least he tried. It was more of the younger Slayer style anyway. He cracked his knuckles and mentally apologized to the Adventurer Guild as he walked towards the already dozen of guards charging at him with seemingly pretty high-quality weaponry. Too bad it will be useless against him. Hard way to the throne room, it is. It only took 5 minutes for the Slayer to reach the castle and another 10 to reach the throne room. He got lost and had to ask for directions between punches. He barged into the throne room as if it was a room like any other. Everyone there turned to him, weapon raised, confused by the sudden intrusion. The pile of unconscious guards behind him was not helping. There were a few people in there, a group of 3 young women, a couple of soldiers, a man who he assumed was the king, and a blonde woman with her eyes covered in a black cloth. He heard her say something about him being the older brother of someone. He knew exactly what she was thinking, and he decided there was no time for that. "Wha? Who are you?" the king asked, surprised for a very good reason. "The Doom Slayer. Where's the demon?" "What? But we sent the summon this morning." "How dash?" one of the women of the group exclaimed. "We'll talk later. Where's the demon?" He demanded again. But again, no one gave him an answer as they were too confused by his presence. This was getting very annoying. He turned to a guard and asked the same question again. "I in the dungeon. Meditating." The man in green armor raised an eyebrow at that. Since when do demons just let themselves get captured? And meditating? What on EA? Oh no. "Take me there," he ordered as he turned around to leave the room. The people behind him called out to him to explain himself, but instead he just looked over his shoulder and said, "Demon first, after that we talk. Also blame all this." He pointed at the injured guards who were slowly waking up, still feeling the agony of being punched by the Doom Slayer, on the guard named Sealess Mary. He then left the room, followed by the guard who was supposed to guide him to the dungeon. He even talks just like him. The blonde woman, the sword maiden, sighed. The imp was sitting in the middle of its cell, legs crossed and eyes closed. Any outsider passing by would mistakenly assume that it was meditating, but if any took a closer look, they would see that the monster was smirking. Because this was no meditation, but some sort of communication with its kin. It wasn't telepathy or a hive mind. It was more instinctual. All demons are connected in one way. That's how they spawn and know where to focus their attacks. That was how they fought the Slayer. As long as one demon had their eyes on him, every demon in the room knew where to go and aim to kill him. But of course, it's never enough to stop the Hellwalker's crusade. Thinking about him was enough to make the imp's blood boil and send a shiver down its spine at the same time. Man, the Slayer's presence was so overwhelming for a low-grade demon, like an imp, that it swore it could feel him coming closer. Wait, he is coming closer. How is he here? And so soon? The imp knew that the Slayer was in this world, but how on earth did he know that it was in the kingdom's capital? It only had enough time to tell the army of hell where to go and hit. The plan was to wait for the army to approach the walls. Then the imp would escape its prison and assassinate the king and as many humans as possible within the walls. But never mind that, it needed to escape now. The imp rushed to the bars of its cell and used its hell flame powers to melt them. Everything under the stunned gaze of the prison guard who did not expect this. Whatever. The imp rushed as fast as it could towards the dungeon's exit, but it was too late. There he was, the Doomslayer. The fear that the imp was feeling quickly got replaced by fury as the demon snarled. It knew it would not survive this encounter, but like hell it will fight until the end. The imp charged a powered-up fireball as the Slayer charged at it. Then it threw it, but the Hellwalker just sidestepped. Instead, the flaming projectile hit the guard who accompanied the Slayer in the arm, burning it to a crisp. The demon would have laughed at that fun accident if the Slayer didn't jab at the monster's face, then followed with a right then left hook, stunning the demon. He then grabbed the imp's head, his grip firm and painful for the demon. He pulled out a blade from nowhere that was new, and with a powerful swing, cut the monster's neck open. Blood spurted out, but it wasn't enough to kill the monster immediately. But the Slayer wasn't done. He then raised his foot and kicked the imp's torso. The weakened open neck tore itself away from the powerful push, separating the body from the head still within the Slayer's grasp. Now it was dead. Back in the throne room, the Slayer first apologized and bowed to the king of the kingdom. He was pretty rude earlier to royalty nonetheless. But demons should always come first, especially when they're in proximity. Thankfully, the king just laughed it off and said that it was no problem. The Slayer took a look at the king. He looked way younger than he expected, pretty fit and yet nice to talk to. He respected that. Then came the part where he had to explain what was going on and how seriously grim their situation was. First of all, how he had to execute the demon on sight, because it just led the rest of the demons in this world directly to the capital. Then how dangerous they were, something everyone completely overlooked. They thought it wouldn't be this strong with the way it surrendered when cornered earlier that day. And yet, just a few minutes ago, it blew up the left arm of a throne guard like it was nothing. It was clear as day they've all been duped by the orange monster. How did that imp even get here in the first place? The Doomslayer asked. Oh, that would be us. A young girl, barely in her teenage years, exclaimed. We had to use a gate to escape a full-on assault of those monsters, and it followed us here. A full-on assault? Who are you? I'm a hero, the girl beamed. And these two are my friends and party. The Slayer's eyes widened in surprise. He heard of a hero's party during his stay in his world. He didn't know they were this young. Pretty impressive, to be honest. The hero and her party explained about what happened in the castle of the fallen Lord of Darkness, a dark lord who died 500 years ago. The gods told her that something was going on there a month ago. A month ago? Yeah, it's a very, very far away place. It takes a month to get there, the hero groaned. We were wondering why the gods would send us there, but as you know, there are lots of those demons. Can you describe every kind you can remember? After hearing the descriptions given by the hero's party, the Slayer deduced that there were imps of both generations, second generations mancubuses, hell raisers, pain elementals, archnetrons, cacodemons, pinkies, second generations revenants, both generations of hell knights, and worst of all, barons of hell, the latest generation, and even one he'd never seen before. At least there weren't any archviles. But that's still a lot of demons. If it took 1 month to go to the castle by foot for humans, it should take 3 weeks at maximum for an army of empowered demons to reach the capital. Thankfully, he knew that this would be their target. He explained this to the king, who responded that he can get his army ready to intercept them on their way as soon as the next day. But that would still be too long, in the Slayer's opinion. He could go there right now and maybe reach them in 3 days or less. But without ammunition, it would be extremely risky, especially against 3 barons. All he had was his pistol, 2 shots of BFG left, infinite grenades, lures, and siphons bombs, his blade that was already getting chipped, and enough fuel in his chainsaw for 1 imp. Ugh, if only there was some magic to duplicate or make something bigger. Wait. The Slayer turned to the Sword Maiden. She was staring at his direction with a small smile. Weird, but whatever. He walked towards her. You know, you remind me of another Slayer. I believe you met. She asked. If you're talking about Goblin Slayer. Yes, I know him. And no, we're not related. The Doom Slayer shook his head in mild amusement. That confusion used to irritate him, but nowadays it was more funny than anything else. Too bad the other man involved didn't think the same way. I see you get the question a lot then, she giggled. In any case, I have to ask a question. About magic. Yes. Is there a spell that makes objects bigger or expand them in some sort of way? I believe there is, yes. The blonde woman answered with a gentle smile. Permanently, the Slayer added, his voice hinting some hopefulness. I'm afraid that's not possible, but it is possible to extend the time of effects. Is it possible to extend the effect for a day or more? That would take a lot of energy. I'm not sure there's a lot of people who could stay focused for so long. But why are you asking those questions? She asked in return, very intrigued with his project. The Slayer materialized a red canister that was full of fuel for his chainsaw, just enough for one kill. I need this and its content to be expanded 5 times bigger for the day of battle and beyond, he explained. The blonde woman grazed her hand on the canister, feeling the shape of the object that needed to be bigger. That would take a long while, and I will need many mages who know the spell, to be honest. I can request multiple guilds for anyone who can help. Hopefully by tomorrow we'll have many applicants, but the time it would take for them to get here. The Doom Slayer let out a sigh. He needed this to be big enough to completely fill up the chainsaw. No choice but to wait. Please inform the guild as soon as you have a group of people who can use the spell ready. They will let me know, and I'll come running. Understood. Say hi to him for me. Svir Moidenswoidit. The Slayer nodded. He heard the king saying that he'll put up an official quest at the Adventurer Guild for any volunteer to join the ranks for the battle to come, with a high reward for anyone who does a good job. The Marine nodded once more to the king and said that he'll do the same at the Frontiers Adventurer Guild. He has friends there who have experience in fighting demons. One demon. He was about to leave the room in the capital to join Goblin Slayer's party, but got interrupted by the hero who poked at his shoulder. Excuse me, Mr. Doom Slayer, but can I ask you to go to the training ground with me and my party? She asked with a big excited smile. He knew exactly what was about to happen and decided better to do this quickly and be done with it. Yep, it was sparring. The hero and the Sword Saint, the sword woman of her party, wanted to challenge the Doom Slayer in a sparring match to see his might. Thankfully, Mage seemed to have the right mind not to bother him. She seemed to know that he was no joke at all. Sword Saint had her doubts about his claims of being strong enough to kill demons for breakfast. Not only is he a rather low-ranking adventurer, way too low for someone of his reputation, but she saw that the hero couldn't annihilate a baron and had to run, yet the Slayer said that he can kill one. She just had to see proof of that. For the hero, she just wanted to see how strong he really was. It was exciting to see someone stronger than her. She would never admit it out loud, but destroying Dark Lords and Dark Gods in 1 or 2 hits was getting a little bit boring. When that demon survived her hit and was already healing it, she wished she could have a real fight, a real challenge. And yet, the gods. If we're doing this, don't use your favorite or important weapons. The Slayer warned, they will break. Well, aren't we confident? Sword Saint scoffed. The Slayer just shrugged. All right then. Doesn't matter anyway, she said as she grabbed a wooden sword and handed another to the hero. Don't hold back, was all the Slayer said before gesturing at them to attack. Both girls grinned, one excitedly, the other annoyed, and charged. Normally, it didn't really matter what weapon they would use. Their status and skills made the two of them who they were. In other words, any fool who would fight them could still be killed or badly banged up by a wooden sword wielded by the hero or the Sword Saint. But that wasn't any fool. It was the Doom Slayer from another world, much more advanced than theirs, and much more powerful. So it was no surprise for him that the swords just exploded at the impact with his armor. They didn't hold back as he asked, and that was the result. But the Marine didn't let them have the time to express their surprise as he raised both hands to grab at each of their collars and throw them back where they started, both girls landing on their butts. The girls quickly got back at their feet and got into a defensive posture, but their sparring partner didn't move. Now they had the time to look at the broken wooden swords in their hands. They saw it many times before, blunt weapons exploding from impact against something harder. And a wooden sword kind of fits that category. In any case, that just meant that blunt attacks wouldn't work on him. So what about piercing or slashing then? They both armed themselves with real swords this time, cheap ones that they wouldn't care if they broke. And they did. They shattered like it was made of glass. The result was the same as before, and once again the man in green armor threw the back to square one. The hero was getting excited by the minute, a bit scared too. Her companion was looking ahead with dread, now believing the words spoken earlier in the throne room. My turn, Doom Slayer said in a monotone, deep voice. He took one step forward, and suddenly the two adventurers were trembling. He was only walking slowly towards them, and yet they could only feel intimidated by the aura of rage and violence that was coming from him. WWA, what the heck? Those words escaped the young hero's mouth. She couldn't believe it. As a hero, she was blessed by the gods, and one of the blessings was immunity against any status-changing skills or spells. She can't get poisoned, forced to sleep, or dazed by any spells. And of course, she can't get scared or intimidated. Yet there she was, shaking in her boots in front of the Slayer. Because there was no skill being used here, that was just how he is. Ugh, she heard her companion grunt. She looked her way to see that her friend bit her lips to come out of her stupor, regaining control of her body. "It'll take more than this to stop us," she yelled as she rushed ahead. Wait. The hero tried to stop her. In any other occasion, this would be a funny scene, as it was the other way around during encounters. Her going on ahead, and Sword Saint or Mage try to stop her from being so reckless. The Slayer raised an eyebrow behind his visor at seeing the adventurer rushing towards him. Sword Saint then yelled her attack's name, as one does when using a skill, and then she just disappeared. No, she didn't do that. She just accelerated like crazy. He only caught a glimpse of her first strike, but he felt at least 12 against his body. It was impressive, but not enough. He looked over his shoulder. There she was on one knee and her sword in both hands. Sword Saint had a small grin on her face. That was one of her best one-on-one skills, perfect to destroy heavy armor or kill smaller beasts. There's no way that he could have come out of this UNSC. Crack. The sword in her hand cracked. She looked at it with wide eyes. And no wadash. It just shattered. Her sword just shattered like glass. That's impossible, she exclaimed. Wait, what about the Slayer's armor? It must have at least some damage to it, like a sliced-up joint, broken, or just gone. No way in hell that her skill had no effect on him. She turned around, and the only thing in front of her face was a massive armored hand reaching for her face at full speed. And the worst of all was that her fears were met. There was not a scratch visible on the Doom Slayer's green armor. The Hell Walker grabbed her by the face and immediately tripped her legs with a swift circular kick, making her spin in the air. He let go of her face at that moment just to deliver a powerful punch on her stomach when she was back parallel to the floor. The hit was powerful enough to make her bounce off the floor from the impact. Ack, she grunted as blood was spat. But the Slayer didn't stop there. She bounced high enough for a roundhouse kick to send her flying and crash against the far end wall of the training ground, knocking the Sword Saint instantly. One down. He looked at the mage who had her mouth hanging from the violence. He nodded to her to go heal her friend. She understood and ran as fast as she could to see the damage. The hero looked at her friend's unconscious body with wide eyes. She can't remember if that ever happened before. She then turned to the Slayer, who just said, "She's not dead. I held back. That was holding back. Now your turn." The Slayer extended a hand with a pointing finger at her. The hero gulped. She knew there was no way that she'd last in a fight against him. It's all in or nothing. She first extended her hand towards him and shouted a spell 3 times. Firebolt. The projectiles emerged from her palm and hit square on the Slayer's chest. No misses. The explosion enveloped the man in a big dome of smoke. She then gripped her sword with both hands, jumped high in the air, and yelled, "Sunburst, Minnie." The explosion that followed could have destroyed the whole castle if she didn't reduce the power of the attack. This was the kind of skill to kill a demon lord or god. There was no way that the Slayer wow. And yet he did. He stepped out of the smoke, some big scorch marks here, and there was the only sign that the attack hit. But besides that, he was unscathed. Impressive, he said, and he was being honest. That kind of skill can definitely destroy many demons, but heavy ones like a Baron or Archvile would survive it without problem. Why you gotta be kidding me? She whispered, so that was how it felt to be weaker than your opponent. Last time she felt that was 5 years ago or so. She chuckled as she stabbed her sword on the ground and raised her hands. "I give up. You win," she exclaimed with a huge smile. It was no surprise. The Doom Slayer won this sparring fight. "Mon, you're incredible." The hero laughed. "I wish I could have seen you fight without holding back." "What do you mean? You're not joining the fight? Against the army?" The Slayer asked, eyebrows raised. "We've been summoned by the gods to another dark temple on the south," Sword Saint explained without a scratch on her body. Mage's magic was very potent. It was like she never got kicked around in the first place. "Yes, another Dark Lord being resurrected, or something," Mage added. "What the hell? Truth. Are you sure it's a good idea to send the hero away from the battle? She could be a great asset to it," Time asked, getting nods from the other gods. "Well, she might die at the hand of a demon. Do you want to risk that? You know how long it takes to make a hero character. Plus, I'm more than certain that the Doom Slayer can handle it." Truth said back. All the gods nodded again, this time supporting Truth. Time joined in too. Not want to go through that hassle again. If he could, the Slayer would punch those gods. Why on earth send the hero and her party away from the war that was coming? He didn't know, but said gods gulped at that thought. "In any case, I have to go, warn the guild and ask for volunteers, and also join some friends on their quest. Had to leave in the middle of it to come here. The Doomslayer said as he rolled his shoulders while walking towards the exit, ready to sprint through the capital and towards where the party was heading. Oh, what kind of quest? The hero asked, excited. The Marine in green smirked under his helmet as he turned around. He wanted to see their confused stares from his upcoming answer. Goblin slaying. Slayers Omake 3. Last time in Slayers Omake. Doom and Goblin Slayer have been turned into toys by an egg-shaped creature, and the only way for them to get back to normal is to destroy it. But the egg teleports once a week, and they only have 20 hours left. Now that the nest egg has been localized, all that was left to do was to reach it and destroy it. The only problem was that the place where the egg was spotted is at least a 19-hour walk non-stopping from where they were, and they only had 20 hours. And since the Doomslayer was now a toy, the party couldn't depend on him to bring them in a few hours by cart. He still tried, though, and they were surprised that he still managed to pull the cart with the whole party on it, but he was way too slow. I hate being a toy. The toy man pouted in the arms of the high elf archer. There. Priestess and the mini Goblin Slayer in her arms said at the same time. But in all seriousness, we're in quite a trouble. Lizard Priest started. I don't believe we can all walk for 19 hours straight. We need transportation. We asked the guild, but no luck. All chariots are reserved, and most of them have already left. The dwarf shaman said while stroking his beard, eyes closed and looking thoughtful. We could go there and ask the adventurer parties who haven't left yet to give us a ride, but who knows how long we will have to wait or how much it would cost. I can pay. Doomslayer tried to reassure while raising one of his tiny toy arms. But I thought your money disappeared when you got turned into that. High Elf Archer asked with one eyebrow raised. I really hate being a toy. Before they could start to brainstorm an idea, someone whistled for their attention. They all turned to the source and were surprised to see Spearman standing there, dressed in his usual blue armor and armed with his spear. I hear that you're in quite the pickle. I should let you know that I am one of the adventurers who reserved one of the chariots. Ready to leave too. Name your price. Now, Doomslayer exclaimed, his patience already vanished, as he aimed at his chest with his small shotgun. Yes, we have no time to waste. Goblin Slayer followed, brandishing his tiny sword towards the silver rank adventurer. Wow, calm down. I was going to let you hitch a ride in one condition. Spearman laughed as he raised his hands, amused by the talking toys. Talk. We go on a quest, you and me, Doomslayer. We take the hardest one we see on the board, and we clear it as fast as possible. Sure. Now, where's the ride? I want to ride. Me too. The other Slayer exclaimed excitedly, making Priestess try to calm him down by shaking him slowly up and down as if he was a newborn. They sound like spoiled children when they're like this. It's getting unbearable. High Elf Achazite. Dwarf Shaman was about to retort with some insult, but a slap from Lizard Priest's tail on the back of his head stopped him. They had no time to waste. All right, it's a deal. Follow me. My partner is already with the rider. Spearman smiled brightly as he waved at the party to follow them. Too many people, he said. Too heavy, he said. Now what? Spearman said dejectedly, his face in his hands, while sitting on a bench. All your fault. The witch smirked in amusement. The rider's cart wasn't big enough for 6 people, so there was no choice but to leave Spearman's party behind and go full speed ahead to the quest location. Grr. Let's make it 2 extra hard quests then. The man in blue armor grumbled. Thanks to the rider and a very determined horse, they still couldn't believe how fast and strong it was. That man deserved his 5-star review. They reached the egg's estimated location with 1 hour to spare. The place where the egg should be was inside, some sort of abandoned wooden cabin deep into the woods. Unfortunately, reaching the place took 30 minutes. Needless to say, they were in a rush. They barely registered the strange compositions of the guards as they rushed and crashed inside the structure with Lizard Priest and a Dragoon-Tooth warrior as the vanguard, cutting everything on their way. I think that wolf you just cut in half was made of teeth, Scaly. Dwarf Shaman remarked as he looked behind to see the 2 guards being 2 wolves. One was made of actual teeth, and the other of what looked like a mass of small pillows. Before anyone could comment on that, a loud shriek stopped them on their tracks, forcing them to cover their ears, which prompted Priestess and High Elf Archer to drop the 2 miniaturized Slayers on the ground. Oof! HMF! What the heck was that? High Elf Archer screamed, her sensitive hearing starting to hurt her deeply. I got it, Doomslayer said as he aimed his tiny rifle towards the source of the shriek and fired his weapon. As soon as he fired his shot, the sound stopped and the culprit ran away. It was a monkey, made of thousands little monkeys. Doomslayer said, WH what? But there was no time to be confused by the insane results of the nest egg. Another insanity was on its way, and it was in the form of an army of very small creatures of different materials like wood, plastic, and clay. And it didn't take long for anyone to guess what the altered monster's original forms were. Goblins. Mine. Goblin Slayer exclaimed excitedly, brandishing his sword up high and already ready to fight. No demons. Boo! The green toy booed. Unfortunately for him, it was the dragon-tooth warrior who did the job by itself. As toys, the goblins were extremely weak despite their very large numbers. Guys, over here! The green-haired elf shouted for her friends to come to her location. She had discovered a trap door leading to the basement, the only place that hasn't been checked on. Everyone nodded to each other, ready to go down and face whatever was in there. They only had 20 minutes left. Whoever used to live in this place was definitely up to no good. The basement was a chapel dedicated to some dark god. But it wasn't all bad. Good news was that the egg was there. The bad news was that it was guarded by two altered creatures that looked like actual real threats compared to the rest upstairs. One was a giant gargoyle made of mud or some other substance. Big horns and big wings despite the frail looks of the rest of the limbs. The other, though, was very peculiar. It was humanoid, but looked to be made of the same material as Doom Slayer actually. An action figure he called himself before, whatever that was. The muscular torso was bright yellow while the legs were red, blue, and green for each junction. Then there was a very noticeable giant right and very muscular red arm, a big contrast to the left arm that was very scrawny, almost looking like an actual human arm. There was also a big red, winding key on its back. And finally, there was its head, some sort of bucket-looking head with bleeding eyes painted on it and a red pin skewering it. A very, very bizarre creature, not a single trace of what it was before. Maybe it was the owner of the cabin? Who knows? But it didn't matter in the end, as they won't have the time to ponder on the bizarre appearance of the creature, because the egg noticed them and its guard too. It was time to fight. Priestess immediately set up a protection wall to protect the small slayers and herself out of danger when the two guards charged at them. Dwarf shaman and lizard priest did the same towards them. We have to clear the path quickly. Time is running out. High elf archer exclaimed and fired an arrow towards the giant toyman thing's head, only to see the projectile bounce off the bucket head. Dang it! In a matter of minutes, the party was already put in a corner. The giant toyman thing could withstand lizard's priest blow and cuts, and the mud gargoyle was not affected by the dwarf shaman's axe and magic by opening itself up and dodging effectively. Damn it! We're wasting time. Long ears, he complained. Not my fault. The moment I approach the egg, your opponents focus back on me, and my arrows can't do anything to it, she yelled back. We need a solution. I would suggest retreating, but it's not an option. We need to destroy the egg before it flees again. Lizard Priest said as he used both hands to stop the big red fist of the giant toyman thing from crushing his skull. I know. Throw us to the egg. Goblin Slayer suddenly said while poking at the elf's leg. WH what? Orkblog, you can't destroy it with your tiny fists. But maybe I can punch it. Doom Slayer exclaimed as he stood next to his fellow tiny slayer. But what if it flashes its weird light? We don't know what will happen. Can it be any worse than our current situation? Goblin Slayer pointed at their two friends having trouble fighting the guards. The archer looked at the youngest member of the party for some assistance, but all Priestess did was shrug with a small smile. She trusted the Slayer's judgment. All right, Fine. Get on, she exclaimed as she brandished an arrow towards the two small men. They climbed on the thin projectile and rode it like witches on a broomstick. Ready? Goblin Slayer asked his green-armored friend. Ready, Doom Slayer responded. Wow, so light. We're counting on you, she said before firing the arrow. The arrow flew straight towards the egg. As they approached it, the same crack in the form of a big smile appeared on the surface. It was reacting to their proximity. Perfect. The two slayers jumped from the stick straight towards the light. Then a flash and a shockwave, silencing and stopping all action in the room, except for the two slayers being sent flying through the wooden walls at the opposite side of the chapel. Goblin Slayer, Doom Slayer, Priestess shouted in worry. All eyes were on the two small holes in the wall. Then, all of a sudden, everyone became paralyzed in fear from the presence they could feel from the other side. A pale hand with black, as coal-sharp nails emerged from one of the holes, gripping the edge of the gap. Then another. The wood started to crack, as whatever it was in the darkness was prying the hole wider, so it could come through. And when it did, everyone thought that their last moments on this plane had arrived. The monster that came out was wearing black futuristic armor with only the muscular belly, biceps and fingers exposed, along the lipless, lower part of the monster's face that had cheeks so hollow it seemed there wasn't any. Its upper part was covered in a devil horn helmet with a strange green trident symbol in the center. On its left shoulder was a small cannon, and on its left armored wrist was a hidden blade. No one dared to say a word. They just kept staring at the imposing and terrifying figure with wide eyes. Then another hand emerged from the darkness, gripping the edge of the giant hole on the wall, this time a black hand. A red flame could be seen in the obscurity, and with a roar, something in a distorted, dirty armor and a freaky, defigured helmet with broken horns pulled itself out from the darkness. For that one, the party recognized the creature immediately. It was Goblin Slayer. But he looked deformed, like a monster. The helmet was moving like a mouth. The fur from his armor looked like a mane, and his usual short sword was now thinner and crooked at some parts. Despite not looking or acting like one, everyone could see that he looked like some sort of tall, strange-looking goblin. But then that would mean that the other creature that appeared was Doomslayer. The two altered slayers were as intimidating as they looked terrifying. A goblin and a demon. Priestess whispered with a gasp, so low that no one could hear her. The egg. Destroy the egg. The monstrous Goblin Slayer growled with a low, crazy-sounding voice. HRN was all the demonic Doomslayer said with a small, quick nod. At hearing their ill intents towards the egg, the two guards snapped out of their paralyzing fear and rushed towards the duo. The giant Toyman thing was the first to reach them and swung its giant red arm towards the demonic-looking Slayer, who just easily blocked the blow with one hand and didn't let go. And before the toy monster could do anything, the smaller, monstrous-looking Slayer was already on its shoulder with his sword raised before stabbing under the bucket helmet, right through the neck. Blood spurted out from the space between the bucket and the yellow body, which meant that there was something alive and bleeding underneath that thing. And if it bled, it could die. And so, the altered Goblin Slayer stabbed over and over again under the bucket helmet until eventually the monster stopped moving. And yet, he didn't stop stabbing. He kept going and going until he was able to rip the head off that monster toy thing. Now with the head detached, the now black armored Slayer let go of the giant Toyman thing's arm and let it crumble to the floor, dead as a stone. Blood spread throughout the floor. The two Slayers stared at their handiwork before turning their heads towards the last guardian, who jolted in fright. But the mud gargoyle wasn't backing down. It rushed towards the altered Doom Slayer, who raised his foot to kick the monster. But like with the dwarf shaman earlier, the monster made of mud easily dodged the attack. That was until the small cannon on the Slayer's shoulder came to life, aimed at the mud monster, and fired a projectile at its feet. The moment the white round object hit the ground, a burst of freezing air blasted from the impact and froze the mud gargoyle solid where it was, turning it now into an ice gargoyle. If he could, Doomslayer would have grinned darkly as he raised his foot once again, and this time, kicked the hard surface hard enough to shatter the last guardian to millions pieces. And once again, the two Slayers stared at the remains of their second victim with unseen glee. If the egg had a face and feelings, it would be shitting itself right about now. The same could be said about the adventurers' party, who didn't say a word and just stared with wide, frightened eyes at the whole show in front of them, not daring to say anything in fear of attracting their attention to them. Who knows what would happen? The egg. The monstrous Goblin Slayer growled again. The demonic Doom Slayer nodded once before pulling his super shotgun and aimed at the egg in question, then fired his weapon, but it was a meat hook attached to the weapon by a chain that flew off and grabbed onto the target of this quest. The chain pulled the Slayer towards the egg at high speed, but the latter was already preparing to flash a smile on the altered man. Thankfully, the monstrous Goblin Slayer was fast to react by throwing his shield like a frisbee at the nest egg, making it tilt upward enough that the beam of light missed the other Slayer approaching quickly. But just as the demonic Slayer was about to fire his weapon at point blank, something big crashed from above between the two of them, forcing the meat hook to unattach itself from the surface of the egg. The newcomer looked like some sort of mammal and insectoid mix, like a centipede with fur, but with some exoskeleton armor on some parts. The creature's upper body was humanoid, and when it turned towards the altered Doomslayer, the latter saw a canine head, but with mandibles for a lower jaw. It was gross, especially when it roared and crawled on the floor at high speed towards the man in black armor and tackled him. The creature tried to throw the Slayer on the floor, but after barely a few feet away from the tackle impact, they were stuck. The demonic Slayer stood his ground, snapped out of his surprise at seeing the new creature, and had his hands gripping forcefully and painfully at the monster's wrists. The altered centipede tried to pry its arms away, but struggled and cried in pain. It was about to try and bite the face off of the Slayer, but was interrupted mid-roar when the cannon on the armored man's shoulder pointed to the monster's head. Then, all of a sudden, a very short burst of flames came out of the shoulder cannon. Not very long, almost half a second. And it was enough to engulf the head of the monster in flames as it screamed in agony. It screeched and thrashed, trying to break free from the Slayer's grasp, but in vain. The flames died out on their own, and it finally stopped screaming in respite, but just for a second. A new agonizing pain appeared on the centipede monster's long lower back. It looked over its shoulder to see the monstrous Goblin Slayer standing on the flat back of the monster, his blade halfway through it. He then started running up the centipede's back with his hand, still gripping tightly the handle of his sword, making the blade cut the monster's back open, all while the creature shrieked in pain through its burned mouth. When he reached the shoulders, Goblin Slayer jumped off and finally pulled his sword away, leaving the altered centipede with a gnarly cut wound that went from its shoulders all the way down its back. The monster barely had any strength left to whine in pain. It was pitiful. The two slayers started to laugh in mockery at the miserable creature, louder and louder, more and more maniacally, non-stop until the centipede died from its wound. The demonic slayer threw the fresh corpse to the side and started walking towards the egg again. The floating egg started to flash another smile, but got interrupted when a blade stabbed through the opening. I knew it. Looks like the best time to strike is when you expose your insides with that smile of yours. Goblin Slayer analyzed out loud. Time to finish this. He added with a certain malice as he twisted the blade. Cracks started to form on the egg's surface with each twist. There was only a few seconds left before it could teleport to safety. But that safety will never come, as the altered Doomslayer was now standing in front of the egg. He raised his left fist, and the blade extended itself from his wrist. Then with a quick motion, he stabbed the smiling mouth of the egg and started to twist his blade inside, like his fellow slayer. The cracks extended through the egg's rocky shell, rays of light slipping through them. And when the whole body was cracked enough, it exploded and engulfed everyone in the room in its light. That night, the party was partying their victory at the guild's tavern, but the two slayers, having regained their original forms, were very silent and had their heads bowing down the whole time in a depressed way. Man, am I glad this is over and done. I hope we'll never get to see the two of you like that again. High Elf Archer, already drunk, exclaimed while wrapping her arms around both slayers' shoulders. I'm more than certain that I'll have nightmares. That was quite the terror show. Lizard Priest added before devouring some cheesy meat. Neither man in armor dared to say. They both turned into what they hated the most and could still remember everything that happened. And it wasn't helping with the party, reminding them about how terrifying they were. Not even Priestess' attempts to console them was working. And yet, they didn't need to be consoled. Yes, they were pretty embarrassed about what happened, but there was something else. Something that rekindles an already blazing flame inside those two men. Determination. They both got to experience what would be their worst-case scenario firsthand. For Goblin Slayer, he already had an idea on what a goblin with his training would look like after stealing his armor if he ever died by their hands. But experiencing himself as the goblin made the image much, much clearer. That must never happen. And for Doomslayer, it was the same. He knew that if demons managed to end his life, his soul will be recycled into a new kind of warrior of hell. He always wondered what it would look like. Now he knew, and he hated it. He now knew that he must never die by their hand. But he was also intrigued on why this demonic form had his Lucifer Bane, and what was with the wrist blade and flamethrower/ice grenade launcher. He's been thinking lately to extend his arsenal, but those are things he didn't think about before. He should keep this new weaponry in mind whenever he gets a chance to upgrade his armor. In any case, both slayers looked at each other. No words were needed, as they both knew what the other was thinking. Their work was nowhere near done, and it will not be before a very, very long time. Slayers Omake, the end.